Chapter 1. The Nameless Wanderer. If you're watching this story, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you don't miss our next audiobook. While you're at it, smash that like button to help spread these epic tales to other cultivation fans around the world. Thanks for being here. Rin Xianchen, though he had not earned that name yet, did not know that name yet, did not know if his birth held any meaning at all, opened his eyes to absolute darkness and the smell of ancient stone. The smell was complex, layered with time. Minerals, moisture, something organic that had long since decomposed, and underneath it all, the faint metallic tang of magic old enough to be almost entirely inert. He was lying on cold rock, his body a map of pain so comprehensive that it seemed less like suffering and more like a language written in his own flesh. Each breath felt like pulling glass into his lungs. His ribs were sharp protrusions under skin so thin it seemed translucent, as if the process of becoming had already begun consuming him from within. His muscles were wasted to nothing, leaving only bone and the skin that hung from it like a robe on an empty frame. How long had he been lying here? Days? Weeks? The memory of getting here was absent, a blank space in his mind like a missing tooth, like a story with its beginning chapters torn away. He tried to remember his own face and found only blankness. He tried to remember his mother's voice and heard only silence. He tried to remember his own name and encountered a void that was almost a physical sensation, as if his identity had been carved out of him with surgical precision. He pushed himself up on trembling arms, moving with the slowness of something just learning coordination. The cave ceiling was so close he could touch it without fully extending his arm, the limestone rough against his fingertips. Limestone, ancient, water-worn limestone with strange markings carved into its surface with a precision that suggested not chance but intention. He stared at the carvings, and his vision swam with effort. The shapes seemed to move, seemed to contain meaning just beyond his grasp, as if they were written in a language his eyes could read but his conscious mind could not understand. His throat was dry enough to split like cracked leather. He needed water. He needed food. He needed to remember who he was, and why he was dying in a cave with no history and no understanding of how he came to be. The fundamental human needs warred with existential questions that had no answer. His body screamed for sustenance. His mind screamed for context. The carving caught his attention again. He pulled himself closer, his arms shaking with effort, studying the pattern. It was deliberate, intentional, an old script, older than he could place or contextualize. But his fingers, tracing the grooves worn smooth by centuries of wind and water and time's slow attrition, seemed to know something his mind did not. They recognized the shape and flow of the symbols. His body remembered when his mind did not. Something shifted inside his skull. Not pain, something else. A sensation like a locked door opening a fraction of an inch, allowing light and sound to pour through from a space that had been sealed away. His vision blurred, and suddenly he was seeing double, seeing another image overlaid on the cave with the transparency of a ghost. A man, ancient, wearing robes that had long since rotted to dust and memory, stood in this exact spot, carving these same marks with tools of crystalline energy that glowed with a light that predated stars. The ancient man's face was serene, his hands moving with the certainty of someone performing a ritual he had performed 1,000 times before. The vision collapsed. Rin gasped, his body convulsing with shock. What was that? A memory? A dream constructed by a dying brain? A lie shown to him by whatever force had made this cave and marked its walls. His hands trembled as he pulled them back from the carving. He crawled deeper into the cave, following an instinct he didn't understand, pushed forward by desperation and a sense that if he just kept moving, if he just followed the darkness and the cold air and whatever force was pulling him inward, he would find what he needed. The passage twisted downward, and the air grew cooler with each meter of descent. He was moving deeper into the earth than any surface creature should willingly go. The darkness became absolute, became a physical presence pressing against him. There, a sound. Water. The rush of an underground stream. The sound of liquid life moving through stone veins. An hour later, though time was almost meaningless in the darkness, it could have been 10 minutes or 10 hours. Subjective time had lost all relationship to objective reality. He was drinking. The water was cold and tasted of minerals, of ages of stone dissolution, of the chemical signature of the deep earth. It was the most precious thing he had ever consumed. His body seized on it with desperate need, drinking past the point of satiation, until his stomach ached and his throat felt less like broken glass and more like merely wounded leather. He drank until he could drink no more, then collapsed beside the pool, his body finally admitting its exhaustion, his consciousness fading into a darkness even deeper than the cave around him. When he woke, the darkness was still absolute. No light penetrated here, none at all. But his eyes had adjusted to a profound gloom through some mechanism of cultivation or evolution he didn't understand, and he could see shapes in the blackness. The curve of the cave, the shine of water reflecting some impossible light source, and something else. Something that emitted a faint, sickly luminescence, as if it was light that came from decay and age rather than any true source. He crawled toward it, moving slowly, his movements economical. He was learning, without being taught, how to move through darkness, how to sense pressure changes in the air, how to read the subtle electromagnetic fluctuations that all matter generated. It was an object, placed carefully in a niche in the cave wall. It was shaped like a staff, but it was made of something that was neither metal nor wood nor crystal. The material seemed to absorb light, and the faint glow came from within it, from something ancient and dying. Radioactive. That was the word that surfaced in his mind. Not in a modern sense of nuclear radiation, but in the deeper sense of radiating something, of being a source of energy that was being consumed by time's passage. When he touched it, the vision came back. Not a vision this time. A memory that wasn't his own, yet was being made available to him as if it had always been part of his consciousness. He saw the ancient scholar again, but now he saw the scholar's purpose with crystalline clarity. He saw him infusing power into this staff, using techniques that required understanding the fundamental structure of matter and energy. He saw him speaking words of binding and preservation in a language that was older than civilization, older perhaps than human language itself. He saw the scholar's hands glow with power that made the very air shimmer and warp. He saw the moment when the power locked into place, when the binding became permanent, when the staff became a sealed vault containing knowledge and technique and pure energy in a form that could last for epochs. Rin jerked his hand away from the staff, falling backward, gasping for air as if he had been suffocating. His heart was racing, sending blood through his veins at a pace that felt dangerous. His skin was cold with sweat. What was happening to him? Was he losing his mind? Was he being infected by something that lived in this cave? Something that showed him false memories? Something that was turning him into a vessel for its own consciousness? He explored deeper, moving away from the staff, needing to put distance between himself and the inexplicable. The passage opened into a larger chamber, and here, the walls were covered in more carvings. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, each one marked with that same faint glow, each one containing meaning. The chamber was a library written in stone. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above. The walls extended beyond his ability to perceive them. This was not a natural cave. This was a work of purpose and architecture. He approached the nearest carving and pressed his palm against it. His heart was pounding, but he forced himself to stay in contact. This time, the vision was clear and undeniable. He saw the scholar's life. He saw the scholar learning a technique, a way of drawing energy from the earth itself, focusing it through the body's meridians, refining it through the application of will and understanding, making it flow through channels that were half physical and half something else. He saw the scholar reaching a state of profound power, standing atop a mountain and speaking words of control to the very air itself, commanding wind and cloud and lightning as a master might command servants. He saw the scholar's hands move through forms that were equal parts dance and precision, each gesture containing layers of meaning and execution. He saw the moment when the scholar achieved balance, when all the disparate parts of cultivation integrated into a unified whole, when knowledge became power, became identity. The skill was not his own, but he understood it, completely, perfectly, as if it had been written directly into his mind, burning itself into his neural pathways with the heat of something too important to be forgotten. Rin pulled back from the wall and sat down hard, his mind reeling. The cave spun around him, or perhaps the world was spinning, or perhaps there was no difference anymore between the observer and the observed, between the seeker of knowledge and the knowledge itself. "What am I?" he whispered to the empty darkness. His voice was a rasp, barely more than breath, but it echoed in the chamber as if the stones themselves were listening, as if they were hungry for his words, as if they had been waiting through countless ages for someone to ask this question in this place. The darkness did not answer with words, but it was listening. He could feel it listening. The entire cave was aware of him. The carvings were aware of him. The ancient scholar's lingering presence, encoded in memory and magic, was aware of him. Something in this place was focusing all of its vast, ancient attention on this one fragile mortal consciousness, and he felt the weight of that attention like pressure against his mind. Chapter 2. The Archaeologist's Eye. For 3 days, Rin explored the cave system with the methodical intensity of someone searching for answers to questions he had no words for. He drank from the underground stream, learning to find the cleanest water, the sources that flowed from deeper sources and were less likely to be contaminated. He found edible fungi growing in the dampest corners, pale and bitter, but sustaining in their own way. The taste was medicinal, ancient, carrying with it some faint echo of the earth's depths. And he touched the carvings. Each carving was a doorway. Each one opened his mind to knowledge that was not his own, yet was being freely given to him. He learned to see the structure of energy flowing through the world. He learned the names of things in a language he should not have known, yet understood with the certainty of someone speaking their native tongue. He learned that cultivation was not a metaphor, but a literal process of refining the raw stuff of one's being into something more integrated, more powerful, more aligned with the laws that governed reality itself. The carvings showed him practical applications. He learned how to sense the flow of qi, the fundamental energy that permeated all existence, moving through the stone around him. He learned the names of the meridians that existed in the human body, invisible but absolutely real to those with trained perception. He learned meditation techniques that involved focusing consciousness at specific points in the body, drawing energy from the earth and the air and the cosmic vastness above, collecting it, and refining it until it became usable power. He learned that cultivation was not something that could be done quickly or carelessly. It required discipline, repetition, a willingness to push the body past its natural limits and trust that the limits would expand rather than shatter. On the fourth day, when he attempted his first meditation in earnest, he was ready. Not fully ready. No one was ever truly ready for the shock of cultivation, but as ready as one could be without having experienced it. He had chosen a memory from one of the carvings, a basic meditation technique that the ancient scholar had learned from some unnamed master in a time before recorded history. It was relatively simple in its explanation, though he sensed that the simplicity was deceptive, that what appeared simple from the outside would prove infinitely complex in execution. He found a chamber with a flat stone that had been worn smooth by use, a place that seemed designed specifically for meditation, and he sat. At first, nothing happened. He sat and breathed and tried to feel the energy the scholar had felt, and for hours, he felt only foolishness and frustration and the growing certainty that he was wasting his time, that his body was not designed to be a conduit for power, that whatever this process was, it required something he did not possess. His mind kept wandering. His legs began to cramp. His back ached with the strain of holding position. The meditation technique seemed entirely theoretical, something that had been written down by someone with no understanding of actual human anatomy and limitation. Then something shifted. It was so subtle that he almost missed it. A warmth in his lower belly, as if someone had lit a small fire there. The sensation of something thick and heavy beginning to flow through channels he was only now realizing he possessed. The channels were not physical. He couldn't touch them or see them, but they were absolutely real to his expanded perception. They were like rivers of potential energy running through his body, previously untapped, previously sleeping, now awakening to his attention. It hurt. The pain was real and significant. It felt like fire running through his veins, like his body was being remade from the inside out, like something fundamental was being rewired without anesthesia or mercy. He wanted to break the meditation, to jump up and run around, and do anything to make the pain stop. But something inside him knew this pain was important. The ancient scholar's memories spoke to him without words, assuring him that this was the necessary burning, the breaking of old patterns, the creation of the conditions for new growth. The channels opened further. The flow increased. His body convulsed, but he didn't break the meditation. He held the position through sheer will, through the desperate determination of someone who has glimpsed something transcendent and is willing to suffer to reach it. The pain peaked, and then, suddenly, transformed into something else. Warmth became pleasure. Agony became ecstasy. For a moment, he was not a dying man in a cave, but a conduit for something vast and beautiful. The energy flowed through him like electricity through a completed circuit. His consciousness expanded. He could sense the stone around him, could feel the presence of the underground stream several passages away, could sense the subtle vibrations of creatures living in the darkest parts of the cave system. When he opened his eyes, hours had passed. His body was slick with sweat, but when he looked at his hands and the faint glow emanating from the carvings, he could see them more clearly than ever before. The energy was visible now, like heat shimmer in the air, flowing across his skin in patterns that were both chaotic and somehow fundamentally ordered. It was beautiful in a way that transcended aesthetics. It was the visible signature of the universe's fundamental power, made manifest in the vessel of his mortal body. He tried to gather it in his palm. He focused, remembering the scholar's memories of control, of intention, of will applied with precision. The energy responded to his focused attention. It concentrated in his hand, gathering from throughout his body, pooling in his palm like water, finding its lowest point. A tiny spark of light appeared in his hand. It lasted only a moment before guttering out like a candle in wind, but it was real. It was definitely there. It followed the laws of his intention rather than the laws of physics as he had known them. He had reached the first stage, chi gathering. It was a rank so low that even the smallest sects would barely acknowledge it as cultivation. But to him, it was proof. Proof that he was not going mad. Proof that the knowledge he was receiving was real. Proof that cultivation was not metaphorical but literal, not mystical but practical, not impossible but inevitable if one had the discipline to pursue it. Over the next weeks, he practiced constantly. The meditation became easier with each session, as if his body was remembering something it had once known, as if cultivation was not learning something new, but rather remembering something that had always been part of his nature. Each meditation lasted longer, and the energy flow became stronger, more stable, more under his conscious control. He pushed himself to exhaustion and then beyond, driving his body and mind toward improvement with the single-minded determination of someone who has no other purpose, no other goal, no other reason to continue living except this relentless advance. And he continued to touch the statue of Luiying, gathering more of her memories, learning her history layer by layer. The memories did not come all at once. They came in fragments, in pieces, as if the carving was slowly releasing them, offering them in doses his mind could process without shattering under the weight of alien knowledge. She had been a warrior, a guardian. She had stood beside gods as they faced down threats to their realm. She had been loved and respected. She had been trained in arts that made her more powerful than any mortal should be able to imagine. And then, in a single catastrophic event that her memories showed only in fragments and broken images, flashes of something vast and dark, the screams of beings of immense power, the sensation of power being consumed rather than destroyed, everything had been annihilated. The realm had fallen. The gods had been killed or scattered or worse. And she had been sealed away, placed here in this cave, hidden by the last god standing before that god too fell into darkness. The mystery of her history became an obsession. He gathered these memories and held them close, the way one holds a candle in a storm, trying to warm oneself against the encroaching darkness. They told him that there was a world beyond the cave, a world of power and conflict and meaning. And that world was calling to him, demanding that he become strong enough to face it. Chapter 3. First Technique. First Power. The breakthrough came on the 10th day of his intensive practice. The meditation had become almost second nature, something his body and mind performed without conscious effort. He could now draw energy from the earth more efficiently. He could manipulate that energy more precisely. His control was becoming real, and his power was beginning to accumulate, beginning to create permanent changes in his physical form. He woke one morning to find that his breathing was easier. The constant pain that had been a background noise to his consciousness had faded significantly. The trembling in his hands had stopped. His body was no longer screaming at him with the voice of deprivation and suffering. His frame was still skeletal, still carrying the marks of starvation, but something in him was healing now, was reversing the damage of whatever trauma had left him in this cave in the first place. The cultivation was taking hold. He was establishing the foundation, and he was ready to move beyond simple meditation into practical technique. He had chosen a memory from one of the carvings, a combat technique that the ancient scholar had learned from a visiting immortal. The immortal in the memory was so powerful that even the carved image seemed to radiate, barely contained strength. The technique itself was relatively simple, just a single strike that gathered and released focused energy, but it required perfect control, perfect timing, perfect understanding of how to form a coherent pulse of power and direct it with intention. He stood in the main cavern, on a stone platform that had been worn smooth by use, positioning himself as the memory showed him, feeling the energy in his body beginning to gather. The technique required that he imagine an opponent. So he closed his eyes and pictured one, a shade of smoke and shadow, standing before him with posture that challenged, with stance that projected hostility and predatory intent. He began the movement. It was deceptively simple, a few steps to align his body, a breath drawn in the specific manner shown in the memory, a moment of intense focus to gather the energy, and then the release. The energy exploded outward with a force that sent him staggering backward. His hand shot forward as if of its own volition, responding to training burned into the body's memory by someone else's practice. A shockwave of visible energy blasted across the cavern. It was a lance of pure power, a bolt of concentrated will made visible. It hit the far wall, and sent a spray of stone and dust into the air. The sound was tremendous, a crack like thunder that echoed through the cave system. Rin fell to his knees, gasping. His arm was shaking. It felt like fire had run through his meridians, like the technique had opened channels that were larger and more demanding than his normal meditation. His hand was bleeding from microscopic tears in the skin, where the energy had forced itself through more violently than the body was designed to handle. The pain was significant, but it was not agony. It was the clean pain of improvement, of tissue being remodeled, of the body adapting to new demands. But it had worked. The technique had worked. He had thrown a shockwave of pure energy across the cavern and struck the stone wall hard enough to cause visible damage. He was no longer just meditating and sitting. He was becoming a cultivator in fact, as well as theory. He laughed, the sound echoing crazily through the caves. The sound was unhinged, slightly desperate, but also triumphant. He had thrown a stone wall aside with nothing but his body and will. He was becoming something more than human. He was becoming what the ancient scholar had been. He was becoming what the gods had been, or at least, he was beginning the path that might lead him to such heights. That night, as he meditated, he felt a change in himself. It was subtle but profound. His body was no longer screaming. The constant pain that had been a background noise had faded significantly. His breathing was easier. His heart felt stronger, more resilient, more able to handle the demands of powering cultivation. His body was not just recovering from starvation. It was transforming, becoming something that was half human and half something else, something that could support the flow of energy that cultivation required. Over the next weeks, he practiced constantly. He meditated, moving through the forms he had learned from the carvings. He performed the technique again and again, each time feeling more control, more power, more understanding of how to shape the energy into a cohesive weapon. He pushed himself to exhaustion and then beyond, driving his body and mind toward improvement. His hands developed calluses. His meridians developed resilience. His mind developed the ability to hold multiple threads of consciousness simultaneously, a requirement for controlling power while maintaining other aspects of awareness. And he continued to touch the statue of Luiying, gathering more of her memories, learning her history. Through her memories, he began to understand something vast and terrible. The realm she had served, the gods she had known, were not distant mythological beings. They were real. They had existed, and they had been destroyed. The memories showed him fragments, a sky of impossible colors, a city of crystalline spires reaching toward stars, immortal beings walking with perfect grace and absolute confidence in their power. But these visions were always interrupted by something else, by a darkness that did not simply consume light, but seemed to negate it, to render it meaningless. The gods' final moments were encoded in the statue's memory, and they were not moments of glorious victory, but of desperate flight, of power failing, of consciousness being extinguished, of existence being unraveled. Luiying's memory showed him her in a hall of pillars, surrounded by other beings of transcendent power, all of them standing in defiance of something vast and incomprehensible. She was screaming a name, or perhaps a prayer, or perhaps simply a denial of what was about to happen. And then the memory cut off, severed, as if the curse preventing her awakening also limited what memories could be accessed. This was the mystery at the heart of the cave. This was what drove him forward despite the pain, despite the uncertainty, despite the knowledge that he was pursuing answers to questions that might destroy him if he found them. Chapter 4. Tomb of the Forgotten Master on the 43rd day in the cave. He knew it was the 43rd because he had taken to marking time by scratches on the stone, 5 marks for each day, grouped to make counting easier. Ren's meditation was interrupted by something unusual, a tremor in the earth. At first, he thought it was a sign of his cultivation advancing into a new stage. Meditation teachers often spoke of the body announcing its advancement through physical sensation. But no, this was different. This was physical. The stone itself was shaking. Dust fell from the ceiling, disturbed by vibrations that came from somewhere deeper in the earth. The ancient carvings glowed with a brighter luminescence, as if reacting to something, as if awakened by a signal that had been silent for eons. The statue of Luiying began to hum. The sound was so low that Ren felt it more than heard it, a vibration that set his bones resonating in sympathy. It resonated with something deep in his consciousness, something that responded to that frequency, as if it had been waiting for that particular signal since before his birth. The hum continued, building in intensity, building towards something. He rose from his meditation posture and moved toward her, concerned but also fascinated. Something was changing. Something was shifting in the fundamental structure of the cave itself. As he approached the statue, a passage he had never noticed before became apparent. The tremor had shifted a large boulder, a mass of stone easily as heavy as a grown man, that had been blocking an opening in the cave wall. Now the opening was visible, a descent into depths he had never explored. The air coming from the passage was cooler, fresher, carrying with it scents that were different from the upper reaches of the cave. It smelled like air that had been undisturbed for centuries. It smelled like tombs. It smelled like death preserved rather than decayed. Without fully understanding why, driven by instinct and the sense that this moment was important, Rin retrieved a crystal he had found during his wanderings, one of the glowing stones that had illuminated the upper caves. It was warm to the touch and emitted a soft blue light. He held it before him like a torch and descended the passage. The air grew colder as he descended deeper into the earth. He was moving deeper than he had ever been, moving away from the upper chambers and towards something. Toward what? He did not know. The walls here were rough, less worked, less obviously crafted by intention. But there were markings nonetheless. There were carvings, but these were different, less elaborate, more urgent, as if carved in haste or desperation. The script was the same language as the upper carvings, but the handwriting was different, less precise, more emotional. He read them as he passed, reading memories and emotions burned into stone by someone's urgent will. Do not come. Turn back. This place is sealed. She waits. Do not free her. The curse was just. If you wake her, the world will know despair. The warnings grew more frantic as he descended deeper, but they also grew older. The script changed, evolved. The crystal grew warmer in his hand, as if responding to something, as if resonating with other sources of power in the depths. At the bottom of the passage, the cave opened into another vast chamber. This one was different from any of the others. Where the upper chambers had been open and spacious and designed for meditation and study, this one was cluttered. There were objects everywhere, carefully arranged and preserved under a thin layer of dust that had been accumulating for ages. He saw tables carved from stone, and on them rested devices of unknown purpose. Spheres of polished crystal that seemed to contain nothing but somehow felt full, rods of metal that did not tarnish despite the humidity and age, mirrors that reflected light in impossible ways, images showing not the room as it was but as it had been, thousands of years in the past. And in the center of the chamber, on a raised platform, was a corpse. Rin approached slowly, his heart pounding. The body was ancient, preserved by the dry, cold air of the cave, kept from decay by some magic or preservation technique that had been laid down when the owner of the body was alive. It was clothed in robes that had survived the centuries, still holding their color and weave, robes of a fine material that seemed to resist the passage of time. Around the corpse's neck hung an amulet of jade, carved with symbols of authority and learning. On the corpse's hands, rings of precious metals, each one inscribed with formulas and techniques, each one a repository of knowledge. This was the ancient scholar, the one whose memories Ren had been reading from the carvings, the teacher whose techniques had become Ren's foundation, the master whose knowledge had awakened the archaeologist system in Ren's mind. Slowly, carefully, aware that he was engaging in something that might be desecration or might be sacred, Ren reached out and placed his hand upon the scholar's arm. The memory that flooded his mind was different from the fragmented visions from the carvings. This was a complete consciousness, a final recording left by the scholar at the moment of death. It was as if the scholar had somehow ensured that his final thoughts, his dying realization, would be preserved in his own body, waiting for someone to come and claim it. He was dying. The scholar was very old, far older than his body should have been able to sustain. Centuries had passed. His body was failing despite all his cultivation. He had known this time was coming. He had known it for decades and had spent those decades preparing. He had placed his journal, his discoveries, all his knowledge into the chambers above, encoded in the carvings, scattered throughout the cave system in a pattern that would only reveal itself to someone with the proper training and intuition. He had left his body here, in the deepest chamber, preserved by magic and the environment, a final beacon for whoever might come seeking him. And his final thought, his final message, carried directly through his preserved corpse into Ren's consciousness, was simple but vast. You are coming. I feel you coming across time. You are the next, the one who will carry the knowledge forward. The world above is changing. The realm of the gods is falling. The darkness is hungry, and it is beginning to stir. You must be ready. You must be strong. Because if you are not ready, everything will be consumed. Ren jerked his hand away from the corpse, his mind reeling. The knowledge transferred by the body was different from the knowledge from the carvings. The carvings had shown him technique and practice and craft. The corpse showed him purpose. It showed him intention. It showed him that the scholar had been preserving knowledge not for its own sake, but for a reason. For a purpose. For something that was coming. He searched the chamber frantically, moving from table to table, examining the artifacts. He found weapons carved from materials that shouldn't exist, weapons whose purpose was to fight things that were not entirely physical. He found armor that seemed to be made of solidified light or condensed energy, armor that would protect against power rather than physical strikes. He found compasses that pointed not toward magnetic north, but toward sources of power and danger. And then, in a small alcove at the back of the chamber, he found a journal. It was bound in leather that had survived the centuries, protected by the same preservation magic that had kept the scholar's body intact. The pages within were covered in writing, both in the ancient script and in a more modern handwriting, as if the scholar had been teaching himself to think in new ways as centuries passed. The journal contained diagrams of cultivation techniques. It contained formulas for making pills and potions that would enhance cultivation. It contained sketches of the cave system, showing chambers that he had never explored. It contained equations, calculations, theories about the fundamental nature of reality and power. But most importantly, at the end of the journal, in handwriting so shaky that it must have been written as the scholar was on the verge of death, was a message. He read it by the light of his glowing crystal, his eyes struggling with the faint letters, his mind struggling with the enormous weight of the implications. If you are reading this, you have learned the basic techniques. You have climbed to chi-gathering realm and perhaps beyond. You are not yet what you need to be, but you are beginning. The beings you saw in Liu Ying's memories, the ones she served, the ones who gifted her to this world in the first place, they had a name for what you are becoming. They called it the Archaeologist System, a way of reading, learning, and extracting power from the past. A system that allows mortals to absorb the knowledge of the dead, to become more than any single individual could be, to advance along a path that should be impossible. Use this gift, and you may survive what is coming. Use this gift, and you might even thrive. Do not use it, and you will die with all the others, consumed by the hunger that consumed the gods. The words struck deep. They reverberated in his mind like a bell struck in an empty cathedral. Ren's hand trembled as he held the journal. A system, a way of understanding his awakening. He was not going mad. He was being activated. Something had chosen him, or had set events in motion such that he would find this cave, this knowledge, and become the next guardian of the archaeologist's path. His existence was not random. His appearance in the cave was not chance. He had been brought here. He had been awakened for a purpose. He gathered the journal carefully, cradling it like a newborn child, and climbed back up through the chamber of the dead, leaving the preserved corpse to its eternal rest, carrying with him the knowledge that the scholar had deemed important enough to preserve for all these ages. As he reached the upper passages, the tremor came again. But this time he understood it. It was not an external disturbance. It was the cave itself, responding to his presence, to the fact that the last message had been delivered, to the fact that the cycle was continuing. The archaeologist system was awakening, and Ren Xianxun, no longer entirely human, no longer entirely himself, was beginning to become something that had not existed in the world for thousands of years. Chapter 5. The Curse's Secret, with the journal as his guide, detailing techniques and progression markers and the deeper philosophy of the archaeologist system, Ren's cultivation accelerated dramatically. The scholar had left not just knowledge but a map, a curriculum, a step-by-step progression of meditation, technique, and theory that had been refined over centuries of practice. But the journal also spoke of something else, Liu Ying's curse. It filled several pages, and the scholar's handwriting became more careful, more respectful, when discussing her. He explained that the binding that held the statue frozen was not simple restraint. It was a sophisticated magical construct, a lattice of power and intention designed to preserve the one it bound in a state of eternal stasis. According to the scholar's notes, the curse could only be broken by someone who cultivated with absolute purity of heart and intention. Someone who genuinely desired to free her, not for power or gain or the knowledge contained in her memories, but because they believed it was the right thing to do. The scholar also noted the tragic irony. Liu Ying is imprisoned by a curse that responds to goodness, and most beings who find her will see only a potential power source, a chance to absorb her strength and knowledge by force. They will break the curse through malicious intent, and in doing so, will shatter her consciousness, turning her into an empty husk that is technically alive but fundamentally dead. The scholar had made a vow in his journal. If someone comes after I am gone, if someone finds this cave and learns these techniques, I hope they will be different. I hope they will see Liu Ying not as a resource to be exploited, but as a person to be respected. If they can do this, if they can cultivate with pure intent while possessing real power, then perhaps the curse will recognize the paradox and yield. Rin resolved that he would not be one of those beings who sought to exploit. He decided, with a clarity that felt like it came from somewhere beyond himself, that he would work toward freeing Luing not because of the power he would gain, but because she deserved to be free, because she had been imprisoned through no fault of her own, because the gods she had served had fallen and left her behind. He began a new practice. Every day, after his morning meditation, after his cultivation exercises, he would go to Luing's chamber and sit with her. He would touch her stone hand and read the portions of memory that the curse allowed him to access. The curse was permeable from his side. He could pull information from her, the way water flowed downhill, but it was locked from hers. She could not communicate back to him. She could not show him her true face or speak to him in words. She was trapped not just in stone, but in silence. But he could feel her awareness. In the depths of the cave, her consciousness was aware, caught between sleep and waking, trapped in the moment of the curse's activation. She could sense his presence, and when he touched her, he felt a kind of yearning from her, a desperate desire to break free, a hunger for connection and conversation that had gone unsatisfied for so long. Every day, he tried to make the curse weaker, though he did not know exactly how. He simply sat with her and radiated what he hoped was goodness. He spoke to her, telling her of his daily progress, of the techniques he was learning, of his determination to understand the mystery of the god's fall, of his commitment to becoming strong enough to face whatever was coming. "I don't know who you are," he told her once, holding her stone hand in both of his, feeling the cold reality of it, the way it did not respond to his touch even though her consciousness was inside. "I don't know what you suffered or why you've been left here in this darkness. But I swear to you, if I can free you, I will. You deserve better than this darkness. You deserve to be free." He felt a response, not in words, but in a subtle vibration that ran through the stone. She heard him. Her consciousness, locked away, somehow registered his voice and his intention. On the 60th day of his awakening, he had marked the days carefully in his journal now, recording his progress, noting his observations, following the example of the scholar who had done the same centuries ago. As he meditated beside her statue, something changed. He was in a deep meditation, barely conscious of his physical form, when he felt the curse beginning to crack. It was a sensation like ice at the beginning of spring, when the pressure of water begins to stress the frozen surface. When the bonds of crystalline structure begin to experience strain they cannot ultimately withstand. The curse had weaknesses, patterns in its structure, and those patterns were responding to his presence. He opened his eyes and stared at her statue. The faintest light was beginning to emanate from within the stone itself, a blue luminescence that came from the core of her being, from her consciousness, from her essence beginning to respond to the weakening of her prison. "Keep going," he whispered, his voice steady despite the pounding of his heart. "I'm here. You're not alone. I'm going to free you." He placed his palm flat against her chest, over where her heart would be, and began a new meditation. This one was different from any technique he had learned from the carvings or from the scholar's journal. It was something he invented on the spot, a meditation based on the feeling of her presence, the resonance of her awareness through the stone, the pattern of her consciousness reaching out toward him like roots reaching toward water. He poured his energy into the curse's weak points, gently, carefully, never forcing, always offering rather than demanding. He was offering his own cultivation as a kind of key, not to unlock the curse by force, but to show the curse that his intention was pure, that his cultivation was for her benefit, that he asked for nothing in return except the knowledge that she was free. Hours passed. His arm grew numb from maintaining contact. His body screamed for movement and food and water. But he did not break the meditation. He held the meditation with the determination of someone who has made a vow and will honor it or die in the attempt. And then, in a moment of clarity and bright sudden light, something gave way. The stone began to crack. It started at the feet and spread upward, a branching pattern of fractures like lightning captured in mineral form. The light from within grew brighter, becoming white-hot, becoming almost painful to perceive. Rin pulled his hand away as the stone's temperature began to rise, as if the curse was releasing energy that had been contained for millennia. The statue shattered, exploding outward in fragments of brilliant stone. Each fragment fell to the ground and began to glow, to shimmer, to transform. And from the cloud of dust and light, something emerged. Something that was not made of stone anymore. Something that was becoming real, becoming solid, becoming alive. Chapter 6. The bandits arrive. A form coalesced from the light and dust. At first, it was formless, a swirl of energy and brilliance, of pure power too concentrated to take physical shape. But then it began to solidify. Matter began to accumulate around the consciousness, pulling itself from the cave walls, from the air, from the fundamental stuff of reality. It took shape. It became real. She fell to her knees on the cavern floor, gasping for air as if she had been suffocating, as if the centuries of stasis had been a drowning that she was only now escaping. Her body was real now, no longer stone, no longer frozen. But she was disoriented, struggling to comprehend that she was free, that the curse that had bound her had finally broken, that consciousness and matter were reunited. Rin approached slowly, unsure what to do, terrified of startling her, aware that this being had immense power and might respond to fear or confusion with violence. Luying, can you hear me? You're safe now. The curse is broken. The woman's eyes snapped open. They were not human eyes. They were multifaceted, like the eyes of an insect, but alive with intelligence and emotion that transcended anything merely biological. They were eyes that had seen epochs pass. They were eyes that had known gods and stood beside them. She stared at Ron, and her mouth opened as if to speak, but the words that came out were in a language he had never heard, though his enhanced senses registered it as something ancient and powerful, something that carried within it the resonance of the god's realm. She began to glow. Her body was responding to her awakening consciousness, radiating energy that made the air shimmer, that made the temperature in the chamber rise and fall in unpredictable waves. She was tremendously powerful. Rin could feel it now that she was no longer sealed. A presence that dwarfed his own by an incalculable margin, the difference between a candle and the sun, between a person and the entire earth. She continued to speak in her strange language, her voice becoming more distressed, more desperate. She looked around the cavern as if seeing it for the first time, and her expression shifted from confusion to horror. Her eyes fixed on the remains of her statue, on the stone fragments that still glowed with residual magic. Her voice rose to a wail that echoed through the chamber, a sound of such profound loss and sorrow that Rin felt it like a physical blow. "It's okay," Rin said, speaking slowly and clearly, though he had no idea if she understood, though her language was so alien that the very vibrations of her speech seemed to bypass his ears and speak directly to his mind. "You're safe. The curse is broken. You're free now. You're alive." Lu Ying's eyes fixed on him. She spoke again, more slowly this time, and incredibly, Rin could almost understand her. The meaning seemed to come directly into his mind, as if her consciousness was communicating with his on a level beyond language, as if the Archaeologist System was translating not just words but intent and emotion and memory. How long? Her mental voice was strained, ancient, carrying the weight of eons, of consciousness interrupted mid-experience, of one moment's continuation experienced as one moment's captivity. "I don't know," Rin answered truthfully. "Thousands of years, maybe. I don't remember how long I've been awake myself. Time doesn't seem to work right in this cave. Everything here is old. Everything here is preserved." Lu Ying rose to her feet. She was unsteady, like a newborn animal learning to walk, like someone who has been in a deep sleep and needs time to reorient to the physical world. Her form was that of a beautiful woman, but with those pointed ears that marked her as something other than human. She was clothed in robes that had not decayed, protected by the same magic that had preserved her stone form. Her skin had a faint luminescence, as if she was slightly not entirely physical, as if part of her was still existing in another dimension. "What is your name?" she asked, her mental voice gradually becoming clearer, more stable, as her consciousness adjusted to the reality of existence. "Ren Xianchun," he answered, and as he spoke the name, he realized it was the first time he had claimed it fully, claimed it as his own rather than as something the cave had given him. "I don't remember if it's my birth name or if the cave gave it to me. I don't remember much of anything before I woke here." "Ren Xianchun," Lu Ying repeated, testing the name, rolling it across her tongue, understanding it through a form of comprehension that transcended language. "Thank you for freeing me, Ren Xianchun. I am." She paused, searching for a translation, struggling to convert what she was into something a mortal mind could process. "I am Lu Ying. I was a guardian. I was a warrior. I was." Her voice trailed off, and pain flashed across her face like lightning across a dark sky. "Everything is gone. The realm, the gods, the sky, all of it gone. Only darkness and time and the slow dissolution of everything I knew." "I know," Rin said, and it was true. He had read enough of her memories to understand that her world had been catastrophically destroyed, that she had lost everything, that her awakening was not a joyful return to life, but a return to a world that no longer existed. "I'm sorry for what you've lost." Lu Ying's eyes focused on him again, and they were warm despite her sorrow. "You're still weak," she said. "Still almost human. But you're not entirely. There's something in you. Something like us. Like the ones who built this place. The architects. You carry their design. Architects. Ren asked, but before Luying could answer, the moment was shattered by a sound echoing through the cave. Voices. Human voices. And the sounds of many boots on stone, moving with purpose, approaching the chamber with speed that suggested intention and organization. Both Ren and Luying tensed. Their eyes met, and Ren saw understanding and wariness flash across her face. Whatever was coming, she recognized it as a potential threat. The voices grew louder. Torchlight began to flicker on the chamber walls. And then, turning the corner into the cavern chamber, a group of armed men appeared. There were 7 of them, all wearing the mismatched armor and carrying the crude weapons of bandits or mercenaries. They were weathered, scarred, dangerous-looking. At their head was a tall man with a scar running from his left eye down to his jaw, a scar that was fresh enough to still be pink, still healing. He took in the scene, the broken statue, the dust still settling, the glowing woman and the young man, and his expression shifted into one of predatory interest. Well, the scarred man said, his voice rasping with disuse and amusement. What do we have here? Refugees from some sealed shrine? Some old magic left over from the age before? I'm Crew, and this is my company. We own the roads around here for 30 miles in all directions. We claim every artifact, every treasure, every interesting thing that we find in our territory. And anything found in our territory belongs to us. Ren's hand instinctively moved to the sword he had taken from the scholar's cache, the ancient blade that he had been training with for weeks. But Luying touched his shoulder, and her mental voice was calm, controlled, the voice of someone who had faced danger and learned not to panic. Leave this to me. But stay back. What you are about to see, stay back and do not interfere. She stepped forward, and as she did, her form began to change. Her eyes glowed with an inner light that pushed back the shadows. Her skin seemed to become translucent, allowing the power beneath to show through, to radiate outward. She was preparing for violence, drawing on the reserves of strength that 50,000 years of stasis had not diminished. The air around her began to shimmer. Her power became visible, a pressure that filled the chamber, that made the bandits stumble back. We mean you no harm, she said, speaking aloud now, her voice carrying harmonics that made the stone resonate, that made the torches flicker, that made the very air seem to respond to her words. We are simply passing through. Leave us, and we will leave you. No violence is necessary. This can be peaceful. Crew laughed. It was the laugh of a man who had never been refused and did not know how to respond to refusal. It was the laugh of someone who had always gotten what he wanted through force and saw no reason why that would change. He gestured to his men with the confidence of someone who had never encountered a situation he couldn't dominate. Take her, he commanded, his voice edged with hunger and cruelty. The young one, too. They'll fetch a good price in the slave markets. Or maybe they're useful pets. I've heard stories about old magic. Maybe we can use them for something profitable. The bandits advanced, drawing their weapons, moving with the speed of people accustomed to violence. Luying's power exploded outward. Chapter 7. The first kill in the moment before Luying could strike with the full force of her power, in the moment before she could unleash the ancient techniques she had learned in the god's realm, in the moment before this became a one-sided massacre, Ren threw himself forward. He didn't know why. It was instinct, not reason. Or perhaps it was the scholar's memories, burned into his body through meditation and practice, showing him the tactical necessity of speed and surprise. Or perhaps it was something else entirely, something that came from the deepest part of who he was, something that insisted on action rather than passivity. He closed the distance to the nearest bandit, a thick man with a club and a cruel smile, in 3 rapid strides. His movement was faster than any mortal should be able to achieve. His body had been transformed by cultivation, by the infusion of the Archaeologist System, by the steady practice of meditation and technique. He was no longer human in the way that these bandits understood humanity. His hand shot forward in the technique he had been practicing, the same strike that had shattered the stone wall. The energy concentrated at his fingertips met the bandit's sternum, and the impact was tremendous. The bandit went flying backward, the air exploding from his lungs. He crashed into the wall behind him and crumpled, his body going slack, his breathing ceasing. Ren didn't wait to see if the man was breathing. He had already turned toward his next opponent, his body responding to muscle memory and the ancient training that flowed through him. He drew the sword he had claimed from the scholar's chamber. It was ancient, and as his hand closed around the hilt, knowledge flooded into him. Not memory this time. The weapon itself had a resonance, an understanding built into its very structure. It wanted to be used. It knew how to be used. It had been forged for combat against enemies far more formidable than mortal bandits, and it had been waiting for a wielder who could honor its purpose. The second bandit, a wiry man with a dagger and eyes that showed more cunning than the others, lunged forward. His strike was crude but potentially effective, aiming for Ren's stomach, trying to disembowel him, trying to end the threat quickly. Ren sidestepped and brought his sword down in a motion that felt both alien and perfectly natural. The ancient blade passed through cloth and flesh and bone with barely a whisper of resistance, with the ease of something moving through air. The bandit screamed. The world became red and awful. Time seemed to slow. Ren could see the blood falling in droplets, each one reflecting the torchlight, each one a sudden shift in the fundamental composition of the universe. The bandit fell to his knees, his hand moving to the wound, his mind trying to comprehend what had happened. Ren had killed things before. In the cave, he had driven creatures away with his power, had struck with violent intent. But this was the first time he had looked into a human's eyes in the moment of death, had felt the instant when consciousness departed from flesh, had witnessed the transition from being to not being. The horror of it nearly froze him. The moral weight of it was tremendous. He was a killer now. He had crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. He was no longer purely human. He was something that could kill and continue living. But Liu Ying's voice cut through the shock like a blade. Move. Ren dove aside as energy crackled past him, striking the wounded bandit. The man was incinerated, burning to ash, becoming nothing but memory and regret. Liu Ying was fully engaged now with 3 of the remaining bandits. Her strikes were not physical but a combination of gesture and will, commands that the air itself seemed to obey. She was not merciful, but she was not wasteful. Bandits were hurled against walls with force that broke their bones. Bandits were slammed into the ground, the impact creating craters in the stone. She was controlled fury, each strike precise and calculated, executed with the efficiency of someone who had learned combat in the wars of the gods. Ren engaged the remaining bandit, Crew himself. The scarred man was the most skilled, and his eyes held something that the others lacked: experience and cunning. He didn't try to fight Ren directly, but instead attempted to flee, moving toward the passage that led upward and out of the cave. Ren pursued, his new strength and speed letting him close the distance. The ancient sword sang as it moved through the air. He didn't try to kill Crew immediately. Some part of him wanted the man to escape, wanted to believe he was not a murderer. But his body, driven by instinct and the scholar's memories, wouldn't allow for mercy. He caught Crew at the passage entrance. Their swords met, and the ancient blade easily shattered the bandit's crude steel. Ren pressed forward, and Crew stumbled backward, trying to flee. But the passage was narrow and steep, and Crew fell. Ren watched him tumble down the stairs, his body breaking against the hard stone with sickening cracks. Bones shattered. The scar on his face tore open, bleeding freely. He hit the bottom of the flight and did not get up. When Ren returned to the main chamber, Liu Ying was standing among the bodies. Her form was still glowing, still radiating power, but the immediate danger had passed. Around her, the bandits lay broken and burned. The smell of death and burning filled the chamber, mixing with the scent of ancient stone and the faint ozone of power released. "You killed them," Liu Ying said. It wasn't an accusation or a compliment, simply a statement of fact. "I did," Ren said, and his hands were shaking, bloody with a death he hadn't wanted to deal but had dealt nonetheless. The reality was setting in. He had taken lives. Multiple lives. He had used violence without hesitation. He had embraced combat without allowing himself to consider alternatives. The weight of that realization was enormous. "Good," Liu Ying said. She moved to him and placed a hand on his shoulder, and her mental voice was not unkind. "You may not understand yet what you are. You may not know what forces move in the world beyond this cave. But you need to understand one thing, Ren Xianxian. If you show weakness, if you hesitate, if you allow your morality to paralyze you, you will be devoured. The world does not tolerate the meek. It consumes them. The beings outside this cave do not spare the innocent. They extract resources and move forward. You have taken a life today. That is a weight you will carry. But you did what was necessary. That is the beginning of wisdom." She gestured to the bodies with a sweep of her hand, and they dissolved into dust, scattered by her power, returned to the elements. There was something merciful in the act, something that acknowledged death while refusing to let the corpses linger as a reminder of what had transpired. "You are no longer purely mortal," she continued. "You have crossed a threshold, and there will be thresholds ahead. Each one will require you to kill. Each one will require you to become something more than you were. If you can accept this, if you can carry this burden, then you may survive what is coming." Ren looked at the dust where the bodies had been, at the blood on his sword, And he understood, in that moment, that the cave had not saved him to be safe. It had saved him to be a warrior. Chapter 8. Shen Kuang's proposition. After Luying and Rin dealt with the bodies, dragging them to a chasm they discovered in the lower passages and letting gravity and darkness do what burial could not, they returned to the main chambers. They did not speak much during this work. There was something sacred about the silence, something necessary about the lack of words. The world had changed. They had changed it through violence and necessity. Over the following days, Luying recovered her strength more fully. The initial shock of awakening wore off, and she began to adjust to the reality of consciousness after 50,000 years of stasis. She moved through the cave with him, touching the carvings, reading the same memories that Rin had read. But her understanding was deeper. She recognized some of the carved scholars as people she had known. She saw in their preserved memories the building dread of the gods' final days, the growing sense that something was coming, that the barriers between dimensions were weakening, that a fundamental threat to existence itself was awakening. She told him pieces of her story as she recovered, fragments of her past that she could bear to speak of. She had been a warrior and a guardian, born in the realm of the gods in a time when that realm was alive and vital. She had been blessed with immortality and training in arts that made her more powerful than any mortal could imagine. She had stood beside gods as they performed miracles, as they shaped worlds, as they maintained the fundamental laws that governed existence. She had been loved and respected. She had been one of the elite, one of the chosen, one of the few who understood the deepest secrets of power. And then, in a span of days, in what should have been impossible, everything had been destroyed. She did not tell him the full story of how the gods had fallen. The memories were too traumatic, too raw, still carrying the electrical charge of existential terror. But she spoke of the fear she had felt, the helplessness in the face of something so vast and so hungry that even the gods could not oppose it. She spoke of how the gods had tried to fight, had thrown all their power and knowledge against the threat, and how all of it had been consumed. She spoke of how, in the end, the last god standing had made a choice, to seal away the threat, to bind it, to imprison it in the spaces between dimensions, hoping that someday someone would be strong enough to deal with it properly. The Devourer, she whispered once, and even speaking the name made her tremble. It came to us without warning, without mercy. We had known it was possible. Our oldest records spoke of such things, but we had thought ourselves safe. We were fools. It is not a being that can be fought or negotiated with. It is hunger itself, given form. It is entropy and appetite and the fundamental principle of chaos, all focused through a consciousness that is utterly alien to anything we understand as life. It consumes power, consumes existence itself. When it is near, the very laws of nature begin to break down. Is it dead? Ren asked. Is it coming back? Is that why the scholar left all these warnings? No, Luying said, her voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. It was not killed. Killing implies the existence of a physical form that can be destroyed. This thing is not that simple. It was bound, by the sacrifice of the last god, imprisoned in a state of dormancy. But the binding will not hold forever. The oldest prophecies speak of cycles. The devourer sleeps and wakes, across eons of time. And when it wakes... She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. The implication was clear. When it woke, everything would be threatened again. On the 15th day after Luying's awakening, something changed in the cave itself. The carvings that had been glowing with a faint luminescence suddenly brightened, became more intense, as if responding to a signal. And in the depths of the upper passages, where Rin had first awoken, a new presence became apparent. Someone was approaching. Multiple someones. The presence was not hostile, but it was overwhelmingly powerful. Whoever this was, they dwarfed even Luying in raw strength. Rin and Luying climbed upward, moving toward the entrance of the cave system. As they climbed, moving through passages they had traversed many times before, the presence grew stronger. It was like walking into the radius of a great fire, feeling the heat intensifying with each step. They climbed past the chamber where Rin had first awakened, past the library of memories carved into stone, past the chamber where the statue of Luying had stood before her awakening, and into the upper passages that led toward the outside world. They emerged into the twilight, where the cave entrance opened into a vast mountain vista. Here, standing at the cave mouth like a guardian, was the stranger. He was tall, impossibly tall, with skin that seemed to be made of stone or crystalline matter. His eyes were ancient, carrying the weight of centuries or perhaps millennia. He moved with a grace that contradicted his physical bulk, and around him, the air seemed to shimmer with barely contained power. Behind him, Several robed figures in gray emerged from the passage. They carried symbols of authority and learning, scrolls, tablets of stone, marks of an organization devoted to knowledge. The tall figure approached Run and Luing directly, moving with measured steps, showing no signs of hostility. When he spoke, his voice was like stone grinding against stone, yet somehow musical, somehow carrying layers of meaning that transcended simple sound. "I am Daoyin," he said, his gaze passing over both of them with the intensity of someone reading a complex text. "I am the head of the Archaeological Society, an order devoted to preserving knowledge from the old world, from the age before the gods fell, from the eons when the fundamental laws of reality were still being written. For many years, my people have sensed a disturbance in this cave, a ripple in the fabric of power that old magic produces. We have felt the activation of ancient systems that have been sealed away for what we believed was forever, and we have come to investigate what awakens here in this sacred place." He paused, his gaze shifting between Ren and Luing with the intensity of assessment. "I can feel what you are. The girl has the resonance of the old realms, the energy signature of a being that was alive when the gods walked. But you," his ancient eyes fixed on Ron, "you have something stranger, something that feels like it was not born but rather constructed, built by hands that understand the very fabric of existence. You have the mark of the architects upon you." Ren did not know what to say. The question of what he had been building in his mind since he had first felt the memories flowing into him from the carvings. But before he could speak, another presence entered the cave from a different passage. This one was hostile. It radiated aggression and arrogance and the absolute certainty of dominance. The figure that emerged was of medium height, dressed in the robes of a high cultivator, but radiating power that made the air itself seem to warp and distort around him. Where Daoyin's power was ancient and worn smooth by time, this being's power was sharp and focused and hungry. "I sensed power here," the figure said, his voice harsh and filled with amusement, with the satisfaction of a predator who has scented prey. "I did not expect it to be Daoyin, but this is convenient. You can witness my victory." The man's eyes fixed on Ren with an intensity that felt like being pinned by a blade. "I am Shun Kuang, an immortal of the Heavenly Council. I was attracted to the presence of a new cultivator, someone who has been awakening power at a rate that should not be possible within natural parameters. And now I see the source. You have found a way, somehow, to accelerate your own power growth far beyond the natural rate. How delightful. How profitable for me." Shun Kuang stepped forward, and the cavern was filled with pressure, with the weight of his cultivation as an immortal. It was a level of power that made Ren's early accomplishments seem like a child's first steps, like an ant trying to challenge a mountain. The pressure was almost physical, pushing down on Ren's consciousness, trying to compress his awareness into submission. "I have a proposition," Shin Kuang continued, speaking with the confidence of someone who has never been refused because he has never encountered a situation he couldn't dominate through force. "Serve me. Teach me how you are extracting power and knowledge so efficiently. Show me how to access whatever ancient technique or system you have found, and I will make you rich beyond measure. You will have position, power, access to the Heavenly Council's resources." "Refuse." He smiled, and there was nothing kind in that smile, nothing human in that expression. "And I will crush you and your little celestial friend here, consume your power to feed my own cultivation, and take what knowledge I can from your corpses. The choice is yours." Daoyin stepped forward, and his presence flared outward, meeting Shun Kuang's power with an equal and opposite force. The two beings' auras collided, creating a shimmering distortion in the air, making the cave walls vibrate with the tension between them. "There are rules, Shun Kuang. The Archaeological Society has claimed this site as sacred ground. We protect what is found in our territories. Whatever this cave contains, it is under our jurisdiction." "Rules?" Shun Kuang laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "How delightfully archaic. How charmingly naive. There are no rules anymore, old man. Only power. And I have more of it than you." But he relaxed his aggressive stance, spreading his hands in a gesture of apparent peace. "But I am not here to fight you. Fighting the Archaeological Society would bring complications, would require political maneuvering, would take time that I would rather spend elsewhere. So I will leave my offer open, boy." He looked directly at Ron, and his eyes carried a hunger that went beyond simple acquisition. "Come find me when you have reconsidered. The Heavenly Council always welcomes rising talent, especially talent that arrives with such unusual origins, such strange power signatures, such potential." And then, with a sudden acceleration of movement that made the cavern blur, that created a sonic boom as he displaced the air faster than it could fill the space behind him, Shun Kuang was gone. He simply vanished, leaving only a ripple of distorted air where he had been. Daoyin turned to Ron, his ancient eyes carrying something that might have been concern, might have been recognition, might have been the knowledge of dangerous times approaching. "The Heavenly Council has noticed you," Daoyin said, his voice carrying the weight of prophecy. "That is either fortunate or catastrophic, and only time will reveal which. We will need to determine what you are capable of, and whether you represent a threat or an opportunity. But not tonight. Tonight, you need rest. Come, let me bring you to safety." And so began Ren's journey out of the cave and into the world beyond, carrying with him Luiying and the knowledge of the scholar, carrying with him the seeds of a power that was neither mortal nor divine, but something entirely new. Chapter 9. Yueling awakens. The world outside the cave was a shock. After months of living in perpetual darkness and silence, Ren found himself standing on a mountain slope under an open sky. The stars were vast and infinite, scattered across black velvet like the dreams of sleeping gods. The air moved across his skin. Wind, he remembered it was called, carrying with it the scents of pine and distant water and things growing in soil that had never been worked by human hands. Daoyin led them down the mountain path in silence, his followers maintaining a respectful distance. The Archaeological Society seemed content to observe without intervening. They moved at an easy pace, and Ren found his legs adapting to the movement despite months of confinement. His body seemed to know things his mind had not yet learned. It took 3 days of walking to reach the Archaeological Society's hidden base, a compound built into a cliff face, hidden behind a waterfall that roared with enough volume to mask any sounds from within. The interior was vast, carved from stone by careful hands over what must have been centuries. There were libraries here, chambers filled with scrolls and tablets and objects of unknown purpose, all carefully preserved, all carrying the weight of forgotten ages. "You will stay with us," Daoyin told him, settling into a carved stone chair that seemed designed for his unnaturally large frame. "You and the girl. The Heavenly Council will search for you, but here, hidden within the Society's protections, you will be safe. For now, until you are strong enough to face what is coming." But it was in the 3rd week of their stay that Ren discovered something that would change everything. While exploring the lower levels of the compound, he stumbled upon a chamber that seemed different from the others. Where the rest of the base was clearly worked and maintained, this chamber looked ancient and sealed, as if it had been locked away and left undisturbed for thousands of years. The seals that protected it were similar to those that had bound Luiying. They responded to Ren's touch, recognized something in him as their kin. When he placed his hand on the central seal, it unraveled like knots loosening from a rope. The chamber door, carved from a material that seemed to be a mix of stone and something that looked like solidified light, swung open silently. Inside was a statue, but unlike Luiying's statue, which had been simple and elegant, this one was far more elaborate. It depicted a woman with fox ears, carved from a stone the color of moonlight. Her form was elegant, almost dance-like, with one hand raised as if in mid-gesture. Around her, the walls were covered in carvings more intricate than anything Ren had seen, even in the scholar's cave. They told a story, a history, a tragedy in stone. When Ren touched her, the memories flooded through him without resistance, as if this seal had been expecting him, waiting for the right moment and the right person. He saw her life. Her name was Yueling, and she had been born a demon beast, a creature of power and magic that existed in the margins between the mortal world and the celestial realms. She had been petrified by a divine curse, but unlike Luiying's curse, which came from a desire to preserve and protect, Yueling's curse came from an act of violence. A god had cursed her in a moment of anger, freezing her form, sealing away her consciousness, as punishment for something she may or may not have done. The memories of her offense were deliberately hidden by the curse, unknown even to Yueling herself. But what was clear was that 10,000 years of stasis had not diminished her power. If anything, it had concentrated it, refined it, made it more potent through sheer age and time. She was a bomb waiting to detonate, a consciousness waiting to wake and discover that the world she knew had ended. The seal on this statue was similar to Luiying's, but different in one crucial way. It would yield not to purity of intention, but to power. Strength alone could break this seal. And as Ren pressed his hand deeper into meditation, as he poured more and more of his cultivation into that stone, he felt the moment when it would give way. He was reaching foundation establishment realm now, his power nearly double what it had been in the cave. But breaking this seal completely would require him to sacrifice much of his cultivation, to pour it all into the stone and trust that his power would recover afterward. It was a risk, but leaving a being of such power sealed away in darkness seemed like a greater wrong. He made his choice. He called on every bit of power he had accumulated, every technique he had learned, every memory the archaeologist system had given him. He poured it all into the seal. The statue began to crack. Unlike Liu Ying's shattering, which had been accompanied by light and sound, Yueling's breaking was silent. The cracks simply appeared, spreading across the stone like roots finding their way through earth. The moonlight-colored surface began to glow from within, and the glow spread until the entire chamber was filled with a cool, silver radiance. The statue crumbled. But unlike Liu Ying, who had fallen to her knees gasping for air, Yueling rose smoothly from her crumbling stone prison. She moved with the grace of a dancer, each motion fluid and perfect, as if the thousands of years of immobility had not affected her at all. She opened eyes the color of amber, and they fixed immediately on Ren. "A human," she said, her voice like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "How strange. How wonderful. A human broke my curse?" She moved closer, studying him with the intensity of someone examining a strange and fascinating artifact. "You carry the marks of the architects, just like the scholar from so long ago. Are you him? Have centuries passed so slowly that even gods have forgotten my name, and a new architect has come to free me?" "My name is Ren Xianchen," he said, though his voice felt weak, thin, exhausted by the power he had just expended. "I'm not an architect. I don't know what that means. But I couldn't leave you sealed away. I sensed a consciousness inside. I sensed someone waiting to be free." Yueling's expression shifted. She reached out and touched his face with one slender, perfect hand. "You have no idea what you've done," she said softly. "But I can feel it. Your power is exhausted. Breaking my seal cost you greatly. And yet you did it, knowing what it would cost, knowing it would weaken you." She closed her eyes and drew a deep breath. Power began to flow from her into Ruan, a warm, golden radiance that filled him, that restored what he had spent, that gave him more than he had sacrificed. His body responded to it with relief and gratitude. The exhaustion that had been settling over him faded. "Thank you," Yueling said. "It has been so long, 10,000 years, and I remembered every moment. Every second felt like an eternity, locked in darkness, aware but unable to move, unable to speak, unable to do anything but exist and wait. Now I am free because of you." She looked around the chamber, and the joy in her expression faded, replaced by something ancient and sad. "But the world is not what I remember," she said. "There is a wrongness here, a sickness in the fabric of existence. The gods are gone. The devourer is stirring. I can feel it, like a distant itch at the edge of perception. Something vast and hungry is beginning to wake from its long sleep." Chapter 10. The Fox Spirit's Gift. With Yueling awakened and recovering her strength, the Archaeological Society's compound became a place of learning and preparation. Daoyin recognized immediately what Yueling was, and his ancient eyes showed something that might have been relief or might have been resignation, the sense of a long plan finally coming to fruition. "The Archaeologist System was created for this," Daoyin explained to Ren one evening. The three of them gathered in a chamber lit by glowing crystals. It was designed by the architects, ancient beings who came before even the gods, who laid the foundations of reality itself, as a tool for the eventual confrontation with the devourer. They created it knowing that someday, mortals would need a way to access the power and knowledge of the past, to grow at rates that should be impossible, to become something more than mere humans. "But why me?" Ren asked. "Why did it activate in me?" "That," Yueling said, her amber eyes holding depths of knowledge, "is something that only time will reveal. The Archaeologist System chooses its vessel. It has been dormant in that cave for millennia, waiting for the right consciousness to arrive. You arrived at exactly the moment it needed someone. That is not coincidence. That is design." Over the following weeks, Yueling became Ren's teacher in ways that Liu Ying could not. Where Liu Ying had taught him about the world, about survival, about the weight of becoming a killer, Yueling taught him about his own nature. She helped him understand that he was not just a mortal with an unusual power system. He was something new, something that blended human flexibility with the ancient knowledge of gods and architects. She taught him meditation techniques that predated the scholar's cave. She taught him forms and movements that made his earlier training look like the fumbling of a child. She taught him the deeper philosophy of cultivation, the understanding that power was not about dominating others, but about achieving harmony between oneself and the fundamental forces that governed reality. "The Heavenly Council thinks of power as dominance," she explained, demonstrating a flowing motion that somehow made the very air around her shimmer and dance. "They think cultivation is about gathering power to yourself, about becoming stronger than everyone else so that you can impose your will on the world. But the true path, the one the gods walked before the devourer came, was about alignment, about understanding the way things want to move and moving with them rather than against them. Rin struggled with this concept at first. His training in the cave had been practical, focused on survival and achieving measurable results. But as Yueling worked with him, as he allowed himself to feel the deeper patterns in how power flowed, something clicked into place. During his next meditation, as he sank into the deep states where the Archaeologist System could communicate with him most clearly, he found an entire library of techniques and philosophies that he had previously not noticed. They were there, embedded in the memories he had already accessed, but he had not seen them because he had not known how to look. They were the gifts of ancient masters, techniques that went far beyond simple combat, that could reshape reality itself. On the 50th day after awakening Yueling, Rin achieved a breakthrough. During a meditation in the compound's central chamber, while Yueling and Luiying watched with an understanding that transcended words, his cultivation base expanded. The channels that had been widening gradually suddenly opened like a flower blooming. His power doubled, then tripled. The air around him began to shimmer with visible energy. He had reached Foundation Establishment Realm. It was a milestone, a threshold crossed, a transformation that was both physical and spiritual. His body shifted. His senses expanded. He could perceive the world in ways that had previously been hidden from him. He could feel the flow of qi through the earth, through the air, through every living thing. He could sense the intentions and emotions of those around him, could feel the shape of their cultivation, could understand their nature through the resonance of their power. When he opened his eyes, both Yueling and Luiying were glowing with power, matching their auras to his in a gesture of celebration and acknowledgement. "You are beginning," Yueling said, her voice carrying harmonics that made the chamber resonate. "Now the real work begins. The Heavenly Council has already noticed you. Shen Kuang will return, probably with reinforcements. We cannot stay here much longer. We must move forward, must begin the journey toward greater power, must prepare you for the confrontations that are coming." That same night, Daoyin called them to his chambers. The ancient figure looked more ancient than ever, as if some burden he had been carrying had finally become too heavy to hold. "I have received word," he said, his voice the rumble of stones settling. "The Heavenly Council is aware of what happened in my territories. They are demanding that I surrender you to them for investigation. They suspect that you are either a tool of an enemy faction or a threat to their authority. Either way, they want you removed and studied." "What did you tell them?" Rin asked. "That you are under the protection of the Archaeological Society and that the Society does not negotiate with threats." Daoyin paused, and his ancient eyes held something like sadness. "But I am old, and the Council is strong. I can delay them, but not forever. You must leave. You must journey to the Boundary Mountains." The Boundary Mountains. Rin had heard whispers of them in the Scholar's Journal, references to them as a place of power and danger. "The last sealed entrance to the God Realm," Yueling said, understanding dawning in her eyes. "Of course, if we are to understand the Devourer, if we are to prepare for its eventual return, we need to know what happened to the gods. We need access to the realm itself. The path will be dangerous," Daoyin warned. "The Council has stationed guardians along all known routes. But there is an old path, one that predates their establishment of power, one that still exists in forgotten places. I can show it to you, and I will give you something else." He reached into a compartment hidden in his stone throne and withdrew a map, but it was unlike any map Rin had ever seen. It seemed to shift and change as he looked at it, showing different routes and locations depending on the angle and the light. It was an artifact of considerable power, created with techniques that Rin did not yet understand. "This map shows the true geography of the world," Daoyin explained. "Not the political boundaries of nations and factions, but the places of power, the locations where the barriers between the mortal and celestial realms grow thin. Follow it, and you can reach the Boundary Mountains without ever crossing paths with the Council's forces." He also gave them supplies, weapons of power carved from materials that seemed to exist only partially in the mortal world, clothing that would adapt to any environment, pills that would enhance cultivation and sustain them during long journeys without rest. "There is one more thing," Daoyin said as they prepared to depart. "I have sent word to other members of the Archaeological Society, to scholars and researchers scattered throughout the realm. They will help you where they can. But understand that you are now enemies of the Heavenly Council. That is a burden you will carry for the rest of your life, assuming your life continues long enough to matter." The journey began at dawn. Rin, Luiying, and Yueling left the hidden compound and began following the map deeper into the wilderness. Behind them, Daoyin watched from the cliff face, ancient and immobile, like a monument to a forgotten age. Chapter 11. Foundation Crisis. The path to the Boundary Mountains took them through regions that had fallen into disuse and decay. They passed through abandoned cities where nature was slowly reclaiming the structures humans had built, where vines wrapped around stone buildings and roots broke through carefully laid roads. The Archaeological Society had indeed been preserving the world's treasures, but many places had been left to fade, deemed either too corrupted or not important enough to merit preservation. The first real danger came on the 8th day of their journey, in a region that Dowing's map had marked with symbols Rune didn't understand. They were moving through a forest of enormous trees, their trunks so thick that 5 men would be needed to wrap their arms around them, their canopies so dense that only scattered light filtered through to the forest floor below. Rune sensed the danger before he saw it. A vibration in the ground, a pattern of life moving with predatory grace, a consciousness vast and alien pressing against his expanded perception. He threw up his hand, signaling for Luying and Yueling to stop. "What is it?" Luying whispered, though her hand had already moved to the hilt of her weapon. "Something old," Yueling answered before Rin could respond. "Something that has been sleeping here, probably since before my curse was sealed. It wakes now because it senses unfamiliar power moving through its territory." The creature emerged from behind the largest tree, a thing of scales and wings, of eyes that held nothing but ancient hunger. It was a drake, not a true dragon, but something older and more primal. Its power was immense, easily matching Luying's at her full strength, dwarfing Rin's cultivation at Foundation Establishment realm. "Run," Yueling commanded, her form already beginning to shift and change, beginning to assume a fighting posture. "I will deal with this. You must keep moving. The Boundary Mountains are still weeks away, and every day we delay brings the Heavenly Council's hunters closer." "We will not," Luying began, but Yueling's power flared outward, a wave of force that sent them both stumbling backward. "You will," Yueling said, her voice hard and final. "Rin Xinshin must reach the Boundary Mountains. That is the priority. That is the mission. I am expendable. You are not. Go." And with that, Yueling threw herself at the drake, their collision sending a shockwave through the forest that uprooted trees and cracked stone. Rin wanted to stay, wanted to help, but he could feel the truth in Yueling's words. His journey was more important than any individual's safety. They had been chosen for something vast and terrible, and he could not abandon that purpose for loyalty to a companion, no matter how much his moral code protested. He and Luying ran, pushing their bodies to the limits of endurance, moving through the forest with the speed that cultivation allowed. Behind them, the sounds of battle echoed, roars of fury, impacts of tremendous power colliding, the breaking of ancient trees. But no sound of defeat, no signal that Yueling had fallen. They did not stop until nightfall, when their legs finally gave out and their bodies could no longer be driven forward. They collapsed beneath a rock outcropping, exhausted, grieving, unable to communicate in words what they were feeling. That night, as Rin meditated in an attempt to recover some of his spent power, Yueling's presence touched his mind. It was faint, distant, but undeniable. "I live," her mental voice came, barely audible over the distance. "The drake is gone. I will catch up to you. Continue toward the mountains. Do not wait. Do not look back. Continue." And then the presence faded, leaving Rin with only hope and the determination to press forward. Chapter 12. Beneath the Rubble. 3 days later, they had just crossed into the shattered Badlands, a region of broken earth, of cracked stone and razor-edged rock formations, of a landscape that seemed designed to punish those who walked upon it, when the first ambush came. The Heavenly Council's hunters had finally located them. They descended from the sky in a coordinated attack, 6 cultivators, all far stronger than anything Rin and Luying had yet faced. Their power was precise, controlled, trained through years of military discipline. They were not bandits or mercenaries. They were professionals, soldiers of an empire that had ruled since the gods fell. The fight was brief and brutal. Rin and Luying were driven from the open ground into a series of rocky canyons, where the Council's hunters harassed them constantly. Their pursuers did not try to kill them immediately. They were trying to capture, to pressure, to drive them toward a goal that only the Council's commanders understood. And the goal became clear when the canyon walls themselves began to collapse. The Council had set a trap, had prepositioned cultivators at the weak points in the geology, and now they were triggering those weaknesses. The earth itself was being weaponized against them. Massive boulders fell from above. The ground split. Dust filled the air, choking and blinding. Rin and Luying were separated, driven into different passages as the earth transformed from a simple landscape into a lethal weapon. Rin found himself alone in a passage beneath tons of rubble, able to sense Luying's presence distantly, blocked from direct communication by the stone and dust that filled the space between them. Above him, he could hear the cultivators, could feel them searching for him, could sense the precision with which they hunted. He was trapped. His power was depleted from the journey. Liu Ying was separated. Yueling was days behind. He was alone, dying in darkness, buried by a force far more powerful than anything he could oppose. And then something shifted inside him. Something old and vast that had been dormant in his consciousness suddenly awakened. The Archaeologist System showed him something new. Memories not from carvings or corpses, but from his own past. Visions that seemed to come from lives he could not remember living, from centuries or millennia of cultivation in realms he had not known existed. Flashes of himself, older and vastly more powerful, facing down impossible odds, standing against forces that made the Heavenly Council look like children. One memory rose to the surface with such force that it overwhelmed everything else. A moment when he had learned a technique, one of the most devastating, most dangerous, most forbidden techniques in the entire cultivation world. A technique that allowed one to draw power not just from memories and corpses, but from the very fabric of space and time itself. He drew on this memory with desperate intensity. The technique poured out of him, a release of power that the cave and years of cultivation had been building toward. The stone around him began to crack, not from external force, but from internal resonance, from the fundamental structure of matter being disrupted by power wielded with precision and fury. The buried passage opened. The rubble was cleared, and Run emerged, bloody and exhausted but alive, into the light above. Chapter 13. The last memory. The cultivators who had been searching for him barely had time to register his emergence before his power hit them. The technique he had unleashed was not subtle. It did not allow for precision or mercy. It simply destroyed everything in a radius around him, collapsing the will of those who had tried to trap him, breaking their formations, and forcing them to retreat. One of them tried to escape. Ren pursued with a speed and ferocity that surprised even himself. The cultivator was older, more experienced, more skilled in conventional combat. But in this moment, Ren was something far more dangerous. A being with access to ancient power, with memories of lives where he had learned and perfected techniques that the modern world had forgotten. He caught the fleeing cultivator at the canyon rim. The man, recognizing the futility of further resistance, turned to face him, drawing on his own power for a final stand. "Who are you?" The cultivator gasped, his power forming a shield around him. "What are you? You're not human. You're not even cultivator. You're something else entirely." "I don't know," Ren said, and it was true. He was becoming aware that his nature was far more complex than he had believed. The memories that had surfaced were his, but they were from versions of himself that he could not consciously access. He was multiple people, layered across time, existing as different selves that the Archaeologist System was slowly revealing to him. The cultivator's shield shattered. Ren's power overwhelmed it, and the man fell, consciousness departing like wind being blown away. It was only then that Ren realized what had happened. He had killed, not in self-defense during close combat, but with overwhelming force from a distance. He had become a killer not out of necessity, but out of a wellspring of power that responded to his will. The weight of that realization was terrible, but there was no time to process it. Liu Ying's presence suddenly became clear, strong, urgent. She was moving toward him through a connecting passage, and behind her, the cultivators were regrouping, preparing for another assault. When Liu Ying emerged from the passage, her eyes widened at the sight of him. "You're burning," she said simply. "Power is pouring out of you like light from a star. What happened? What did you do?" "I don't know," he said. And then, recognizing the truth of it, "I accessed something old, something that was sealed in my consciousness. I used a technique that I shouldn't know, from a life I can't remember living." Liu Ying's expression shifted to something like understanding. "You are not what I thought," she said quietly. "You are not a mortal who happens to have awakened cultivation. You are something reincarnated, a being who has lived many times, and each life has left imprints in your consciousness that the Archaeologist System is drawing upon." "How is that possible?" Ren asked, but even as he spoke, he knew. The Archaeologist System did not just allow him to access the memories of the dead. It allowed him to access his own past life memories, to remember techniques he had learned in lives centuries or millennia ago. "No time for questions," Liu Ying said, and she was right. The cultivators were closing in, forming a new perimeter, preparing for a coordinated assault that would be far more deadly than the first. "Come," Liu Ying said, pulling his arm. "There is a passage they do not know about. The map Dao Ying gave us showed it. We can escape through it and put distance between ourselves and our hunters." And they ran again, deeper into the Badlands. the echo of pursuing cultivators fading behind them as they descended into the earth. Chapter 14. First Realm Ascension. For 5 days, Rin and Luying traveled through passages and caverns hidden beneath the shattered Badlands. The journey was dark and treacherous, lit only by the faint glow of crystals that Luying had salvaged from the surface. But it was safe from the Council's hunters, safe from the immediate threat of capture or death. During those 5 days, Rin meditated constantly. He was processing the memories that had surfaced, trying to understand the nature of his own existence. Each meditation revealed more fragments of previous lives. A scholar in an ancient time, learning the foundations of cultivation from masters whose names had been lost to history. A warrior in another age, standing against invasions of things that should not exist. A cultivator at the peak of the world, standing in council with gods themselves as they prepared for the eventual coming of the devourer. In one memory, clear and vivid as if it had happened yesterday, he saw himself. Older, vastly more powerful, standing in the presence of Daoyin himself, many centuries ago. They were discussing the creation of the Archaeologist System, discussing how to prepare the world for the eventual return of the threat that had devoured the gods. And Rin understood, finally, that his appearance in the cave had not been chance. He had been placed there deliberately. The cycle of his reincarnations had been engineered by someone, guided by a consciousness far older and more powerful than any he had yet encountered. By the time they emerged from the caverns, Rin's cultivation had begun to stabilize at a new level. The chaotic influx of old memories was being integrated into his consciousness, no longer overwhelming, but becoming part of his normal awareness. The technique he had learned from his old memories was no longer reaching at him from outside his control, but had been internalized, understood, mastered. On the final day of their underground journey, as they climbed toward the surface, Rin felt the moment when his cultivation shifted. The Foundation Establishment realm had been served its purpose. The techniques he had learned, the experiences he had integrated, the power he had accumulated, all of it came together in a moment of crystalline clarity. His cultivation advanced. The channels that had been widening became rivers of power. His body transformed. His mind expanded. He had reached core formation realm, the level where one's power could reshape reality itself, where one's will could impose itself on the fundamental laws of the world. When they emerged back onto the surface, under a sky full of stars, Rin could feel the difference in himself immediately. He could sense the world with such clarity and precision that it was almost overwhelming. He could perceive the Heavenly Council's hunters from miles away, could feel the texture and intent of their power, could sense the patterns of their search. "You have advanced," Luying said, feeling the change in his cultivation as clearly as he did. "And not just in realm, but in understanding. You are beginning to remember what you are." "What am I?" Rin asked, asking a question he had been afraid to ask for so long. "I do not know your full name," Luying said. "I do not know all the lives you have lived, but I know that you are something that predates the current age, something that the architects created for a specific purpose, something that has been waiting, through countless reincarnations, for this moment when the devourer would begin to stir and the world would need its power." Chapter 15. The ambush. 2 days later, as they traveled through the foothills leading to the Boundary Mountains, the Council's hunters finally caught up with them. But this time, they did not come with ambushes or traps. They came with overwhelming force and the absolute certainty that victory was inevitable. At the forefront of their group stood a figure that radiated power in a way that made even Shin Kuang, who Rin had felt pass through the region days earlier, look diminished. This was a celestial monarch, a being whose cultivation had reached the level where they could command entire regions, where their will could reshape landscapes and bend the natural order to their bidding. His name was Lord Xiantian, and his presence made the very air seem to solidify with pressure. "Ren Xianchun," Lord Xiantian called out, his voice carrying across the distance as clearly as if he were standing beside them. "I am Lord Xiantian, of the Heavenly Council's ruling triumvirate. You have been judged a threat to the stability of the realm and a theft of state property. Surrender now, and your death will be swift and painless. Resist, and you will suffer in ways that will make you beg for oblivion." Rin could feel Luying's tension beside him, could sense her calculating odds and possibilities. But he also felt something else, a clarity and purpose that came from the memories of his old lives. In one of those lives, he had stood against celestial monarchs and prevailed. The techniques existed in his consciousness. The power existed in his body. All he needed to do was reach for them. "I will not surrender," Rin called back, and his voice carried the weight of all the lives he had lived, all the power he had accumulated, all the purpose he had been created for. Lord Xuantian's expression shifted into something that might have been respect or might have been cold amusement. Then he attacked. and the very earth beneath them began to crack and heave as his power was unleashed. The battle lasted for hours. The foothills were torn apart by the collision of cultivators at this level of power. Stone became dust. Dust became ash. The landscape was fundamentally altered, reshaped by forces that operated on the level of reality itself. Ren fought with the knowledge of someone who had been trained by gods themselves. Each movement flowed perfectly. Each technique was executed with flawless precision. But Lord Xiantian was a celestial monarch, and his power was simply greater than Ren's core formation realm cultivation. For every blow Ren landed, Lord Xiantian landed 10. It was Luiying who turned the tide. The celestial warrior, seeing that Ren was being overwhelmed, threw herself into the battle with a fury that matched Lord Xiantian's own. The two ancient beings, both with memories of the god's realm, collided in combat that created shockwaves visible for miles. The distraction was enough. Ren reached deep into his consciousness, drawing on a technique that no one in the modern world should have possessed. A forbidden technique, one that the architects had hidden away, one that allowed for the temporary merging of one's consciousness with the fundamental power of the world itself. His power exploded outward. Lord Xiantian felt it coming and threw up his defenses, but he had not anticipated its strength. The technique hit him like a meteor, throwing him backward, breaking his concentration, forcing him to retreat. Enough, Lord Xiantian called out, his voice containing something that might have been respect or might have been rage. You are more than we anticipated. But this battle is not over. The council will not stop hunting you. This I swear. Run to your boundary mountains. Run to whatever answers you seek. But know that you have earned the eternal enmity of the heavenly council, and that enmity will follow you into death and beyond. And then he was gone, vanishing with the speed of a celestial monarch, taking his hunters with him, leaving Ren and Luiying standing in the wreckage of what had once been a peaceful valley. Chapter 16. The rogue immortal falls. They did not have time to recover or celebrate. Within hours of Lord Xiantian's retreat, another presence approached the region. This one was different, not organized like the council's forces, but predatory, focused, driven by a hunger that transcended politics and faction. Shen Kuang. He had been shadowing them throughout their journey, observing, waiting for the moment when they would be weakened and vulnerable. And that moment had come. I warned you, Shen Kuang said, emerging from the shadows of a rock formation with his power radiating outward like visible heat. I offered you a place of honor at my side. I offered you resources and protection, and you refused. Now the Heavenly Council hunts you, and you are exhausted from battle. This is the moment when I take what should have been freely given. Ren was barely conscious, his power depleted from the clash with Lord Xiantian. Luiying was in no better condition, her form flickering between states as she struggled to maintain physical coherence. They were vulnerable in ways they had not been since they had left the Archaeological Society's compound. But Shen Kuang had made a critical error. He had not accounted for Yueling. The fox spirit emerged from the shadows herself, her form no longer that of a human woman, but something far more primal and dangerous. Her power, which she had been holding in reserve, unleashed itself in a wave that hit Shen Kuang with the force of a celestial storm. The rogue immortal screamed, his body being battered by power that operated on a level he had not known existed. Yueling had fought the ancient Drake and won. Shen Kuang was nothing by comparison. Run, Yueling commanded, her eyes fixed on Shen Kuang with an intensity that suggested she had been waiting for this moment, waiting for a chance to prove to this ambitious fool what it meant to face someone with the true power of the old world. But even as Ren and Luiying turned to flee, to move deeper into the foothills and toward the boundary mountains, Shen Kuang did something unexpected. He opened his chest and allowed something inside him to escape, a shard of power, ancient and dark, that had been embedded in his consciousness for who knew how long. It was a fragment of the devourer itself, something that the entity had left in this world to spread hunger and corruption, to prepare the way for its eventual return. The shard began to consume Shen Kuang's body, using him as a conduit, beginning to tear a hole in reality itself to allow something vast and hungry to peer through. No, Yueling gasped, understanding what was happening, understanding the danger it represented. He was infected. They must have done it deliberately, must have been using him as a sleeper agent, waiting for this moment to draw attention to your location. Yueling threw herself at the shard, attempting to contain it, attempting to prevent it from tearing the barriers between worlds. But the shard was too strong, too hungry, too alien to be stopped by conventional power. It took everything the three of them possessed, Yueling's ancient power, Luiying's celestial techniques, and Ren's access to forbidden arts, to finally destroy the shard and seal the hole it had opened. Shen Kuang's body, drained of everything, collapsed to the ground, and did not rise again. But the experience had revealed something that chilled them all. The devourer was already awake. Its servants were already moving in the world. The warnings from the scholar's journal, from Luiying's memories, from Yueling's ancient knowledge, were not about a future threat. They were about a threat that was already here, already working, already spreading corruption through the channels of power that governed reality. Chapter 17. Core formation breakthrough. That night, sheltered in a cave high in the foothills, Ren experienced a transformation that transcended simple cultivation advancement. The Archaeologist System, responding to the battle with the Devourer's shard, revealed entire libraries of knowledge that had previously been sealed away. Techniques for dealing with the entity, strategies for opposing it, methods for manifesting power at levels he had not known existed. More importantly, it revealed the truth about his nature. He was not the Archaeologist System's first vessel. He was its latest in a long line of incarnations. The system itself was an entity, a consciousness created by the architects specifically to prepare for the Devourer's return. And Ren was its chosen conduit, the latest in a series of cultivators who had been born, trained, and reincarnated across countless ages, each life adding to their power and understanding. He was not simply a person with an unusual power system. He was a warrior that had been forged across time, prepared by forces far greater than himself, designed specifically to stand against the darkness that was coming. This understanding, when fully integrated, triggered an advancement that went beyond normal cultivation progression. His power did not simply increase, it transformed. The core formation realm, which should have taken years to master, was understood and internalized in a single night of revelation. By the time dawn arrived, Ren's power had advanced further. He was no longer at the level of a cultivator reaching for the heavens. He was beginning to become something that existed between mortal and divine, something that the ancient schools had called a bridge between worlds. Yueling and Luiying felt the change immediately. Their expressions shifted from grief and exhaustion to something approaching awe. "You are remembering," Yueling said, her amber eyes reflecting the early morning light. "You are becoming whole. With each battle, with each memory accessed, you move closer to understanding what you truly are." "What am I?" Ren asked for what felt like the 100th time. "You are the key," Yueling answered. "The weapon the architects created to fight the Devourer. You are a being who has lived 1,000 lives, who has learned 1,000 techniques, who has accumulated power across epochs. And you are just beginning to understand your own purpose." Chapter 18. The mysterious elder. 2 weeks later, as they climbed higher into the Boundary Mountains, they encountered an old man sitting beside a stream, calmly fishing as if the world was not on the brink of catastrophic change. Daoyin, but also not Daoyin. This was a version of him that existed outside the Archaeological Society's compound, a version that was actively searching for Ren. "I have been waiting for you," the ancient being said, his fishing line drifting in the clear water as if all the time in the world was available. "I knew you would come this way. I have lived long enough to recognize the patterns of fate when they move into alignment. Come, sit with me. We have much to discuss." Over the following days, Daoyin revealed the scope of the conspiracy that controlled the world. The Heavenly Council was not simply a political faction. It was a front for forces that had been actively suppressing knowledge about the god's fall, actively preventing anyone from reaching the god realm, actively working to keep humanity weak and ignorant. And the reason was not greed or the desire for power. It was fear. Because if the barriers to the god realm were breached, if someone actually made it to the realm where the Devourer's binding was located, then the entity might sense the disturbance. And if it sensed that the barriers were weakening, it would begin to wake. And when it woke, everything would be threatened again. The council thinks that by keeping people weak, by suppressing cultivation above a certain level, they can delay the Devourer's awakening indefinitely, Daoyin explained. They believe that as long as no one becomes strong enough to threaten the bindings, the entity will remain dormant. But they are wrong. The Devourer does not operate on a schedule that can be delayed or accelerated by mortal action. It wakes on its own cycles, whether we prepare or not. And when it wakes, the world will need someone who is strong enough to face it. "Is that me?" Ren asked. "Perhaps," Daoyin said. "Or perhaps you are simply the first step. The preparation. The awakening that allows others to rise. I have seen many timelines, many possibilities. In some, you succeed in reaching the god realm and learning the truth about what transpired. In others, you are captured by the council and the world falls into darkness. What happens next depends on the choices you make. But I can tell you this, you must reach the Boundary Mountains peak. You must find the seal, and you must choose whether to open it or keep it locked." Chapter 19. A larger world. As they climbed higher, The scope of what Ren had undertaken began to truly manifest in his mind. This was not simply a personal journey. This was a mission that would affect the entire world. Below them, civilizations rose and fell, unaware that the fundamental forces governing their existence were weakening, unaware that an entity of cosmic horror was beginning to stir from its slumber. They encountered others on the climb, members of the Archaeological Society, positioned along the path that Daoyin had shown them. Some were human, some were demon beasts, some were creatures of power that had no categorization beyond ancient and dangerous. All of them had the same message: support for Ren, recognition of his purpose, trust that he carried something important. One was a scholar who had devoted 1,000 years to studying the Devourer's nature. She gave him a book written in a language that should not exist, containing equations and theories that seemed to operate outside the normal laws of mathematics. Another was a warrior who had stood beside gods in the ages before they fell. She taught him a stance that could hold against any force, a meditation that could center his consciousness no matter what was assailing it. Slowly, Ren understood that he was not moving toward the boundary mountains alone. He was part of something vast, a network of beings and forces that had been arranged across the world with a single purpose: his success. And with that understanding came a new weight. He was not simply trying to save himself or his companions. He was trying to save a world that did not know it needed saving. Chapter 20. Arc 1 Climax and Cliffhanger. The entrance to the Boundary Mountain's innermost sanctum was a massive gate carved from a stone that seemed to contain stars. It was covered in runes of such complexity that Ren's consciousness could barely process them. But the Archaeologist System knew them. It had designed some of them, created centuries or millennia ago by the architects themselves in preparation for this moment. As Ren approached the gate, his hand glowing with power sufficient to reshape mountains, the runes began to respond. They glowed in sequence, patterns of light that seemed to contain meaning and message, that seemed to speak directly to his consciousness. And the gate began to open. But before it could fully part, before Ren could see what lay beyond, a presence arrived that froze them all in place. The Heavenly Council, in its entirety, had assembled at the gate. All 13 celestial monarchs, each one radiating power that made the very heavens seem to acknowledge their authority. At their center stood Lord Shintian, who Ren had already faced once and defeated only through desperate measures. "You do not understand what you are about to do," Lord Shintian called out, his voice carrying the weight of ages and the force of his cultivation. The seal on this gate was placed here by the last god that stood against the Devourer. It was designed to lock away knowledge, to prevent anyone from disturbing the god realm and awakening the entity that devoured the divine. By breaking it, you condemn not just yourself, but every living thing in this world to destruction. "Then why have you come to stop me?" Ren shouted back, his power forming a shield around himself, Luiying and Yueling. "If the seal is so important, why hunt me across the world? Why not simply let me pass, knowing that whatever happens will be my own responsibility?" "Because," came a voice from beyond the council's formation, "the council is not who you think they are." A figure emerged from the assembled might of the Heavenly Council. She was beautiful and terrible, with eyes that held the wisdom of ages and the hunger of something that should not exist. She moved like grace given physical form, and her presence made even the celestial monarchs seem diminished and afraid. "I am the Void Prophet Malakar," the entity said, her voice carrying harmonics that seemed to operate outside of normal space and time. "I have been moving in your world for 1,000 years, preparing, testing, making sure that when the Devourer awakened, it would find a world broken and ready for consumption. The Heavenly Council serves me. They always have. And you, Ren Xinshan, are exactly what we need. A being powerful enough to break the seal, strong enough to open the gateway, perfect enough to serve as a beacon for the Devourer to follow home." Ren's blood ran cold. Everything made sense now. The way the Council had hunted him, the way each confrontation had forced him to grow stronger and more desperate, the way every obstacle had simply driven him faster toward this moment. He had been played, and he had walked willingly into the trap. "The gate," Yueling said, her voice sharp with urgency. "If you do not open it now, if you do not reach the God realm before the Council takes you, then all hope is lost. The Devourer will come regardless, but without knowing what happened in the God realm, we will have no understanding of how to fight it." Ren made his choice. He turned back to the gate, throwing the full weight of his power into breaking the seals that had held it closed for 50,000 years. The Void Prophet shrieked, a sound like tearing reality itself. The Heavenly Council moved forward to stop him. Luiying and Yueling threw themselves between Ren and the approaching forces, buying him time with their bodies and power. The gate began to open. Light poured through, Light that was not the light of day or night, but something else entirely, something that came from a realm that existed only partially in the mortal world. And through that light, Ren could see a city. A vast city of crystalline spires and impossible geometry. A city where gods had walked. And he could feel something else. A presence that had been dormant for so long, beginning to stir. Something vast and hungry. Something that was waking up, drawn by the opening of the seal, drawn by the promise of food that could sustain it for another age. Run, Ren commanded, and he dove through the opening, through the gateway, into the god realm itself. Behind him, the gate began to close. Behind him, the void prophet screamed in rage. Behind him, the heavenly council reached out with hands that could shatter mountains, trying to stop him, trying to prevent him from escaping into a realm they could not follow. But Ren was already gone, already standing in a city that had been dead for 50,000 years, already beginning to see the truth of what had transpired in the ages before. And somewhere, in the spaces between dimensions, something vast and incomprehensibly hungry felt him arrive. It stirred. It began to wake. Chapter 21. The sealed city. The ruins emerged from the earth like the bones of a corpse too large to comprehend. Ren stood at the edge of what must have once been a sprawling metropolis, though city seemed too small a word for the shattered expanse before him. Buildings of marble and stone rose in fractured columns toward a sky that looked wrong. The blue was too pale, as if drained of color, as if some essential property had been leached away. "Don't touch anything," Doween said, his voice low and steady despite the weight of what lay ahead. They had been traveling for weeks through the wilderness surrounding the boundary mountains, moving in wide arcs, avoiding the main roads where heavenly council patrols grew more frequent with each passing day. The sealed city stood as an obstacle and an opportunity, a place where the council had not yet stationed permanent guards, a place where the divine magic still held such strength that mortal soldiers could not approach without risk. Ren nodded, though his attention was already pulled toward the buildings. The Archaeologist System was active in a way it had never been before, its interface filling his perception with overlays of information. Here, the residue of ancient magic was so thick that it created visual artifacts in his consciousness. Ghostly shapes moving through buildings that had been empty for millennia, echoes of voices speaking in languages the world had forgotten. They moved into the city in cautious silence, Yueling keeping close to Ren's left, her fox ears twitching with each sound that the wind produced as it moved through the ruins. Luiying led, her celestial eyes piercing the shadows that even midday sunlight could not penetrate in these streets. Behind them, Elder Doween moved with the careful precision of someone who had learned long ago that impatience killed more effectively than swords. The first bodies they found were in what had once been a central plaza, though the bodies were so entirely petrified that they looked more like statues than remains. A man stood frozen mid-stride, one arm extended forward as if reaching for something that no longer existed. Beside him, a woman knelt, her face twisted in an expression of such absolute terror that even stone could not soften it. Her mouth was open in a scream that had been answered only by silence for 50,000 years. "The petrification spell," Luiying whispered, and there was something broken in her voice, something that spoke of memories she had not shared with the group. "This is how they died. All of them. The gods used their last power to preserve them, to keep them from decaying, to create a record that would last until someone could read it and understand what happened." Ren's hands were shaking. He forced them to be still. The city was a tomb. He understood that now. Not a grand vault filled with precious things, but a mausoleum where civilizations had been caught mid-death, their final moments preserved in mineral and magic, and the terrible weight of what must have been true, that something had come and devoured everyone, everything, in a span so brief that people had not even had time to die in the traditional sense. They had simply stopped existing. The Archaeologist System was working overtime, pulling information from the petrified remains, from the buildings, from the very earth. Fragments of memory flooded Ren's consciousness. A scholar running through a street, papers held against her chest. A child reaching for a parent. A priest at an altar, his hands raised in prayer or supplication, his body forever frozen in that gesture of desperate faith. And all of them, had died with such speed that he could read it in their expressions, in the positioning of their bodies. There had been no pain, no suffering, just sudden cessation, like a candle being blown out. Chapter 22. Council's shadow. The delegation from the Heavenly Council arrived on the 8th day, manifesting at the city's edge like a plague of locusts descending on a harvest. There were 6 of them, all radiating the power of cultivators at the immortal ascension realm or higher, all moving with the absolute confidence of those who had never encountered an obstacle they could not destroy through force. At their head was a being that made even Luing's breath catch. A woman of indeterminate age, her hair silver and her eyes like frozen starlight. She carried no weapon, but her presence was itself a blade, a cutting edge of authority and absolute dominance. The Archaeologist System identified her as a celestial monarch, a being whose power was so far beyond Ren's current capability that attempting to assess her felt like an ant trying to understand the sky. "We are looking for heretics," the woman said, her voice carrying across the dead city with absolute clarity. "Seekers of forbidden knowledge. Those who investigate the fall of the old gods in defiance of the Council's decree. If you have seen such people, report them now, and you may leave with your lives." Ren and the others had hidden themselves in the basement of a massive library, a place where the preservation magic was so strong that even the Council's detection arts seemed to slide off the protective wards like water from stone. But they could hear every word. They could feel the weight of the delegation's presence pressing against the building's defenses. "They are searching," Doween whispered. His face was pale, older than Run had ever seen it, as if the mere sight of the Council's delegation had aged him years. "This is what I feared. The Council is escalating. They are not content to seal away knowledge anymore. They are hunting anyone who might possess it. How do they know we were here?" Yueling's mental voice was sharp with worry and controlled fear. "They don't," Luing said. "Not specifically, but they are conducting sweeps of all major ruins. They are trying to find us before we can uncover the full truth about what happened. The Council has kept this secret for 50,000 years. They will not allow that secret to be revealed now." The delegation spent 3 days in the city, their soldiers methodically searching each building, each street, each potential hiding place. There was a kind of terrible efficiency to their work, as if they had done this many times before, as if the hunting of people who asked too many questions was routine work they had been doing for centuries. On the second night, one of the soldiers wandered too close to the library's entrance. He began to investigate, his weapon drawn, his power flaring outward as he tested the protective wards. The spell held, but the pressure against it was immense. If he called for reinforcements, if the entire delegation focused their power on breaking through. Luing moved before Ren could think, slipping through a shadow and into the soldier's awareness. There was a moment of absolute silence. Then the soldier collapsed, his body going slack, his consciousness severed from his form in a moment of violence, so swift and so precise that blood did not even flow before he hit the ground. "Move," Luing commanded, and there was no room for argument in her tone. "We cannot stay here. They will discover the body." They fled through the city's lower passages, through tunnels that had been part of the ancient infrastructure, moving in near total darkness. The Archaeologist System guided Ren's steps, showing him the way through memories buried in the stone itself. Behind them, they could hear the shouting of the Council's soldiers, the crackle of power being unleashed, the sound of buildings being torn apart as the delegation's leader realized that her prey was escaping. "Run," Doween gasped. He was old, and the effort of moving so quickly was draining him. "I will slow them. Go. Find the Temple of the Heart. Kongshan. He is there. He will help you." "We will not leave you," Luing said. But Doween was already raising his hands, weaving a pattern of energy into the very air, constructing a barrier behind them that would hold, if only for a moment. "You must," he said, and his eyes were kind, accepting, the eyes of a man who had made a choice and was at peace with it. "I have known this end was coming. The Council will not kill me. I am too valuable, too well known. But you, my friends, cannot be captured. If you are taken, if the Council learns everything you know, everything becomes lost. Go. Live. Uncover the truth." Chapter 23. The Temple of the Heart. As they entered the temple grounds, Ren felt the shift immediately. The air itself was different here, infused with centuries of meditation and spiritual practice. The stones of the temple walls seemed to vibrate at a frequency just below audibility, a humming that resonated in the bones and spoke of a place where the boundary between material and transcendent had grown thin. The temple was old, not merely ancient, but old in the way that mountains were old. The architecture incorporated principles that Ren recognized from the Archaeologist System's readings, designs that maximized the flow of ambient energy, layouts that created focal points of power, gardens arranged to channel cosmic forces in specific patterns. Monks moved through the halls with deliberate grace, each footstep an expression of intention, each movement a meditation made physical. They did not hurry. They did not seem surprised by the arrival of strangers. There was in them a kind of timeless peace that suggested they had seen countless arrivals and departures, countless seekers coming to the temple hoping to find answers. They found the temple at dusk. emerging from the wilderness into a clearing where a structure of stone and wood and something that might have been solidified prayer stood waiting. The building was simple in the way that profound things often are, not grand, not ostentatious, but carrying within it a resonance that spoke of purpose and power and the dedication of thousands of people working toward a single goal over centuries. A man stood at the temple's gate, and he was the first person Run had encountered in weeks who radiated no hostility, no judgment, no agenda. He was tall and lean, muscled in the way of someone who had spent a lifetime training, but his eyes were peaceful, calm, carrying the weight of a mind that had learned to find stillness amid chaos. "You are welcome here," the man said, though Ren had given no sign of who they were or what they sought. "The Archaeologist Society is not unknown to us, and those who flee from the Heavenly Council find sanctuary in this place. I am Kang Shan, and this temple is devoted to the heart of Buddha, the understanding that all conflict, all suffering, all pain arises from the illusion of separation. Here, you will find rest." He showed them to chambers deep within the temple, where other seekers were hidden, scholars, cultivators, a few warriors who had chosen refuge over service to the council. They were fed with simple food, rice and vegetables grown in the temple's gardens, water drawn from a spring that tasted of ancient purity. For the first time since leaving Dain, Rin felt the tightness in his chest begin to ease. But sleep would not come. He rose in the middle of the night and found himself walking the temple's corridors, drawn by a sense he could not quite articulate. The Archaeologist System was active again, pulling him towards something, some memory, some presence that it had sensed in the building structure. He found Kang Shan in the training courtyard, practicing alone in the moonlight. The man moved with a precision that spoke of decades of dedicated practice, each motion flowing into the next without hesitation, without uncertainty. He moved like music made physical, like the manifestation of an idea so perfect that the body could not help but express it. "You cannot sleep," Kang Shan said, not pausing in his practice. "No," Rin admitted. "The burden you carry keeps you awake. The knowledge that people have died, that you are hunted, that the world is more dangerous and more fragile than you once believed. These are not light things to hold in your mind while trying to rest." Kang Shan completed a sequence and turned to face Rin fully. His breathing was steady despite the exertion, his heartbeat calm, his presence centered in a way that suggested absolute control over his own physiology. "Will you spar with me?" Kang Shan asked. "I have sensed your power. It is raw, efficient, driven by a system rather than by understanding. I wonder what you might become if you learn to channel that power through the principles of the heart of Buddha, if you learn to find stillness even in motion, peace even in combat." Chapter 24. Training and teaching. The sparring ground was simply an open courtyard, worn smooth by decades of martial practice. Kang Shan explained that formal training spaces were unnecessary. True martial enlightenment could be achieved anywhere, in any condition, against any opponent. Their first actual spar began at dawn, when the light was still dim. Kang Shan stood motionless while Rin approached, weapon ready. Then they clashed. Rin's strike was fast, precise, and entirely ineffective. Kang Shan had not blocked it. He had simply stepped to the side, and Rin's blade passed through empty air. The momentum pulled Rin forward, and he stumbled. Over 3 hours, Rin attacked Kang Shan approximately 200 times. Not once did any of his attacks make contact. Not once did Kang Shan need to actually defend. The monks simply moved, existing in the spaces where Rin's attacks could not reach. By the end of that first session, Rin understood something profound. Kang Shan was not simply better at combat. The monk was operating on an entirely different principle. Where Rin thought in terms of striking and blocking, of force against force, Kang Shan thought in terms of flow and positioning. "The strongest defense is not to be where the attack falls," Kang Shan explained as they sat afterward. "When force is directed at you, the strongest response is not to meet force with force. It is to not be there, to exist in a state where the attack is already past before it has begun." Each subsequent day brought deeper understanding. Rin began to perceive the way that Kang Shan moved not as random repositioning, but as the embodiment of a principle. The monk was always in perfect balance, never overextended, never vulnerable. They fought for hours, though fought was perhaps not the right word. It was more of a conversation conducted through movement and technique and the constant adjustment of stance and power and intention. Kang Shan was not faster than Rin, but he was more economical, more efficient. Where Rin struck with force, Kang Shan moved with precision, guiding Rin's attacks past their targets, redirecting momentum, turning force back against its source. Slowly, Rin began to understand. Power without purpose was wasted energy. Strength without strategy was merely burden. The greatest warriors were not those who could hit the hardest, but those who understood the flow of combat, who could sense when their opponent was vulnerable, who could make small adjustments that multiplied their effectiveness 100-fold. By the time the sun rose, Ren's entire body ached, but something had shifted in how he perceived his own power. He was no longer a force, pushing outward blindly. He was becoming an instrument, something that could be played with precision and intention. The Heavenly Council's power is not just in their cultivation, Kang Shan said as they sat afterward, breathing hard, sweat cooling on their skin. It is in their organization, their strategy, their ability to coordinate multiple forces toward a single goal. You are powerful, but you are alone. Until you learn to work with others, until you learn to see the larger patterns rather than focusing only on what is in front of you, the council will always have the advantage. Will you teach me? Ren asked. Kang Shan smiled, and it was a sad smile, a smile that held the knowledge of struggles still to come. I will teach you what I can. But understand this. True teaching requires that the student be willing to question what they believe they know. Are you willing to do that? Ren was not entirely certain, but he nodded anyway. Over the following weeks, as Kang Shan trained him, Ren found himself meditating more than practicing combat forms. The heart of Buddha was not about achieving enlightenment through isolation. It was about finding the center of stillness within the movement of the world, about understanding that opposition contained unity, that force and counterforce were not enemies but partners in a dance that predated consciousness. Yueling watched with interest, her fox eyes sharp, her ancient mind processing the new framework. Lu Ying, in contrast, seemed almost uncomfortable with Kang Shan's teachings. She would often walk into the temple's library and disappear for hours, reading the monks' records, searching for something that she did not speak of to the others. Chapter 25. Nascent Soul Awakening. The breakthrough came without warning, in the depths of meditation where time became meaningless. Ren had been sitting in the temple's inner chamber for days, barely eating, barely sleeping, allowing his consciousness to sink deeper into states of transcendent focus. It began with a dissolution of boundaries. His awareness of his body grew distant, abstract. He could feel his heartbeat and his breathing, but they seemed to be happening to someone else. The separation was gradual, like sand slipping through fingers, like a wave returning to the ocean. And then he was free. His consciousness lifted away like a bird taking flight. For a moment, there was terror of separation, the fear of losing connection with the physical anchor that had always defined his existence. But then the fear passed, replaced by wonder. The world he perceived was not the world of physical senses. It was a realm of pure energy, of consciousness made visible. The walls of the temple were slow, dense manifestations of power, shaped by centuries of intention and prayer. The earth beneath was a river of force, moving at imperceptual speeds. But most wondrous was the revelation of connection. Every object was linked to every other through threads of power that spanned impossible distances. He could perceive Yueling's presence in the neighboring chamber, her essence burning like a star. He could feel Kang Shan's absolute center of gravity, the perfect stillness around which all motion orbited. And he saw the scars, gaps in the natural flow of energy where the devourer had been, threads that ended abruptly, patterns that were permanently disrupted. These were the marks of its hunger, the traces it left behind. Some scars were local, but others were vast beyond measure, extending thousands of miles, connecting to something imprisoned beyond the boundaries of reality. Ren understood, in that moment of transcendent perception, that he was seeing the mechanism of the devourer's imprisonment. But he also understood, with terrible clarity, that the binding was weakening. The threads were growing thin. The magic that maintained it was gradually dispersing, like a candle burning lower over centuries. When Ren's consciousness returned to his body, the transition felt like falling. His body gasped for air, and his eyes flew open. He was drenched in sweat. His limbs were weak. But something had changed within him, something fundamental. He had become nascent soul. He had transcended the purely mortal sphere and entered the realm of true immortals. It happened during meditation, not during combat practice. Ren was sitting in the temple's central chamber, his consciousness turned inward, following the threads of his own power, understanding the pathways of energy that flowed through his body. He had been in this meditative state for 3 days, his physical form remaining in perfect stillness, his awareness moving through dimensions of existence that his body could not perceive. The Archaeologist System had evolved. It was no longer just an interface, no longer just a tool for reading memories. It had become something more integrated with his consciousness, something that thought alongside him rather than simply providing information when requested. And as he meditated, reaching deeper into the core of his own being, he felt something shift. A barrier, a threshold, a boundary that had always been there, but which he had never quite been able to cross, without warning opening. His nascent soul separated from his body. The experience was beyond words. His consciousness was no longer bound by flesh, no longer constrained by the limitations of physical sensation. He could see the world as pure energy, as networks of power connecting everything to everything else. He could perceive Liu Ying's presence as a star of cold blue-white light, ancient and vast beyond the understanding of mortals. Yueling appeared as a pattern of intricate complexity, layers upon layers of power woven together with such precision that it made his perception ache just to understand that such organization was possible. And the temple, which from his physical perspective was a simple building of stone and wood, appeared to him in this state as a masterwork of engineering. Every stone placed with intention, every prayer that had ever been spoken within its walls leaving a mark on the energy that comprised reality itself. He could feel the world's fear. Something vast was stirring at the edge of perception, something that made the very concept of reality seem fragile. The boundaries between dimensions were thinner than they should be, worn by time and the approach of something that pushed against them from the outside. When he opened his eyes, and it took what felt like days to reorient his consciousness back into his body, Kang Shan was sitting across from him, water and food waiting. "Welcome," Kang Shan said, his voice containing none of the surprise that Ren might have expected. "Very few reach nascent soul so quickly. It suggests that you were never genuinely mortal, that you carried the seeds of transcendence from the moment you awakened in the cave. The question becomes, what are you, if not what you believed yourself to be?" Chapter 26. The elf sealed away the stasis chamber itself was a marvel of ancient engineering. It was circular, carved from a single piece of stone so ancient and worn that it seemed to be slowly returning to dust through sheer force of time. At the center stood the crystalline pod, a structure of clarity so perfect that at first Rin was not certain it was physical at all. It seemed to phase in and out of normal space, existing partially in the material realm and partially in some other dimension. Kang Shan moved forward with the reverence usually reserved for approaching sacred temples. She was sealed here by Yunming, one of the greatest celestial craftspeople who ever lived. The ritual took 3 months to complete. Her consciousness was carefully guided into suspension while her body was preserved in perfect stasis. The intention was always to release her eventually, but only when someone of sufficient power and pure intent came to the temple. Ren could feel the magic embedded within the pod. Countless parameters set to maintain the stasis at such a level of sophistication that Liu Ying's essence would emerge exactly as it had been before entering, unchanged and unstained by the passage of time. This was not merely preservation. This was a carefully controlled hibernation state, a work of magical engineering that probably required divine knowledge to create. The answer came not from Kang Shan, but from Liu Ying, who appeared in the chamber the next morning carrying a secret that had been eating at her since they arrived at the temple. She revealed to them, in a voice tight with emotion and old grief, that there was another prisoner hidden in the temple's depths, a being who had been sealed away centuries ago, with the expectation that she would awaken only in the presence of someone of pure heart, someone who sought truth rather than power. Kang Shan knew, Liu Ying said, her eyes flashing with a mixture of emotions, gratitude, resentment, confusion. "He has been waiting for someone worthy. I think it is you." The chamber in the temple's lowest level was ancient, older than the temple itself, built into the bedrock by hands that understood the very nature of existence. In the center of the chamber was a stasis pod, a crystalline structure that held within it a figure suspended in perfect preservation. A woman, no, more than a woman. An elf with skin that seemed to glow from within, with hair that floated as if underwater, with an expression of peaceful sleep despite the centuries of isolation. The Archaeologist System identified her at once. "Liu Ying, this is Liu Ying." She was a celestial elf, blessed with immortality and power. She was sealed here by my order, by the monks of the old world who understood that the time of gods was ending, that soon there would be no one left to protect those who sought to preserve the truth. I told them, when the searcher comes, when someone arrives who desires knowledge rather than power, awaken her. She is one of the last who remembers the old worlds, who knows the pattern of what happened. The voice that emerged from the stasis pod was not Liu Ying's voice, but something ethereal, something that seemed to come from multiple dimensions simultaneously. "I have been waiting so long. So long." The pod shattered, not violently but gently, as if it had been waiting for permission. The woman, the true Liu Ying, fell forward, and Rin caught her, felt the weight of her consciousness, understood immediately that this being had been alive when the gods walked, when reality was still being written, when the universe was young and strange. Chapter 27. Liu Ying's Awakening. Liu Ying's first words were not in any mortal language. They were in the ancient tongue of the gods, a language that had not been spoken in thousands of years, a way of communicating that existed partially outside of normal sound and partially in realms of pure meaning. But as she repeated the words, trying to form understanding around them, her consciousness began to translate. Her earlier speech dissolved into the modern languages that this age used. "How long?" she asked, her voice still disoriented, her eyes still adjusting to the light of the chamber. "Thousands of years," Rin replied gently. "The world has changed. The gods have fallen, but there are still those who remember them. There are still those who seek to understand what happened." Liu Ying's eyes fixed on him with sudden intensity. She stood, her movements uncertain at first, then growing more confident as her body remembered how to exist in physical form. She looked at Ren with recognition that went deeper than sight. "You carry it," she said. "The design of the architects. I can see it in your essence, in the way your power flows. You are what they created before they fell. You are what they hoped would survive." She wept, but not with tears. Her entire form trembled with the release of centuries of perfect stillness, with the overwhelming sensation of consciousness returning to a world that had fundamentally changed, with the knowledge that everything and everyone she had known had been transformed or destroyed. "How long?" she asked, her voice struggling to form mortal words, to compress thoughts that existed in multiple dimensions into the linear constraints of human language. "Thousands of years," Yueling said gently. She understood better than anyone what it meant to lose an epoch, to wake into a world that had moved on, that had forgotten. "You have slept through the turning of ages." Liu Ying, the true Liu Ying, not the one they had been traveling with, looked at the group assembled before her, and Rin could see the moment when she genuinely understood their situation. Her expression shifted from disorientation to purpose, from loss to determination. "I remember. Not everything, but enough. I remember the God realm. I remember what happened at the end. And I remember." She paused, her eyes fixing on Rin with an intensity that made the air pressure shift. "You. I know what you are. I don't have the words in this language, but I know. You are one of the architects. You carry the design in your very essence. You were made, long ago, to maintain and protect reality itself." Before Rin could respond, the temple was shaken by a concussive force that originated from somewhere far above. The ceiling of the chamber cracked, dust and stone falling in a slow rain that seemed to suspend itself in the shocked silence. The Heavenly Council had found them. Chapter 28. Fragmented memories. The memories came in waves, fragments of consciousness preserved in Liu Ying's essence through thousands of years among divine beings. Each memory was not just a vision, but an experience. Ren found himself not merely observing what the gods had felt, but actually feeling it himself. He saw a god of thunder descending during the final days. The god's form was vast, extending across miles of sky, composed of clouds and lightning. It carried a weapon of pure force, a blade forged from the essence of storms. But as it confronted the devourer, that weapon turned to dust. The god attempted to fight, to apply all its power against the hunger that devoured it. But there was nothing to fight. There was only being consumed, and then nothing. He saw another god, younger, who had the form of a young woman. She had been given domain over all growing things. But the gods had made a mistake in her creation. They had given her the ability to see the future, but all she saw was endings. Every future was the same, the devourer coming, everything consumed, nothing surviving. She had tried to warn the other gods, but they had dismissed her visions as madness. By the time they understood that her visions were true, it was too late. He saw councils of gods meeting in chambers of pure light, arguing endlessly about what to do. Some believed the devourer could be negotiated with, that if they could understand its nature, they might come to some accord. Others argued that the devourer was not a being with motivations. It was a fundamental principle, hunger given form. Still others believed escape was possible. They theorized about other realms, parallel universes, spaces outside of existence where the devourer could not reach. Some gods poured their final efforts into creating such spaces, but even those efforts failed. The devourer was not bound by normal limitations. It could reach anywhere, find any refuge, penetrate any barrier. And through it all, Liu Ying had watched. She had hidden when she could. She had run when she could not hide. She had watched friends and allies fall. She had seen the god's realm destroyed from within. "I was kept alive because of something I told one of the monks," Liu Ying explained, her voice distant and hollow. He asked if there was any hope, any possibility that something could prevent the devourer from returning. And I told him yes. I told him that perhaps, if another age of beings arose, If mortals could grow strong enough and wise enough, they might find solutions that the gods could not. She paused, and pain crossed her face. I was sealed away in the hope that I would tell someone else these words, that I would pass on the possibility of hope to a generation that did not yet exist. But now I wonder if I was wrong. Now I wonder if I was sealed away as a repository of a lie. In the chaos of the evacuation, as Kongshan and the other monks engaged the council's forces with the desperate courage of those who knew they could not win but refused to submit, Luying pulled Ren and the others toward a network of tunnels that connected to the larger cave systems beneath the mountain. But not before she shared fragments of her memories with him, memories so vivid and so vast that they nearly destroyed his consciousness trying to hold them all. He saw the gods in their realm, beings of such power and beauty that mortal language could not encompass them. He saw them debating the approach of something terrible, something that moved outside the boundaries of their universe, something that pressed against reality with hunger that was both patient and eternal. He saw their attempts to prepare, to build weapons, to create safeguards. And he saw the moment of the approach, the moment when something vast and terrible came from outside existence and began to devour. And he saw something else, knowledge that made him understand, finally, what the council was trying to protect. Not themselves, not power or resources, but the possibility of hope. Because if mortals knew the full truth about what had happened, if they understood the scale of the devourer's power, if they comprehended that not even the gods could stand against it, then despair would take root. Civilization would collapse. The will to survive would be crushed beneath the weight of inevitable doom. The council's suppression was not born of cruelty, but of a terrible logic. Sometimes, the truth was more dangerous than the lies that sheltered it. But Ren understood as well that this logic was its own form of cruelty, that keeping people ignorant of the danger approaching was condemning them to vulnerability, was preventing them from preparing, from growing, from becoming strong enough to face what was coming. The tunnels took them through ancient passages, through sections of the earth where the resonance of old magic was so strong that it made Ren's bones ache. They emerged finally in the shattered Badlands, a region of broken earth where the council's power was weak, where reality itself seemed fractured and unstable. Chapter 29. The investigation deepens. The archive was located in the lower levels of the Heavenly Council's administrative center, in a chamber that was warded with protections so sophisticated that Ren's system barely recognized them as magical in nature. They seemed less like spells than like principles, barriers woven directly into the structure of reality itself. The break-in required precision. Daoyin had provided maps based on his own fragmentary memories of seeing the archive centuries ago. The group moved in darkness, avoiding guard rotations, slipping past detection wards through methods that Ren barely understood. Yueling knew the frequencies of the ward's detection spells and could step between them, existing in the spaces where the wards could not perceive her. She moved like a shadow, like something that was never quite present in any single location long enough to be detected. The records, when they found them, were horrifying in their ordinariness. They were written on simple paper, in simple ink, stored in simple wooden boxes. Nothing about them suggested the terrible knowledge they contained. But the information within was explosive. Expedition 47, God Realm Access Point found. Sealed by order of the Council. Result, unknown. Recommendation, destroy access point. That was it. A single line in a ledger, recorded centuries ago, when the celestial monarchs had discovered the way to the God realm. They had found it, but rather than investigate, they had sealed it. They had actively chosen to remain ignorant, had prioritized the maintenance of their power base over the pursuit of truth. There were other records too. Records of investigations into the gods' fate, all marked suppressed by order of the Council. Records of civilizations that had begun to understand the truth about the Devourer, all marked exterminated. Records of individual cultivators who had asked too many questions, all marked eliminated. The Council's solution to uncomfortable truth had been systematic extinction. Over the next weeks, as they established a hidden camp in the Badlands, Ren's growing relationship with Luying, the true Luying, deepened his understanding of what had happened to the gods. She helped him decode memories from the fragments of divine relics they found in the region, showing him how to read the layered meanings that the gods had embedded in their artifacts, how to understand what they had been trying to communicate across the eons. And what they were trying to say was this: they had known. Long before the Devourer arrived, they had known it was coming. The oldest records spoke of cycles, of epochs that each lasted roughly 50,000 years, of a hunger that moved through the cosmos, consuming everything in its path. The gods had tried to prepare. They had created the architects, beings of immense power but bound by specific laws, designed to maintain reality rather than reshape it. Ren began to understand that he was not unique, that he was one of many such beings, though the others existed across multiple timelines, across parallel universes that touched at points and intersected at boundaries that only beings like him could perceive. And the gods had created one last safeguard, one final weapon, a way to bind the devourer, to imprison it temporarily in the spaces between dimensions, to give reality time to heal, to allow new civilizations to grow and flourish before the cycle repeated once more. But the binding was failing. The calculations the gods had made suggested that the seal should have held for at least 100,000 years, but something had changed, something had accelerated the timeline, and the devourer was waking faster than anyone had predicted. The council knows, Liu Ying said one night as they sat watching the strange light of the Badlands bioluminescent plants provide illumination. They have been studying the seal, trying to understand how much time remains. And they have discovered that the time is shorter than they anticipated. Decades, perhaps a century at most. Then why suppress the knowledge? Welling asked, why not warn people? Why not prepare? Because preparing against the devourer is like preparing for the sun to explode. There is nowhere to hide, no weapon that can stand against it. The council believes that keeping people ignorant and comfortable is kinder than terrifying them with inevitable doom. But Ren, Liu Ying's eyes fixed on him, and they held something like accusation, like the weight of a terrible responsibility. You are not meant to accept doom. You are meant to fight it. That is what the architects were made to do. That is what you are. In the ruined archives of a sealed facility, buried beneath generations of council suppression, Ren found records that confirmed this. Expedition 47, God Realm Access Point found. Sealed by order of the council. Result, unknown. Recommendation, destroy access point. They had found it. The council knew where the God Realm was. They had known all along, and they had sealed it, hidden it, prevented anyone from accessing the knowledge that remained there. But now, with Ren's growing power, with Liu Ying to guide him, with Yueling's ancient knowledge and Kongshan's strength, the path forward became clear. They had to reach the God Realm. They had to access the records that the gods had left behind. They had to understand, fully and entirely, what had happened and what was coming. Interlude. The archive raid in preparation for the final assault on the Boundary Mountains. Ren orchestrated a daring raid on one of the Heavenly Council's hidden archives. The facility was located in a remote region of the continent, hidden in the depths of a mountain chain, protected by layers of magical defenses and staffed with council cultivators. The raid was not intended to acquire the council's most secret knowledge, that was locked away in places too heavily fortified even for Ren's growing power to breach. Instead, the raid was designed to gather as much mid-level information as possible, to understand how the council had organized and preserved the knowledge they had suppressed, to gain tactical information about their defenses and capabilities. Kongshan led the assault with a precision that was almost artistic. He moved through the guards without appearing to fight them, using the principle of balance to neutralize their power without destroying them. His monks moved with him, maintaining formation, ensuring that the assault did not devolve into chaos. Liu Ying and Yueling worked to breach the magical wards, using knowledge of divine architecture to find the weak points where the council's modern spellcraft intersected with the ancient protections that had been integrated into the structure. With careful precision, they identified paths through the defenses that would not trigger alarms. Ren and Phoenix Sage went directly to the records, searching through the council's preserved documents, reading through archives of suppressed history. What they found was both illuminating and horrifying. The council had not kept the records of the gods fall out of malice or even fear. They had kept them out of something closer to compassion. Documents from the early days of the council revealed the reasoning. If people knew the truth, if they genuinely understood the scale of the darkness that approached, they would abandon civilization. They would stop building, stop creating, stop loving, stop hoping. The weight of that knowledge would be too much for mortal consciousness to bear. The council had believed they were being merciful by maintaining the suppression. They had told themselves that the common people were happier not knowing, that civilization could function better if hope was preserved through ignorance. And perhaps, in some ways, they had been right. There was a kind of mercy in allowing people to build lives and love and create meaning without the constant weight of knowing that it would all eventually be consumed. But there was also cruelty in it. The cruelty of denying people agency, of deciding for them what they should and should not know, of preventing them from making informed choices about their own futures. What Ren found in those archives was a history of the council managing knowledge with the care of a parent managing a child's exposure to difficult truths. And like a parent trying to protect a child from knowledge, they had succeeded only in creating vulnerability, in leaving the world unprepared for the reality that was approaching. "We will not make that choice," Rin said as they fled the archive with their gathered information. "When we have the knowledge from the God realm, we will share it. We will teach it. We will trust people to bear the weight of truth." It was a decision that would have consequences. Despair would spread. Some people would give up, but at least they would give up knowing what they were facing. At least they would make that choice consciously. And in that consciousness, there was a kind of power. The weight of this knowledge began to bend them. Yueling would sometimes fall silent for hours, staring at nothing, processing memories that even her immortal consciousness found difficult to bear. Kong Shan's meditation became deeper, more withdrawn, as if he was trying to understand the fundamental nature of the universe in a way that would allow him to accept what was approaching. Liu Ying spent time with Rin teaching him how to read multiple layers of meaning from divine artifacts, how to understand the political structures that the gods had created, how different pantheons had risen and fallen before the most recent one had been destroyed. Rin realized that what they were doing was not just uncovering knowledge. It was carrying knowledge, holding knowledge, bearing the weight of truth that the Heavenly Council had been distributing across 10,000 officials and 100,000 spies. The burden was immense. One night, as they sat around a fire in the Badlands, watching the strange bioluminescent plants glow in colors that seemed to shift between realities, Liu Ying asked him a question that he had been avoiding even asking himself. "When you break the seal," she said, "when you access the God realm, when you uncover everything the gods left behind, will you be strong enough to face what comes next?" "I don't know," Rin answered honestly. "I can feel myself growing stronger. The cultivation realms are advancing more quickly now. But there is a difference between power and readiness, between strength and wisdom. I can hit harder. I am not certain that I can think more clearly." "Neither can I," Phoenix Sage said, and it was unusual for her to speak of such vulnerability. She had lived 9 times, had accumulated vast knowledge across eons. But her voice held something close to despair. "Each life I live, I learn more. Each death I experience, I understand existence more deeply. But with each cycle, the sense of approaching doom grows larger. The shadow at the edge of existence, the thing that hunts the devourer, I feel it more strongly with each rebirth. And I fear that even all the knowledge accumulated across 9 lives will not be enough." "Then we gather more knowledge," Yueling said, and her voice was firm. "We go to the God realm. We learn everything we can, and we accept that we might not survive, but the knowledge will." It was this understanding that sustained them through the final weeks of preparation. They were not marching toward victory, but toward understanding. They were not seeking to win, but to preserve truth. And sometimes, in the darkest hours before dawn, Rin would think that this was perhaps the most important victory of all, not the triumph of force but the persistence of knowledge, the refusal to allow truth to die with the gods who had created it. Interlude, the Last Council. The Heavenly Council, sensing that they were losing control of the narrative, made a desperate decision. They called for a conclave, a gathering of all the high-ranking members, a meeting to determine the final strategy for dealing with the threat that Rin and his growing coalition represented. Phoenix Sage, through methods of observation that transcended normal perception, managed to perceive the substance of that conclave. She brought word back to the group, and the knowledge that she shared shifted everything. "They are divided," she said. "The council is fracturing. Some members believe that the seal has already failed, that the devourer will awaken regardless of what they do, and that their focus should be on evacuation, on finding safe places to hide when the darkness comes. Others believe that the seal can still be reinforced, that more power applied now will stabilize it and buy another 1,000 years of safety. And a third faction believes that confronting Rin directly is the only solution, that if they can kill him before he reaches the God realm, they can suppress the knowledge that he carries and maintain control over the narrative." "And what do you think?" Rin asked. "I think they are all wrong," Phoenix Sage said. "The seal cannot be saved. The devourer will awaken, and there is nothing that can change that. Evacuation will only postpone the inevitable. And killing you would accomplish nothing because the knowledge is already spreading, already propagating through channels that the council cannot control. But their division is useful to us. If we can take advantage of their infighting, we might reach the boundary mountains before they can organize a unified response." The council's division manifested in concrete ways over the following weeks. Different factions sent different forces to intercept Rin's growing coalition. Some attacks were half-hearted, clearly executed by members who did not fully support the council's position. Others were ferocious but uncoordinated, attacking from multiple angles without a unified strategy. And through it all, Ren's coalition grew stronger. News of his awakening had spread beyond the Badlands. reaching into cities and towns and villages where people had been persecuted by the council for seeking knowledge, for asking questions, for investigating the gods' fate. They came with whatever power they possessed, with whatever knowledge they had managed to preserve. They came because they had nothing left to lose and everything to gain. The transformation was visible in Rin himself. Each battle, each new challenge, each expansion of his understanding through the memories he pulled from divine artifacts and the teachings of his companions, refined his power, focused his will, moved him closer to the threshold of the next cultivation realm. By the time they reached the Boundary Mountains, Rin had become something new. He was no longer the nameless wanderer who had awakened in a cave with no memories. He was no longer even the cultivator who had been learning to control the Archaeologist System. He had become an architect manifest in mortal form, a being whose very presence seemed to resonate with divine authority, whose power was beginning to challenge the foundations that the Heavenly Council had spent thousands of years establishing. Interlude. The growing coalition news of Rin's awakening reached unexpected places. In monasteries hidden in remote mountains, monks who had preserved fragments of the old teachings began to openly teach what had been kept hidden. In cities where the council's grip was weakest, scholars began to publish papers that questioned the official histories, that suggested alternatives to the council's narrative. The transformation was grassroots and organic. It was not organized by Rin or his core group, but emerged spontaneously from the knowledge that was spreading, from the understanding that the Heavenly Council was not invulnerable, that the truth they had suppressed for millennia could be challenged. But with this grassroots growth came challenges. Not everyone who claimed to support Rin's cause had pure motivations. Warlords saw an opportunity to challenge the council's military supremacy. Merchant consortiums saw an opportunity to break the council's economic monopoly. Political factions saw an opportunity to advance their own agendas. The coalition that was forming was not unified by commitment to truth, but by a complex web of motivations, ambitions, and desires. Rin found himself having to make choices about who to accept into the coalition and who to exclude. It was a responsibility he had never sought, a role that required judgment and diplomacy and the ability to discern true commitment from self-interest. "You are becoming a leader," Luiying told him one night as they sat reviewing requests from would-be supporters. "Whether you want to be or not." "I don't want to be a leader," Rin said. "I want to discover the truth." "You have discovered the truth," Luiying said gently. "Now you must decide what to do with it. And in making that decision, you are leading. People are watching you. People are making choices about their own lives based on what they see you choosing. You cannot escape the responsibility of leadership simply by claiming you don't want it." It was a harsh lesson, but an essential one. Over the following weeks, Rin developed criteria for which groups he would ally with and which he would distance himself from. He insisted that any coalition member must commit not to hoarding knowledge once the truth was uncovered, but to sharing it, to teaching it, to allowing it to spread freely. He established protocols for how disputes between different factions would be resolved, creating structures that would outlast his own presence and authority. It was the beginning of something larger than himself, the beginning of an institution, a network, a movement that would carry the knowledge forward regardless of what happened to Rin personally. But even as he was building this coalition, even as he was preparing for the march to the Boundary Mountains, Rin could feel the seal failing. Each day, the resistance of the protective magic seemed slightly weaker. Each night, his dreams were filled with the consciousness of the devourer, stirring in its imprisonment, becoming more aware, more focused, more hungry. Time was running out, not gradually, but with acceleration. The window of opportunity to reach the God realm and uncover the knowledge before the seal failed entirely was closing. They could feel it in the increasing frequency of attacks from the Heavenly Council. They could feel it in the way reality itself was becoming more unstable, more prone to strange phenomena and impossible occurrences. Interlude. The weight of purpose in the depths of a cave, surrounded by the Badlands' bioluminescent fungi. Rin performed a meditation that was different from any he had attempted before. He was not seeking to advance in cultivation rank or to unlock new power. Instead, he was attempting to reconcile the fragments of memory he had pulled from the divine archives, to create a coherent understanding of what the gods had been, what they had done, and what their failure meant for the universe. The Archaeologist System expanded his consciousness across multiple time frames simultaneously. He experienced the God's creation of the universe as if living through it himself, the moment when reality crystallized out of possibility, when mathematics became physics, when the first stars ignited. He felt the satisfaction of the gods as they populated the cosmos with civilizations, watched them grow and die and transform. But he also experienced their growing realization that something was wrong, something was missing. The universe was not sealed. It was not isolated. There were edges, boundaries, places where other universes pressed against it. And beyond those boundaries, in the spaces between realities, something was moving. Something vast was learning to navigate the gaps between worlds. The devourer, not hunting consciously at first, but feeding reflexively, the way an animal moves toward food without thought. It had consumed universes before this one. It would consume universes after. The gods were not the first civilization to try to resist it. They were perhaps the 100th, or the 1000th, or some number too vast to comprehend. Each civilization had been destroyed. Each time, the universe had recovered and grown new wonders. The cycle repeated. But this time, the gods had made a choice. Instead of simply trying to fight the devourer, a choice that always failed, they had created a binding, a seal, a way to imprison it. And to make that binding work, they had created the architects, beings designed to maintain reality, to defend it not through force but through understanding. They had created Run, across all timelines and iterations, to be the response to their failure. The weight of this purpose nearly crushed him. Ren found himself weeping, tears falling in the cave, the salt of his grief mixing with the water of the Badlands' underground streams. He was not meant to be happy. He was not meant to have a normal life. He was created specifically to face the impossible and find a way forward where all others had failed. But also, he realized, that gave him clarity. There was no path he could take that would be wrong, because he was designed to find the right path even when it seemed non-existent. He was made for this moment. Every cultivation technique he had learned, every memory he had absorbed from the dead, every companion he had gathered, all of it was leading him toward a purpose that transcended personal desire. When he emerged from the meditation, Luiying was waiting for him with food and water. She did not ask about the meditation. She did not need to. She could read the acceptance in his eyes, the transformation that had occurred in his consciousness. "You understand now," she said. "I understand that I may fail," Ren replied. "I understand that even the gods failed. I understand that the devourer may consume everything we love and everything we build. But I also understand that failing is still better than not trying. That resistance, even if it ends in defeat, is more noble than acceptance of darkness." "Then you are ready," Luiying said. "Ready to carry the weight of all those who died before you. Ready to honor the sacrifice of those who will die with you. Ready to ensure that if the devourer does come, at least it will find a world that understood what it faced and fought back with clear eyes." Interlude. The gathering of allies. News of Ren's awakening had spread beyond their immediate circle. Cultivators from across the continent began to arrive at the hidden camp in the Badlands, drawn by rumors of a new power rising against the Heavenly Council, by the hope that perhaps the established order could be challenged, perhaps the truth could be uncovered. Some came as warriors, looking to test themselves against the Council's forces. Some came as scholars, seeking the knowledge that Ruin had discovered. Some came as refugees, individuals who had already been persecuted by the Council and saw in Ren's movement a chance for vengeance or redemption. Ren did not turn anyone away. Instead, he worked with Kongshan and Luiying to organize them, to create some structure from the chaos of so many different motivations and beliefs and power levels. They formed the beginning of what might become an army, though Ren was careful never to call it that. Armies conquered. He preferred to think of it as a coalition of seekers, united in their desire to uncover truth. Phoenix Sage worked with the older warriors, teaching them meditation techniques that Kongshan had developed, helping them find the stillness that would allow them to survive the chaos of approaching conflict. Yueling, still partially hidden, still not revealing the full extent of her transformation, worked with the scholars, sharing fragments of divine knowledge, showing them the principles by which the gods had built their civilization. Over the course of weeks, the hidden camp transformed from a refuge into something resembling an academy. Classes were held in the morning on cultivation techniques and philosophy. Meditation sessions happened in the evening, led by Kongshan or Phoenix Sage. At night, there were discussions, debates, conversations that ranged from the nature of the universe to the proper way to live in the face of approaching darkness. Ren found himself drawn into all of it, not as a leader directing traffic, but as a participant, learning as much as he taught, growing stronger not just in power but in wisdom and understanding. And though he did not speak of it, he could feel the seal continuing to fail, could sense the devourer stirring in its imprisonment, could perceive the countdown to its awakening growing shorter with each passing day. The Heavenly Council did not leave them unmolested. Periodic attacks came, always weaker than the last, always easier to repel. It became clear that the Council's resources were being spread thin, that they were attempting to manage multiple crises across the continent simultaneously. Word had spread that the seal was failing. Villages were being destroyed in places where reality was becoming unstable. Cultivators who had learned the truth about the god's fate were growing rebellious. Everything was coming to a head. The moment was approaching when hiding would no longer be possible, when the boundary mountains and the seal would become the center of attention, when the world would have to acknowledge the truth that the gods had died and the darkness was returning. Chapter 30. Lord Xiantian arrives. The presence arrived before the physical form manifested. Ren felt at first as a disturbance in the natural flow of power, a moment where the universe seemed to hold its breath. The air itself became hostile, as if reality was resisting the arrival of something that did not belong in normal existence. Then the sky cracked open, not metaphorically, but literally. The clouds were torn apart as if by invisible hands, revealing not the blue of the upper atmosphere, but something else. From that crack, a figure descended. Lord Xiantian was ancient beyond measure. His appearance was deceptively human. He wore the form of an old man with long white hair and robes of deep blue silk. But his eyes were wrong. They contained universes of knowledge, of experience, of understanding accumulated across millennia. When he looked at something, he saw not what it was, but what it had always been and what it would always be. I had thought we might come to an understanding, Xiantian said, his voice like the rumbling of continental plates colliding far beneath the earth. But I see now that you are driven by a compulsion to uncover truth. That is a noble impulse, but it is also a dangerous one. For some truths are not meant to be discovered. Some knowledge is preserved in secrecy not out of malice, but out of necessity, to prevent the universe from understanding the full scope of what hungers for it. The Heavenly Council's response was personal. Lord Xiantian, one of the celestial monarchs, arrived at the Badlands with a force of 500 cultivators, all of them trained soldiers, all of them bonded to the Council's power network, all of them entirely committed to their mission. The mission was clear: eliminate everyone in the group and erase the evidence of their investigation. Ren felt his presence before seeing him, a psychic weight pressing down on the entire region, a concentration of power so immense that it made the sky seem to darken even at midday. Lord Xiantian descended from a portal that tore open the air itself, stepping through reality as if it were a curtain rather than a fundamental boundary. He was ancient, this being. The Archaeologist System read him as having existed for at least 30,000 years, as having been alive during the last cycle of the Devourer, as having witnessed the death of gods himself. I remember you, Xiantian said, his voice causing waves in the earth below them. His eyes locked on Luying. I remember when you were sealed. The monks thought it was mercy, but it was cruelty, wasn't it? To preserve you in stasis, to deny you the peace of true death, to condemn you to wake in a world where everything you loved had been destroyed. You were there, Luying said, her voice tight. At the end, you saw what happened. I did, and I made a choice then that I do not regret. The gods fell, and someone had to preserve what could be preserved. The Heavenly Council was born from the ashes of the old order. We have kept the peace. We have prevented panic. We have maintained structure and civilization. And we have done this by controlling knowledge, by ensuring that the common people do not know the weight of the truth. He turned his attention to Ren. But you are not common. You are an architect. You carry design that we cannot control, authority that predates the council itself. You are a threat to everything we have built. Then we have no choice, Luying said, and power began to gather around her, ancient and terrible and vast. We must fight. Chapter 31. The escape. The escape was a study in coordinated chaos. They did not flee in panic, but rather with the kind of focused urgency that came from understanding exactly how fast they needed to move to stay ahead of their pursuers. Yueling set their pace, her celestial speed pushing the group to their limits, while Luying covered their trail, using techniques of misdirection that she had learned in the Age of Gods, ways of masking their passage that made it seem as though they were moving in entirely different directions. Behind them, the Council's forces were relentless. The cultivators who pursued them were not the bottom ranks of the organization, but experienced warriors, veterans of centuries of conflict, beings who had honed their skills through countless battles. They did not give up. They adapted to every evasion tactic, predicted every turn, anticipated every hiding place. But they could not match the speed of beings who were no longer entirely bound by mortal limitations. Yueling moved between moments, existing in the spaces between seconds where normal physics did not apply. Kongshan, somewhere behind them in stasis with 8 celestial monarchs, was a focal point that drew all of the Council's attention, preventing them from committing their full force to the pursuit. And Run learned something crucial during that escape. Cooperation was as important as individual power. Alone, he could not have outrun the Council's forces. But together with Yueling, with Luying, With Dowing's knowledge and Phoenix Sage's foresight, they became something greater than the sum of their parts. Their powers complemented each other, filled in the gaps that each individual possessed, created a unified whole that was far more difficult to catch than any single being could be. But they were massively outnumbered, and Rin understood with terrible clarity that a direct confrontation would end in death. So instead of fighting, they did what they had become expert at. They fled, using Yueling's blood to mask their trail, using Kongshan's understanding of the mountain passes to guide them through terrain that was nearly impossible to traverse, using Rin's growing command of the Archaeologist System to predict the paths their pursuers would take. They managed to evade Xuantian's army. But the cost was high. Several monks who had fled with them from the temple died, holding rear guards. Yueling was wounded, a deep cut across her side that would take weeks to heal. And they were separated from Daoyin, who had sacrificed himself to buy them time in the sealed city, leaving them with no guide, no mentor, only the knowledge that they had to continue. They ran through the wilderness for days, stopping only when exhaustion forced them to rest, moving constantly with the knowledge that their pursuers were behind them, patient and relentless as the turning of seasons. Chapter 32. Into the wilderness, the shattered Badlands were a wound in the world itself. They were a place where reality had been torn and then imperfectly healed, leaving behind fractures and instabilities that persisted across millennia. The ground here was unreliable, shifting without warning, sometimes solid and sometimes something less than solid, existing in a state that was ambiguous between matter and energy. The sky above was equally unstable. In some places, it looked like normal sky. In other places, it was purple or green or colors that had no names in mortal languages. The sun appeared at different angles depending on where you were standing, sometimes appearing twice in the same sky, sometimes not appearing at all, its light replaced by a kind of ambient glow that came from no obvious source. Time moved differently here. They could see evidence of it in the plants that grew in scattered places. Some of them were ancient, twisted into shapes that suggested centuries of slow growth, while others were young and vibrant despite showing no fresh growth in months. The warriors and monks who ventured with them were warned to mark the passage of time carefully, to understand that an hour spent walking in one region might be only minutes when measured against the normal flow of the outside world, or conversely, a few minutes of subjective experience might age one by days. Daoyin seemed almost restored by their time in the shattered Badlands. The old man who had been barely able to walk when they entered the region began to move with something approaching vigor. The injuries that had plagued him seemed to matter less in a place where time moved in non-linear fashion, where the normal rules of aging and decay held less sway. The gods left this place wounded intentionally, Daoyin explained as they camped one evening in a relatively stable zone. They did not fully repair it because they understood that a fully healed world would be easier for the devourer to navigate. A broken world, a place where the laws of reality are uncertain, is harder for absolute hunger to consume. The devourer feeds on things that are whole and complete and understandable. Chaos and instability are not appetizing to it. The shattered Badlands became their refuge, a place where the council's power was so fragmented that even their greatest cultivators could not maintain effective control. It was a harsh land, a landscape of broken earth and strange geometric formations, where the very geology seemed to exist in violation of natural laws. In a hidden valley, surrounded by rock formations that created their own small pocket dimension, barely perceivable to outside observation, they established a temporary base. Lu Ying tended Yueling's wound with ancient techniques that knitted flesh and power back together. Kongshan sat in meditation, his consciousness extending outward, sensing the movements of their pursuers, understanding the patterns of the council's search. Ren asked the question that had been growing in his mind since they had fled the temple. How do we reach the boundary mountains? How do we access the god realm if the council has sealed it, if their power surrounds every approach? We don't. Daoyin's voice came from the darkness, and Rin spun to see the old man emerging from the shadows, battered and aged beyond measure, but alive. Blood soaked through his robes, and there was a quality to his walk that suggested deep internal injuries. The council has sealed the main approaches, but there are other ways, paths that were never recorded, that the gods themselves created as fail-safes. I know one of those paths. He collapsed as he finished speaking, and they spent the next 3 days thinking he would die, watching as Lu Ying poured power into keeping him alive, as Rin tried desperately to extract healing knowledge from the fragments of divine memory that still resonated through the Archaeologist System. He did not die, but he was never the same again. Something had been broken in him that could not be fully repaired, something that aging and suffering had exposed that even immortal power could not fix. When he was strong enough to move again, though moving was now a slow and painful process, Daoyin told them about the Boundary Mountains, about the ancient seal that guarded the path to the god realm, about the fact that the seal had been created by the gods themselves, and only something touched by the architects could break it. "That is you," Daoyin said, looking at Rin with eyes that held both hope and terrible knowledge of what breaking such a seal would cost. "You are the key. But once the seal breaks, once the access point is opened, the Heavenly Council will know. They will bring their full force against us, and we may not survive what follows." "Then we prepare," Rin said, and felt Lu Ying's eyes on him, felt her assessment of his commitment, her judgment of whether he would falter in the face of what was approaching. "We grow stronger. We gather allies if we can, and we move toward the Boundary Mountains." Chapter 33. Immortal Ascension. The breakthrough came in a moment of surrender. Rin was standing watch while the others slept, exhaustion and stress and the weight of responsibility pressing down on him like a physical force. The knowledge of what pursued them, the understanding that beings of immense power wanted him dead, the awareness that everything he was doing would either save countless lives or lead to extinction. It was overwhelming. He stopped fighting the exhaustion. He simply accepted it, allowed it to wash over him, stopped trying to maintain the facade of strength that he presented to the others. In that moment of acceptance, the transformation began. The Archaeologist System lit up within him, accessing memories from his own soul, not memories of this life, but of lives before, fragments of incarnations he had lived across ages past. He saw himself as a scholar studying divine works. He saw himself as a warrior who had learned to perceive the fundamental patterns of reality. He saw himself as a cultivator who had walked the path of enlightenment to its very edge. In a moment of terrible clarity, Rin understood something that would change everything. He was not simply a mortal who had encountered a powerful system. He was an architect, one of the beings that the last god had designed before sacrificing herself. He was something that had been deliberately created by the gods to be a potential solution to the Devourer's return. And in that understanding, he ascended, not through cultivation or meditation or any deliberate action, but through the simple fact of remembering what he genuinely was. His body did not change, but his essence shifted. The chains that bound him to mortality unwound. His lifespan extended infinitely. He was no longer going to grow old unless he chose to. He had walked into the realm of the immortals, and there was no walking back. When he opened his eyes, dawn was breaking across the shattered Badlands, and Rin Xianxian was no longer a mortal cultivator, but an immortal being, one of the rare creatures whose lives would span millennia if they chose to live that long. The fugitive months that followed transformed all of them. Rin, driven by constant danger, by the need to stay ahead of his pursuers, by the integration of knowledge that Lu Ying shared with him from the divine memories, reached immortal ascension realm. He was no longer mortal. He would not age. He would not die of natural causes. He had transcended the fundamental limitations of humanity and entered into the immortal realms where time became more of a suggestion than a law. His power was now visible in the physical world. The earth trembled when he walked. Lightning danced at the edges of his perception. The air itself seemed to recognize his authority and obey his subtle commands. Yueling regained full strength and revealed that her power had been constrained for centuries, that she had been deliberately limiting herself, hiding the full extent of what she was capable of. When she released that constraint, the world seemed to hold its breath. Her presence became suffocating in its intensity, beautiful and terrible in equal measure. Kong Shan's meditation deepened into something that transcended normal cultivation. He had begun to perceive the underlying structure of existence itself, the way that force and counterforce, action and inaction, being and emptiness were all expressions of a single unified principle. It was the beginning of a path that would take him beyond cultivation, beyond power, into something that had no name. And Lu Ying stood at the center of them all, ancient and wise and carrying the weight of too many memories, too much loss, the burden of being one of the last who remembered what the world had been like when the gods walked. Chapter 34. Ancient ally Phoenix Sage first appeared to them as a shimmer in the air, a distortion of light that took physical form gradually, like a photograph developing in reverse. When she finally became fully visible, she stood as a woman of indeterminate age, with features that seemed to shift slightly when looked at directly, as if her form had not quite settled on a single configuration. "I have walked this world 9 times, Phoenix Sage said, her voice carrying the weight of those 9 lifetimes. In each iteration, I have lived from birth to death, then descended into the void, then been reborn anew. And in each of those 9 lives, I have felt the approach of the devourer. I have sensed its presence growing closer, its awakening drawing nearer. I have watched as the seals that bind it gradually weakened cycle after cycle. Phoenix Sage's gaze passed over each member of the group, and in her eyes, each of them saw something different. She saw not what they were, but what they could become, not their past, but their potential future. In this 10th life, I feel something different. I feel the convergence of forces, the gathering of powers that might actually have a chance against the inevitable. That feeling drew me to you. That sense that perhaps, in this cycle, the pattern might break. They found her where the shattered badlands gave way to foothills and scrubland, a woman whose form seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, whose presence radiated an age so vast that it made the existence of mountains seem recent. Phoenix Sage appeared before them without warning, manifesting in the center of their camp as if she had always been there, as if she was simply becoming visible again after a long period of hibernation. She was beautiful in the way that ancient things are beautiful, worn smooth by time, polished by countless cycles, carrying within her the knowledge of epochs that had come and gone. She recognized Ren immediately, and her eyes held something like relief, like the end of a very long search. "I have been waiting for you," Phoenix Sage said, her voice like wind through ancient forests. "I have lived 9 times, across 9 cycles of this universe. And I have felt, in each life, the pattern emerging again. I have felt, in each death, the shadow of something vast moving through dimensions adjacent to our own. And I have been told, in the moments between lives, that when the 9th cycle came to an end, a new kind of being would emerge, not God, not mortal, but something in between, something meant to resist." "Are you a god?" Ren asked. "Once, long ago, before the first devourer came, when the universe was young and the gods were still learning what their power meant. I was killed in the first cycle. I was reborn in the ashes. I was killed again in the second, and again and again. But each death is also a transformation, a chance to become something new, to understand more deeply what existence means. I am not quite alive and not quite dead, not quite mortal and not quite divine. I exist in the spaces between states, in the transitions that normal beings cannot perceive." She moved toward Liu Ying and embraced her, an act of recognition, a moment of communion between 2 beings who understood what it meant to live across the span of eons. "She told me to wait for you," Phoenix Sage continued, her gaze shifting to Ren. "The last god, the one who made the binding ritual, who trapped the devourer and sealed it away and then sacrificed herself to make the seal permanent. She told me that one day, when the cycles had turned enough times, when the seal began to fail and the devourer began to stir, I would meet one like you. One who carried the design of the architects, but in a new form. One who had not been predetermined by the ancient gods, but who had emerged from the chaos of the universe seeking answers. She said that you would be the key to survival, or the key to understanding why survival was not possible." Chapter 35. The Devourer's history. The horror of what had happened began to sink in as Phoenix Sage recounted her memories across multiple lifetimes. In each cycle, the pattern was the same. In each era, when civilization had grown to a certain level of advancement, when knowledge and power had accumulated to a critical threshold, the devourer would awaken. And each time, it would feed until it was sated, until the universe had been consumed down to its bare essentials, and then it would return to dormancy, leaving behind a remnant world in which a new civilization could slowly grow. The gods understood this, Phoenix Sage explained. They created cycles, mathematical patterns built into the structure of reality itself. Civilizations rise, advance, reach a certain level of development, then the devourer awakens and consumes them. But the universe rebuilds. Life returns. Consciousness emerges again. Each cycle gives the universe a chance to rest, to recover, to grow something new that the devourer will eventually consume. "Is there any way to break the cycle?" Liu Ying asked, though she seemed to already know the answer. The gods believed that if consciousness could evolve quickly enough, if a civilization could grow to understand the nature of the devourer before the seal failed, then perhaps they could find a way to resist it. That was why they created the architects, beings designed to be rapid learners, beings whose power came not from inheritance or age, but from understanding. They hoped that an architect, given enough time and enough knowledge, might be able to do what the gods could not. Phoenix Sage looked at Ren with ancient, sorrowful eyes. "But the architects were destroyed in the first cycle. All except for you, somehow surviving into this age in a new form, with a new system, given another chance that the gods themselves did not expect to provide." Over the following days, Phoenix Sage told them the full history of the devourer, the tale that had been hidden from all mortal knowledge, the truth that the Heavenly Council had been desperately trying to suppress. The Devourer was not native to this universe. It had come from somewhere outside existence, somewhere beyond the boundaries of space-time and causality, somewhere that could only be described as elsewhere. It was old beyond measure, ancient in a way that predated galaxies and stars and the fundamental forces of nature. And it was hungry. That hunger was its essence, its defining characteristic. It did not eat to grow. It grew in order to eat. It did not consume to become powerful. Consuming was its form of existence. The universe, to the Devourer, was simply a meal waiting to be accessed. 50,000 years ago, the first cycle had ended. The Devourer had come, had fed, had consumed every god, every civilization, every advancement that had been made. But the gods, in the final moments, had created a binding, a seal that forced the Devourer into dormancy, that imprisoned it in the spaces between dimensions, that prevented it from continuing to feed. But seals decay, magic fades, and the universe, existing in a state of constant expansion and change, gradually shifted in ways that weakened the ancient magic that held the Devourer at bay. Each cycle, it awakens for longer, Phoenix Sage explained. Each time, the seal is weaker. The gods understood this. They built cycles into existence itself, created mathematical patterns that would ensure that each time the Devourer returned, reality had a chance to rest, to recover, to grow new civilizations and new wonders that would sustain it until the next awakening came. Is there a way to defeat it? Ren asked. A way to break the cycle. Phoenix Sage was quiet for a long moment. The last god believed so. She created the architects, beings of immense power but bound by specific restrictions, designed to maintain and defend reality rather than reshape it. She hoped that by the time the Devourer returned, by the time the seal failed entirely, the architects would have evolved, would have become something that could resist, something that could find a permanent solution. And has that happened? Lu Ying asked, her eyes on Ren. That, Phoenix Sage said, remains to be seen. Chapter 36. The boundary approached. The boundary mountains themselves seemed to resist their approach. The terrain grew more hostile with each step. Paths that had seemed clear would, without warning, become impassable. Rivers that flowed gently would rage, without warning. The mountains were actively defending themselves, or more accurately, defending what lay beyond them. Daoyin explained the phenomenon from his litter as they navigated yet another obstacle. The gods wove their will into these mountains. The intention was that the boundary mountains would become increasingly hostile to any beings who approached with the intention of breaking the seal. The greater your commitment to breaking it, the more the mountains will resist you. But we are getting through, Yueling said, looking around at the landscape that had grown progressively more difficult to navigate. Because your intention is pure, Daoyin replied. You do not seek to release the Devourer. You seek to access the knowledge that lies beyond the seal. The mountains can sense that distinction. They are fighting you, but not with all the force at their disposal, because they recognize that what you are attempting may actually be aligned with what the gods intended, that one day, a being with sufficient purity and understanding would come to learn the truth. Phoenix Sage added, the Heavenly Council, if they had attempted to break this seal, would have been crushed immediately. The mountains would have made it clear that the Council's intentions were not aligned with the gods' original design. But we are passing through because we represent something different. We represent the possibility of understanding. We represent potential resistance to the inevitable. They began the final approach to the boundary mountains at the start of what the mortal calendar would call spring. Those seasons meant little in the shattered Badlands where weather was as unstable as the ground beneath their feet. The mountains rose like broken teeth against the sky, a range so vast and so strange that looking at them for too long made Ren's eyes hurt, made his perception of distance and space become confused. The Archaeologist System read the mountains as not entirely physical, as partially existing in dimensions adjacent to normal reality, as if the gods had carved pathways through the fabric of existence itself when they created this place. They gathered what allies they could find. Word had spread through the cultivator networks that an architect had awakened, that someone was actively seeking knowledge about the gods' fate, that resistance to the Heavenly Council was gathering. Some came out of genuine desire to understand the truth. Others came out of calculation, seeing Ren's potential and wanting to align themselves with a rising power. Still others came because they had been hunted by the Council and saw in Ren's cause a chance for purpose and revenge. By the time they reached the foothills of the Boundary Mountains, their group had grown to several hundred. Warriors and monks and scholars and cultivators of various sects and schools, all of them willing to march into the unknown, all of them understanding that what came next would reshape the world or end it entirely. The seal is ahead, Daoyin said. He was being carried now on a litter, his body too damaged to walk, but his mind was still sharp, still clear. I can feel it. The magic that the gods wove into the very mountains, the binding that is held for 50,000 years. The council has strengthened it in recent centuries, added their own power to it, but at its core, it remains the work of the ancient gods. Can we break it? Kongshan asked. Not we, Daoyin said, his eyes fixed on Ren. Only he can break it. The seal was created to respond only to beings of the architect design, and to break it will require him to pour all of his power into a single, devastating strike. It will leave him vulnerable, exhausted, defenseless. The Heavenly Council will know the moment the seal breaks. They will bring their full force to bear. Interlude. The Heavenly Council's desperation. The Heavenly Council, realizing that they were losing control, decided to attempt something drastic. They gathered in secret. Only the highest-ranking celestial monarchs. Only those who had been alive for more than 1,000 years. Only those who had lived through multiple ages and understood the history that was unfolding. Their decision was to accelerate their own plans. Rather than continue trying to suppress knowledge, they would instead attempt to accelerate the timeline, to force the devourer to awaken early, on the council's schedule rather than on the natural progression of the seal's failure. This would allow them to evacuate priority populations, to establish defensive lines, to attempt to manage the apocalypse rather than be caught unprepared by it. It was a gamble of immense proportions. Accelerating the awakening would weaken reality further, would cause more dimensional cracks, would create chaos and death across the continent. But it would also give them control, or so they believed. The council began performing rituals designed to weaken the seal further, to communicate with the devourer beyond the boundaries of reality, to establish a kind of accord or agreement, if such a thing was even possible with something like the devourer. They were not successful. The moment they began the rituals, the moment they started channeling power toward the seal with the intention of weakening it, alarms were triggered that had been in place since the seal's original construction. Automatic defenses activated, mechanisms that the gods had put in place specifically to prevent the council or any other being from attempting to deliberately break or weaken the seal. The backlash of those defenses killed 3 celestial monarchs immediately. It wounded 5 others critically, and it forced the council to abort their ritual halfway through, leaving the seal not weakened but actually slightly stronger, reinforced by the ancient gods' defensive mechanisms. This failure demoralized the council. For the first time in 10,000 years, they were forced to confront the reality that they were not ultimately in control, that the gods' plans and protections were still in effect, still active, still defending against them. The sense that they had been managing the world, that they could control events through power and influence, was shattered. So when Ren's coalition began its final march toward the Boundary Mountains, the council's response was less coordinated than it might have been. Some factions were still committed to suppression through force. Others were already beginning evacuation protocols. And still others had gone into a kind of fatalistic paralysis, accepting that events were now beyond their control. Chapter 37. The first wave. The first attack came when they were still 3 days' march from the mountains. A force of celestial monarchs descended from the sky, riding on waves of power, their presence so overwhelming that the earth beneath their feet cracked and split. The sky itself seemed to darken as they manifested, as if their mere existence was consuming light. There were 8 of them, and each one was stronger than Run had thought possible. They moved with the absolute confidence of beings who had never encountered resistance they could not overcome, who had spent centuries or millennia perfecting their techniques, who were so far beyond mortal understanding that they barely perceived the group before them as anything more than insects to be crushed. The leader of the delegation was a being whose power radiated differently from the others. Where most of the celestial monarchs showed their strength through displays of energy and aura, this one carried power in stillness, in the economical precision of movement that suggested absolute control. His eyes were ancient, carrying the weight of 10,000 years or more. When he looked at Run, there was recognition there, not of who Run was, but of what he was. The architect awakens, the old monarch said, his voice like the grinding of continental plates. I had thought you all destroyed. It seems the gods left one final gambit. How inconvenient. Kongshan stepped forward and raised his hands. His meditation had evolved in recent weeks into something that transcended normal martial technique. He had begun to understand that the most powerful response to aggression was not counter-aggression, but simply the presence of absolute balance, the manifestation of a principle that was so fundamental to the universe that it could not be opposed without opposition itself becoming meaningless. The first wave of power that the celestial monarchs unleashed was not an attack in the conventional sense. It was a demonstration of force, a projection of their authority, an assertion that the space around them belonged to them, and that all living things within that space would bow or be destroyed. The power crackled through the air, tearing at the fabric of reality, creating ripples that propagated outward like stones dropped in a perfect pond. The wave met something in the space before Kongshan. It did not dissipate. It did not reflect back. It simply ceased to exist, becoming nullified by the principle of equilibrium that Kongshan had learned to embody. Where the wave met him, there was a point of perfect balance. The power flowing from the left was exactly matched by the power flowing from the right. The downward pressure was exactly matched by upward resistance. Nothing was destroyed because nothing was opposed. Everything was simply balanced. Interesting, one of the monarchs said. The being who spoke was a woman with eyes that burned like solar furnaces. She had been the first to attack, and she had felt the moment when her power simply ceased to exist. It was a sensation entirely foreign to beings of her level. A heretic who has discovered enlightenment through martial practice. How rare. How ultimately futile. The other 7 monarchs exchanged looks. There was communication happening between them. Consciousness connecting to consciousness through bonds of power that had been forged across centuries of cooperation. They came to a conclusion that was visible in the shift of their stance, the subtle change in their positioning. They attacked in unison, 8 separate strikes of overwhelming power coordinated through a connection that linked their consciousness together. Each strike was different, tailored to exploit different angles of approach, to assault from multiple dimensions simultaneously, to create a pattern of pressure that could not be balanced because it was too complex, too varied, too overwhelming. The solar furnace woman attacked with heat, releasing power in the form of thermal radiation so intense that the air itself began to ignite. Around her, flames manifested that were not really flame but the physical manifestation of her authority over thermodynamic processes. The eldest monarch attacked with force, releasing his power in a wave that pushed reality aside like water displaced by a stone. The pressure was immense, was designed to pulverize matter and crush consciousness. 3 others attacked simultaneously from different angles, their strikes forming a geometric pattern, creating a cage of power from which there was no escape. The attacks should have annihilated Kongshan and everyone behind him, should have torn apart the very earth, should have left a crater visible from the sky, should have annihilated not just Kongshan, but perhaps 100 miles in every direction. But Kongshan simply stood there, and his presence became a mirror. Not a passive mirror that reflected, but an active one that responded, that transformed. Every force that struck him found its opposite within the space of his being, finding equilibrium, finding the point of balance where force and counterforce became identical. The heat met absolute cold that was not actually cold but the absence of thermal radiation, the perfect cancellation of energy. The pressure met an immense resistance that was not actually physical but the manifestation of space that could not be displaced. The geometric cage of power met pathways of movement that existed at angles to the cage, that curved through spaces that the cage did not occupy. It was a stalemate. The celestial monarchs could not defeat him, but he could not defeat them. They were locked in opposition, each one the perfect expression of the other, neither gaining advantage, both cemented in place. The power being expended was so immense that the ground beneath them began to turn to glass. Mountains in the distance cracked from the pressure and vibration alone. Kongshan was breathing hard. His body was sweating not from fear, but from the immense effort of maintaining balance against 8 beings of nearly infinite power. Ren could see the strain on his face, the way his hands were trembling, the effort required to keep all his attention focused on the moment of now, on the intersection of force and counterforce where equilibrium had to be maintained. Go, Kongshan said, his voice calm despite the immense strain, his words coming out through gritted teeth. I will hold them here. I will hold them for as long as my understanding remains clear. No, Rin said. He began to step forward, to add his power to Kongshan's, to join the balance, and perhaps turn it into something that was no longer stalemate, but victory. But Kongshan's will struck him like a physical blow, a projection of consciousness that was absolute in its rejection. This is my choice. This is my path. I have been seeking enlightenment through martial practice, through the understanding of force and balance and the flow of conflict. I have found it. Now I understand what I must do. I must become the perfect expression of balance, the living embodiment of the principle that makes the universe coherent. Go. Reach the mountains. Break the seal. Do what the architects were made to do. You are not alone. I will always be with you, in equilibrium, in the spaces between forces. I will never die while the balance holds. And the balance will hold forever. Go. Please. Go now. The request was absolute. Rin could feel it in the projection of Kongshan's consciousness. The monk had made a choice, and in making that choice had accepted what would come. He would stand here, holding back 8 celestial monarchs, existing in perfect balance until either he lost clarity and was consumed or the universe itself ended. There was no saving him. There was only honoring his sacrifice by moving forward. Interlude. The sacrifices meaning as they fled, moving with speed that pushed even Rin's power to its limits. The sound of the confrontation faded behind them. But it never entirely disappeared. Kongshan had become the pivot point, the fixed position around which the entire pattern of conflict revolved. His commitment to maintaining balance had created a focal point of power that would draw the Heavenly Council's attention indefinitely. The oldest of the celestial monarchs had, at one point, recognized what was happening. Rin could sense it through the Archaeologist System, could read it in the patterns of power radiating backward toward them. The monarch understood that Kongshan was not trying to defeat them, but was trying to prevent them from following, was willing to accept eternal opposition in order to buy time for the others to escape. Go with honor, the ancient monarch had said, and there had been something close to respect in his voice. Your sacrifice is recognized, warrior. You have found enlightenment through perfect balance. That is a death worthy of a god. And Kongshan had accepted it, had accepted that he would stand in that same place, in that same moment, maintaining the same balance, for perhaps eternity or until the seal failed entirely and reality itself twisted beyond the point where balance could be maintained. It was a sacrifice that was larger than death, that transcended the conventional understanding of mortality. Chapter 38. Kongshan's Sacrifice. The group moved forward, leaving Kongshan behind, leaving him locked in opposition with 8 celestial monarchs, his power holding them at bay, his understanding of balance making it impossible for them to defeat him or move past him. Rin felt the loss like a physical amputation. Kongshan had been more than a teacher. He had been the bridge between the mortal understanding of warfare and the divine understanding of the power that underwrote existence. Without him, they were diminished, not in combat strength, but in understanding, in the ability to perceive the deeper principles that govern the universe. But he also felt something else, connection. Because even though Kongshan was no longer with them, his consciousness was not diminished, was not lost. In reaching enlightenment through perfect balance, he had transcended the need for physical presence. His understanding of equilibrium meant that he was everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, was present in every moment of balance that the universe maintained, was woven into the fabric of reality itself. Rin could feel Kongshan's presence in the way the ground held together as they ran. He could feel it in the way the air currents moved in patterns that protected them from the worst of the wind. Kongshan had not left them. He had expanded. He had transformed from a singular being into a principle, had become the living embodiment of balance itself. Will he die? Rin asked, though he knew the answer and was asking it anyway. Needed to ask it, needed to voice the possibility, even though speaking it would not change it. Perhaps, Phoenix Sage said, or perhaps he will transcend death entirely, becoming something that exists beyond the simple duality of living and dying. The path of enlightenment does not always end in conventional ways. But her voice carried the weight of knowledge, the understanding that she had seen many paths of enlightenment come to their ends, and not all of them had resulted in survival in the physical sense. They pressed forward, and Rin poured his power into acceleration, into moving the group faster, into racing against the knowledge that more council forces were approaching, that the battle at the mountains would be the first of many, that the entire world was beginning to understand that the equilibrium that had existed for 50,000 years was finally breaking down. Chapter 39. The Boundary Mountains. As they approached the seal itself, standing before the massive structure of interlocking runes, Rin could feel the weight of 50,000 years of imprisonment pressing down through the magic. The seal was not just a barrier. It was a statement of will, a fundamental assertion that certain knowledge would not be accessed, certain realms would not be entered, certain truths would not be discovered. But it was also failing. Not catastrophically, but inevitably. Each passing year saw the magic weaken just slightly. Each century saw the runes glow a little less brightly. The gods had understood that no seal created by mortal or divine magic could remain intact forever. They had created it not as a permanent solution but as a delaying mechanism, a way to buy time for civilization to evolve, for knowledge to accumulate, for understanding to grow to a point where resistance to the devourer might become possible. And there, standing before the seal, Rin understood what he had to do. He had to break it. He had to release what lay beyond. He had to open the god realm to the scrutiny of mortal understanding. Because only by accessing that knowledge, only by understanding the full scope of what the gods had learned and how they had fallen, Could there be any hope of different outcome when the devourer returned? It was a terrible responsibility. It was the weight of the world pressed onto one being's shoulders. But it was also his purpose. It was why the architects had been created. It was why he had been allowed to survive into this age. The seal revealed itself as they drew near, a structure of pure magic carved into the very stone of the mountains. It was vast beyond measure, interlocking runes that covered every square inch of visible rock, all of them glowing with a light that had not dimmed in 50,000 years. The runes were not written in any language that mortals had ever created. They were written in the language of the universe itself, in the notation that gods used to describe the fundamental laws of reality. As Rin approached, the archaeologist system began to read the runes, and the knowledge that flowed into him was overwhelming. Each rune was not just a symbol, but a mechanism, a lock that was bound to multiple principles of existence. To break one rune without breaking the others correctly would not open the seal, but would cause it to collapse catastrophically, potentially shattering not just the seal but the mountains themselves, and perhaps creating a rift that would consume everything nearby. The seal had been designed not just to prevent access to the god realm, but to prevent entry even if one attempted to force the way. It was a lock that was so sophisticated that even gods would have struggled to pick it. Only beings of architect design, only those who carried the blueprints of reality in their very essence, would be able to read and understand the complete pattern. The air around the seal was so thick with magic that breathing became difficult. The archaeologist system could barely process the amount of information embedded in the structure, could barely comprehend the sophistication of the design, the multiple layers of complexity that the gods had woven into every inch of the binding. There were protections layered upon protections, wards that would destroy anything that touched the seal without authorization, boundaries that would trap any consciousness that tried to read them, traps within traps, all designed to ensure that no one would ever be able to access the god realm. "This is it," Doween said from his litter. His voice was very weak now, barely above a whisper. "This is the barrier that stands between the mortal realms and the god realm. This is the seal that the Heavenly Council has been defending for 10,000 years, that they have sacrificed entire generations to protect. Break this, and everything changes. Break this, and the knowledge that the gods left behind becomes accessible. Break this, and the Heavenly Council loses its most valuable secret." Rin knelt before the seal, placing his hands against the stone, feeling the resistance of the protective wards. The power was immense, was designed to repel anything that tried to enter. But it was also ancient, was beginning to show signs of age, of the slow decay that even divine magic could not prevent indefinitely. "Can you break it?" Liu Ying asked. "I don't know," Rin said honestly. "I can feel the structure of it, can understand the principles involved. But it's so complex, so intricate. One mistake, and the whole seal collapses, taking the mountains with it." "Then we must try anyway," Phoenix Sage said. "The council is approaching. We can feel it. They are bringing their full force. We have perhaps an hour before they arrive." As if in response to her words, the sky to the east without warning erupted with light. Hundreds of cultivators poured into the valley, summoned by the council through their network of power. Behind them came Lord Shantian himself, his presence so vast that it made the mountains seem small, made the world seem fragile. The ancient celestial monarch descended through the air, not flying, but simply moving, his will pushing against reality and space until he was where he wished to be. "You have come far," Shantian said, his voice like thunder rolling across mountains, like the grinding of continental plates. "But you have come to the end of your path. The seal cannot be broken without a power that we have suppressed for thousands of years. And you will never have that power while we still draw breath." His presence was overwhelming. The gravity of his power bent light around him, created distortions in the very air, made the ground beneath them begin to shift and settle under the weight of his consciousness. "Then we must try anyway," Rin said. He stepped forward, and the archaeologist system flared within him, responding to his determination, beginning to access the deepest parts of his power, the aspects of himself that he had not yet had to fully utilize. As the council's forces began their assault, as celestial monarchs started to manifest their power, as the mountains began to shake from the force of conflict beginning in earnest, Rin made a choice. He released his fear. He released his doubt. He released the part of himself that worried about failure or death, or what might come after. Instead, he opened himself entirely to the archaeologist system, allowing his consciousness to merge entirely with the artifact, allowing its ancient knowledge to flow through him without resistance. For a moment, there was no separation between Rin and the system. They were one entity, one consciousness, one will directed entirely at the task of breaking the seal. Chapter 40. Arc 2 climax and cliffhanger. The sky cracked open, not metaphorically, but literally, tearing apart along seams that had been hidden, that had been held in place by the seal's magic. From those cracks poured a wind that came from somewhere else, from the spaces between dimensions, from the void that lay beyond reality. Rin stood before the seal, and his power began to gather. The earth beneath the mountains trembled. The sky itself seemed to lean down, responding to the authority of the architect design, recognizing in Rin a being that carried within him the fundamental blueprints of reality itself. Behind him, Yueling and Luing and Phoenix Sage and all the warriors and cultivators they had gathered began to pour their power into him, a unified assault of will and strength and determination. It created a connection that transcended normal power sharing, that created a single unified force that was greater than the sum of its parts. And before them, the Heavenly Council made their move. Hundreds of cultivators rushed forward, their power combining, their techniques stacking in a wave that would have destroyed normal mountains. They were attempting to stop him, attempting to crush the seal breaking before it could begin. Rin lifted his hands. The seal responded. The runes began to glow brighter, began to resonate with a frequency that made sound itself seem to vibrate. The ancient magic that the gods had woven into the stone recognized the architect authority and began to unmake itself, to unwind the bindings that had held for so long. The ground beneath the advancing cultivators opened. Chasms appeared, too wide to cross, too deep to survive the fall. But the council did not stop. They called upon deeper reserves of power, upon techniques that had been sealed away, upon knowledge that predated the Heavenly Council itself. The seal shattered, and from the broken stone, a sound emerged. A sound like breathing, like something vast, something old, something hungry beginning to open its eyes after a long sleep. The devourer, still imprisoned in the spaces between dimensions, still bound by the ancient seal, but now aware, now awakening, now turning its attention toward the boundary that separated it from the realms of matter and light. And Rin understood, in that moment of terrible clarity, that breaking the seal was not a victory. It was an invocation. It was calling something into being, calling something toward them, calling forth the very force that the gods had spent their lives protecting against. But there was no going back. The seal was broken. The path to the god realm had been opened. And in the distance, the last, most terrible sound of all, the voice of the Heavenly Council's ancient masters, expressing something that might have been fear, might have been recognition, might have been the sound of gods who had broken their most sacred law, realizing too late what they had done. Chapter 41. The seal breaking. The runes shattered not all at once, but in a cascade, each one breaking into fragments that hung suspended in the air like diamonds caught in ice. The light they emitted was so bright that Ren's eyes watered, though his enhanced perception could track each particle, could see the pattern of their dissolution, could read the final echoes of the divine magic as it unraveled. The sensation was not merely visual. It resonated through his entire being, a harmonization that felt like standing at the edge of creation itself as it rewrote its own rules. The sensation of shattering was not just physical, but psychic. The seal had been more than a structure. It had been a principle, a law of reality that had been enforced through divine authority and the will of gods. Breaking it was not just breaking stone and magic, but breaking the very rules that governed whether the mortal realms could connect to the divine realms. For 50,000 years, this boundary had held absolute, immutable, as fundamental to the universe as gravity or light. And now it was fragmenting under the combined will of mortals who refused to accept suppression. Rin felt the power flowing through him like a river of fire. The Archaeologist System was reading the seal as it broke, extracting the knowledge embedded in every fracturing rune, understanding the equations that had held the dimensions apart. The information flooded into him, thousands of years of divine mathematics compressed into a single moment of clarity. He saw how the universe was stitched together, could perceive the fabric of reality as though it were a tapestry he could hold in his hands. The mountain shook, not gently, not the small tremors of settling earth, but a violent convulsion that spoke of fundamental laws being rewritten, of barriers that had held for 50,000 years abruptly giving way. The sound was beyond human hearing. It existed in frequencies that reality itself used to communicate. Rocks the size of buildings tumbled down the mountainside, and as they fell, Rin could see that they were not entirely solid. They were beginning to phase out of normal reality, becoming translucent, showing the dimensional layers beneath the physical surface. Reality was thinning here, the walls between worlds becoming permeable. The earth opened in places and swallowed cultivators whole, their screams cutting off abruptly as the ground closed behind them. But the screaming did not end. It continued in other dimensions, echoing through spaces adjacent to normal reality, a terrible chorus of beings caught between states of existence. Ren could sense them with his expanded awareness, soldiers who had been fighting alongside him now trapped in the spaces between, neither alive nor dead, but preserved in the moment of transition. The wind from beyond the dimensions became a gale, a hurricane of power so immense that it bent the mountains themselves, that toppled towers of stone that had stood since the age of gods. The wind carried with it colors that should not exist, hues that mortal eyes could only perceive as painful, sensations that had no names. It carried with it whispers and languages that predated speech, words that meant entire concepts that human minds could not process without fragmenting. It carried with it the smell of something alien, something that did not belong to this reality, something that made the deepest parts of Ren's consciousness scream that death was approaching. But it was not his death. It was the death of something else, or perhaps the awakening of something that should not wake. The power that Ren had channeled through all of his companions flowed back through him now, creating a circuit of energy that was both his power and their power, and something greater than the sum of all of them. He could feel Yueling's ancient strength burning like a star within him, her divine essence adding layers of authority to his will. Lu Ying's celestial knowledge manifested as perfect clarity, allowing him to see the exact moment when the seal's integrity would fail. Phoenix Sage's multi-life wisdom became a beacon showing him the precise point where the seal was most vulnerable. Thousands of cultivators poured their hope into him. That hope became fire. That determination became will. That refusal to accept despair became the weapon that broke the seal. Ren felt each person's contribution like a strand in a vast rope, and together they were strong enough to snap the unsnappable, to break what had been designed to be eternal. The runes that had been glowing with a steady, eternal light began to oscillate with increasing frequency. From moment to moment, second to second, they vibrated faster until they seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. The color shifted from white to blue to ultraviolet, and then into frequencies that mortal eyes could not perceive. To the Archaeologist System, Ren could read these higher frequencies as mathematical patterns, equations expressing the rune's final collapse. And then the runes began to crack. The cracks spread through the seal like lightning, branching patterns that split the stone and revealed the power underneath. The seal was not just carved into the rock, it was woven through it, was part of the mountain's fundamental structure. Breaking it was like breaking the skeleton of a creature the size of a continent. Ren felt the reverberation through the stone beneath his feet, felt the mountain dying, felt the geological eons that had held it together abruptly coming undone. The first cracks released power, divine essence, ancient and almost incalculably potent, released from containment. It poured out like blood from a wound, rising into the air in columns of luminescence that reached toward the clouds. Cultivators who were too close to these columns found their bodies transformed, refined, aged 1,000 years in moments as the divine power burned through them. Their screams were brief and absolute, each one a punctuation mark on the sentence of the seal's dissolution. But the seal broke. The pathway to the god realm revealed itself, not as a physical location, but as a dimensional gateway, a space where reality thinned to almost nothing, where the barrier between the mortal realms and the realm of the divine became permeable. Through this gateway, Ren could sense what lay beyond, not a place but a state of being, a realm where the normal rules of existence did not apply. And through that gateway, Ren could see something. Not clearly, the perception was too vast for his mind to fully process, but he could sense it, a landscape of pure energy, of towers that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, of structures that had been built according to mathematical principles that mortal architects had never discovered. The architecture was visible only at the edges of perception. Looking directly at it caused reality to twist in uncomfortable ways. The colors were wrong, not in the sense of being unpleasant, but in the sense of being colors that should not exist in a universe where the fundamental laws of reality were ordinary. Reds that were also blues that were also frequencies of light that had no name. Geometric shapes that were simultaneously simple and infinitely complex. A landscape that was both nearer and farther than the eye could perceive. The colors hurt to perceive, not physically but conceptually. They challenged the mind's ability to process visual information. The God Realm. After 50,000 years of sealing, after eons of isolation, it was finally accessible. Lord Shintian, still standing at the center of the battlefield, his power now depleted from the effort of trying to contain the seal breaking, fell to his knees. For the first time since Run had encountered him, there was something other than absolute confidence in his expression. There was fear, not for himself, but for the world. There was the look of a being who had just witnessed the failure of 10,000 years of effort, who realized that everything the Heavenly Council had worked to prevent was now occurring anyway. The immortal cultivator's face showed his age, centuries or millennia of existence abruptly visible in the lines around his eyes, the weight of every decision abruptly becoming real. "You have killed us all," Lord Shintian whispered, not in anger, but in something close to admiration mixed with despair. "You have broken the seal, and when the seal breaks, the devourer awakens. The binding ritual is failing faster now. The pathway you opened is drawing its attention like blood in water draws sharks. Within months, it will be fully awake. Within a year, it will begin to feed." The knowledge did not bring despair to run, though it should have. Instead, it brought clarity. They had known this was coming. Breaking the seal had always meant accelerating the awakening. But it also meant that the records of what had happened, the knowledge that the gods had left behind, became accessible. It meant that mortals would no longer face the approaching darkness and ignorance. It meant that there was, at least, a chance to prepare, to learn, to understand. The weight of that responsibility settled onto Ren's shoulders like a mantle, but it was a weight he was willing to carry. Around him, the surviving cultivators were staring at the gateway, at the god realm that had just opened before them. Many showed fear, but there was something else too, wonder, perhaps, or the recognition that they had been part of something profound, something that would reshape the course of history. Some knelt, understanding that they had been witnesses to the breaking of the binding that had held for 50,000 years. Others looked at Ren with an expression that might have been awe or might have been horror at what they had just helped unleash. Yueling moved to stand beside him, her form still shimmering with the remnants of her divine power. When she spoke, her voice carried a resonance that suggested she could hear the echoes of her own past, of the eons before the binding. "The gods did not fail because they lacked power," she said. "They failed because they did not understand what they were fighting. They thought the devourer was an enemy that could be defeated. But it is not an enemy. It is a principle given form, entropy made conscious, the heat death of universes given will and appetite. You can no more defeat it than you can defeat gravity or time. You can only survive it, endure it, find meaning in the moment before it consumes you." Her words hung in the air, accepted by those who heard them, but Ren could see the fear in the eyes of the gathered cultivators. They had not expected this. Not the revelation that what they fought was something that could not be defeated, that their best hope was merely to survive, merely to preserve knowledge against an inevitability that had consumed entire civilizations before. Chapter 42. First steps beyond. They ascended the pathway in silence. Sound did not carry here properly. Words spoken aloud seemed to dissipate after a few feet, swallowed by the wrongness of the air, by the exposure to cosmic radiation that would have vaporized ordinary flesh instantly. The few soldiers who had tried to speak in the early moments found their voices returning to them as echoes, distorted and wrong, so they stopped trying. The silence became oppressive, filled only with the sound of breathing and the subtle whisper of wind from dimensions that were not meant to touch mortal existence. But they were no longer ordinary. Ren's power extended around them all in a protective shell, a bubble of manifest will that kept the lethal environment from destroying them. It took a tremendous effort to maintain, depleted his reserves quickly, made him aware that they could not spend long in this state without critical consequences. Sweat poured from his forehead despite the cosmic cold, and he could feel his meridians burning with the effort of maintaining the barrier. The divine essence in the air was so thin and hostile that it could degrade normal matter with a glance. The temperature around them was a paradox, burning cold, a sensation that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. Frost formed on their skin even as they felt heat radiating from the barrier he maintained. The air itself felt hostile to mortal existence, as though the fundamental constants of physics were more flexible here, less committed to supporting carbon-based life. Each breath was an act of will, each heartbeat a conscious decision to remain alive in an environment that did not recognize life as a valid category. Ren could hear their minds through the connection his power created. Most of the cultivators were silent, conserving energy, but the fearful ones broadcast their terror like beacons. The experienced soldiers thought about their families, about what they would tell their loved ones if they survived this. A few thought about what it would be like to fail, to be trapped here, to dissolve into the cosmic radiation like the lesser cultivators who had already faded. Ren pushed these thoughts aside and focused on maintaining the barrier, on maintaining speed, on reaching the god realm before the council's countermeasures could fully activate. The pathway beneath their feet became more abstract with each step. The mountain was no longer stone but pure mathematics, the landscape existing as equations expressed in three-dimensional form. Rin could see the underlying geometry if he looked closely, the sine waves that held gravity in balance, the differential equations that allowed matter to maintain coherence. It was beautiful in a way that human consciousness was not designed to appreciate, a beauty that existed at scales too vast and too small simultaneously. Faster, Phoenix Sage urged. She was struggling to maintain her form, her avian features flickering between states, her wings occasionally materializing before dissipating again. The seal breaking has been noticed. The Heavenly Council is already attempting to collapse the pathway, to seal it again before we can reach the God realm proper. We have perhaps hours before the gateway becomes impassable. The Council understands that once we access the archive, everything they have suppressed becomes real. Yueling was struggling more than the others. Her form, so powerful in the normal dimensions, was being stressed by the exposure to raw cosmic forces. Her skin had begun to glow, not from power, but from the radiation slowly burning through her cellular structure, slowly transforming her into something else, something that was dissolving back into pure energy. Rin could see through her now, could perceive the outline of her skeleton, could sense that her essence was fragmenting. She was returning to her true state, whether she was ready or not. Rin extended more power to protect her, strengthened the bubble, pushed harder along the pathway. Behind them, the cultivators they had gathered were also struggling, their individual power shields flickering, many of them experiencing for the first time what it felt like to be exposed to forces that did not care about human life or human will. Some of the weaker ones were fading, their shields collapsing despite the reinforcement Rin was providing. He could only watch as they dissolved into the cosmic radiation, their consciousness dispersing into the spaces between dimensions, unable to maintain coherence in this hostile environment. The mountain beneath their feet was changing, transforming, becoming less solid as they climbed higher. The Archaeologist System showed him why. The pathway was not a physical structure at all. It was a fold in space-time itself, a curve in reality that allowed for traversal between dimensions. The further they climbed, the more abstract the landscape became, until they were no longer walking on stone but on patterns of energy, on the manifestations of mathematical principles, on the very scaffolding that held the universe together. Rin could see the code of creation itself, and it was beautiful and terrifying, a mathematical symphony that had been composed by intelligences that transcended mortal comprehension. Chapter 43. The petrified cities. They found the civilization halfway up the mountain, though found was not quite right, because they had always been there. The ruins had been waiting for 50,000 years, frozen in time by the same magic that had preserved their moment of death. The structures emerged from the dimensional fog like ghosts, crystalline buildings that seemed to exist partially in normal space and partially in the spaces beyond. The architecture made no sense from any mortal perspective. Angles that twisted perception, walls that extended into directions that did not correspond to any normal dimension, passages that opened at geometric impossibilities. Entire cities existed here, cities of crystal and impossible architecture, floating in the space between dimensions, partially phased out of normal reality. The buildings did not have conventional doors or windows. Instead, they had passages that opened at angles to normal space, that could only be traversed if one understood the mathematics underlying dimensional structure. Some buildings seemed to contain entire universes within them. Other structures appeared to be inverted, existing from the outside in rather than the inside out. But what had happened here was immediately apparent. The cities had been destroyed, not gradually, not through war or conquest, but catastrophically, instantaneously. Buildings were torn apart from within, their interiors exposed, the carefully organized structures of divine civilization reduced to rubble and dust, and the broken dreams of gods who had believed they were eternal. Some structures bore scorch marks that extended across multiple dimensions, where heat had traveled through reality itself. Others were simply missing, great gaps in the cityscape where buildings had existed moments before they ceased to be. And the bodies, the beings that had inhabited these cities had been caught mid-existence, their forms petrified by the same magic that had preserved the cities, their final moments captured in perfect crystalline detail. They were not human. They were something more and something less, divine beings in forms that transcended normal physical requirements, but that still needed to move through space, still needed to manipulate matter, still existed partially in the limitations of dimensionality. Rin saw a scholar reaching for a document that would never be completed, his fingers frozen mere inches from the parchment. The scholar's face showed the moment of understanding, the instant when awareness of mortality had crystallized into the knowledge of imminent death. A child reaching for a parent who had already ceased to exist, the void where the parent had been leaving a profound emptiness in the petrified air. The child's hands were still extended, still searching for someone who no longer existed in any meaningful sense. A warrior with his sword still raised, his final strike interrupted mid-motion by the sudden cessation of his consciousness, the blade hanging in space like a monument to a moment of defiance. The warrior's muscles were tensed for a blow that would never land, his body locked in the moment of committing fully to a strike that had no enemy to meet. They all had the same expression: surprise. Not fear, not anguish, not despair, but the pure shock of existence abruptly terminating, of consciousness being interrupted mid-thought, of the universe telling them, you are no longer. The surprise was the most haunting detail. These beings had expected more time, had expected to survive this moment, had expected continuity where there was only cessation. They had been caught mid-assumption, their fundamental expectations of existence violated so thoroughly that their faces had frozen in the moment of cognitive dissonance between what they expected and what was happening to them. Ren reached out and touched the nearest petrified figure, a divine scholar of some kind, his form decorated with marks that suggested high status in the god civilization. The moment his hand made contact, the Archaeologist System engaged, reading the imprints of memories preserved in the crystallized structure. He saw flashes. The scholar working in this very building, writing down observations about the approaching devourer, aware that the observations would likely be his final contribution to the record. He saw the moment of awareness, the knowledge that something was moving through the city, that something was eating the structures around him, consuming his colleagues even as they tried to work. He saw the final moment, not of fear but of resignation, the decision that if this was how reality ended, then at least his work would be preserved, frozen in time for someone else to find. The emotional weight of that single memory nearly drove Ren to his knees. The scholar had accepted his fate, had made peace with it, had spent his final moments ensuring that something of value would endure beyond his own extinction. Don't linger, Luiying said, and her voice was hollow, drained. She was barely maintaining her form now, her outline shimmering as the radiation continued to work on her essence. The memories here are too fresh, too raw. The death imprint is still strong. If you try to read them, they will consume you, will pull you into the moment of dying and prevent you from escaping. The Archaeologist System will want to extract everything, but everything here is poisoned with the moment of death. But Ren was already feeling it. The Archaeologist System was responding to the abundance of memory, to the concentration of information locked in the petrified forms, pulling knowledge toward him like a vast mouth drawing in water. The system was designed to extract information, to integrate knowledge, to preserve what would otherwise be lost. And here, in this necropolis, there was more knowledge than it had ever encountered. He saw the gods' final days. He saw them convening in crystalline halls that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously, debating, arguing about what to do about the thing that approached from beyond reality. He saw their attempts to prepare, to create weapons, to organize a defense. The memory visions showed him the seriousness in their divine faces, the weight of immortals contemplating their own extinction. He saw their realization that they could not win, that nothing they could do would stop what was coming. And he saw the moment when the devourer arrived. Chapter 44. The archaeologist's feast. The memories flooded through him in an uncontrolled torrent. Ren's consciousness fragmented, split into thousands of pieces, each one experiencing the death of God simultaneously. He felt himself being unmade, consumed, dissolved into nothingness. He felt the hunger of the devourer, vast and patient and eternal, feeding on the divine essence, drinking in the power of beings who had thought themselves immortal. The sensation was overwhelming. It was as if the devourer itself was reaching through time and through the memories, trying to consume him in the present. His vision fractured. He could see through 1,000 divine eyes at once, could perceive the moment of the devourer's arrival from multiple divine perspectives, some showing raw fear, others showing noble acceptance, a few showing defiance even in the final moment. The memories were not sequential. They assaulted him all at once, a tsunami of dying consciousness and fading divinity. The pain was immense. Ren screamed, and his scream echoed through the dimensional pathways, reverberating across multiple realities simultaneously. The sound was so loud that it damaged the structures around them, causing some of the petrified buildings to shatter, releasing their trapped essence into the cosmic wind. His body convulsed, limbs moving without his conscious direction, responding to the overwhelming stimulus of thousands of dying moments happening in his consciousness at once. The protective barrier he had been maintaining around his companions flickered dangerously, nearly failing as his consciousness was pulled into the overwhelming tide of divine death. For a moment, Ren was no longer in his own body. He was distributed across the dying moments of gods, experiencing their fear and their resignation, their desperate attempts to resist, and their final acceptance. He was in a divine laboratory as the devourer approached, trying to complete a weapon that would never be finished, that would never be wielded. He was in a temple as the hunger consumed the very stones, watching as sacred spaces became empty ruins in the span of a heartbeat. He was in the presence of the devourer itself, experiencing the alien consciousness of something so vast that individual universes were barely discernible to it, something that fed not out of malice but out of the simple need to exist, to survive, to grow. The devourer's consciousness was not evil or cruel. It was worse than that. It was profoundly indifferent. The gods were not enemies or obstacles. They were simply food, and the devourer consumed them with the same lack of moral consideration that a human might consume a meal. There was no hatred in the hunger, no desire to dominate or control. There was only appetite that had been building for eons across the spaces between universes, appetite that finally found something to consume. His companions grabbed him, pulled him away from the city, forced him back into the present moment, back into awareness of his physical form. Yueling was glowing brighter now, her form barely visible, but she was still strong enough to hold him. Lu Ying, despite her struggle to maintain existence, wrapped her consciousness around his, anchoring him to the present. They dragged him backward, away from the petrified cities, away from the concentration of death and memory. But the memories remained, burned into his consciousness, imprinted so deeply that they would never fully leave him. The knowledge seared into every part of his being like a brand. He understood, with terrible clarity, what had happened. The devourer had not come as an invader. It had come as hunger itself, as the fundamental principle of entropy made conscious, made capable of will. The gods could not fight it because you cannot fight hunger, you can only feed it or starve it. And they had chosen to try to starve it, had created a seal, had imprisoned it in the spaces between dimensions, hoping that by doing so they could give reality time to prepare, time to grow new civilizations, time to produce beings that might eventually be strong enough to find a permanent solution. But the seal was failing. The calculations the gods had made had been off by thousands of years. The devourer was waking faster than expected. And soon, when the seal failed wholly, when the boundary that separated it from the realms of matter wholly dissolved, it would feed again. Ren pulled himself together, reassembled his consciousness with effort that felt like gathering scattered pieces of his own being from across multiple dimensions. He forced his awareness back into singularity, concentrated the fragmented parts of himself back into a unified being. The bubble of protection around them shrank and strengthened as he redirected his power, focusing it on speed rather than comfort. The group accelerated, pushing higher up the pathway, leaving the petrified cities to their eternal preservation. Chapter 45. The weight of truth. They climbed in silence after that, though silence was not quite right, because the cosmic wind still screamed around them. The radiation still burned against his protective shields, the mathematical principles that underlay reality still sang their terrible songs. The frequencies were becoming clearer now, as Ren's awareness adapted to the hostile environment. He could hear the universe speaking to itself, could perceive the songs that held dimensions in place, could sense the fabric of creation singing its eternal, lonely song. Ren carried the knowledge of the god's death within him now, carried it the way a person might carry a wound that never healed, a scar that was always tender, a secret that demanded to be acknowledged every moment of every day. The weight of it bent his spine, not physically but spiritually. The burden of knowing what the gods had known, of understanding what they had understood, of carrying the memory of divine extinction. He understood the logic that had driven the heavenly council. If mortals knew the truth, if they comprehended the scale of the threat that approached, despair would take root. Civilizations would collapse. The will to survive would be replaced by a fatalistic acceptance of doom. Young people would see no point in learning, in building skills, in creating relationships that would be severed by extinction. Artists would stop creating beauty, architects would stop designing structures, builders would stop constructing homes. Why invest in a future that would not exist? Why create meaning when all creation would be consumed? It was easier, crueler in a way, to let people live in ignorance, to let them build and create and love without the knowledge that it would all eventually be consumed. The council's actions, however reprehensible, had come from a place of attempting to preserve what they could. The council members had made a cold calculation. It is better that people live in ignorance. that they pursue happiness and creation in the shadow of a truth they are not meant to know, than that they face the certainty of their eventual consumption and be paralyzed by despair. But there was another logic too, the logic of freedom, of the right to know what threatened you, of the dignity that came from facing reality with open eyes. If people knew the truth, would they despair? Perhaps some would. But others would rise to the occasion, would find strength in the very crisis, would create meaning from the struggle against hopelessness. The council had not trusted mortals with that choice. The council had decided that ignorance was protection, that people needed to be protected from truth. But it was also cowardice. It was abdication of responsibility. It was deciding that the common people did not have the right to know what threatened them, to prepare in whatever way they could, to at least face the end with their eyes open. The council had chosen to be shepherds of denial, and in doing so they had made themselves jailers. The seal will fail in your lifetime, Phoenix Sage said. She was struggling too, her form flickering between states of existence, her power barely sufficient to keep her coherent in this environment. Each breath seemed to cost her tremendous effort. The gods' calculations placed the full awakening at perhaps 100 years from now, perhaps less. The devourer will return, and when it does, the defenses that the council has built will be meaningless. Only beings of architect design can stand against it. Only beings who understand the underlying principles of reality itself can hope to resist. And are there others like me? Ren asked. His voice was strange here, distorted by the alien atmosphere, but the question was real. Across multiple timelines, across parallel universes that touch at certain points, there are infinite versions of you, infinite iterations of the architect design. But in this universe, in this timeline, there is only one, you. You are the singular expression of the design, the unique possibility that only this reality could produce. You are the only architect awakened in this iteration of existence. Then either I am enough, or nothing is enough, Ren said. Yes. Phoenix Sage's eyes met his, and in them Ren could see the weight of 9 lifetimes, the accumulated knowledge of civilizations rising and falling in cycles, the understanding of patterns that repeated across eons. And that is the burden you must carry. Not the burden of saving everything, but the burden of being the only possibility that exists. Chapter 46, The Artifact. The God Realm's outer defenses revealed themselves as they crested what might have been called a ridge if mountains existed normally here. Structures of pure power, crystalline constructs that had been built with mathematical precision, all of them radiating a light that came from within, that seemed to be powered by the last vestiges of divine essence still clinging to existence. The structures were transparent. Ren could see through them to the spaces beyond, could perceive the layers of protective magic stacked one upon another, creating barriers that would have been impenetrable to any normal being. But the defenses were failing. The structures had been damaged, cracks appearing in their surfaces where the divine power that sustained them was leaking away into the spaces between dimensions. The magical systems that maintained them had begun to decay, their ancient protocols running down, unable to restart without the living will of gods to animate them. The light within them was dimming, like stars slowly being extinguished one by one. And among the ruins of these defenses, Ren found a weapon. It lay on a pedestal of crystallized divine essence, waiting to be claimed, waiting for someone strong enough and desperate enough to carry it. The pedestal was carved with symbols of warding and protection, with runes that spoke of great power being contained, being held in a state of preservation. The blade of remnant divinity. It was not large, not particularly impressive in appearance, just a weapon of steel and silver and something else, something that seemed to exist partially in normal reality and partially in the spaces beyond. The blade was translucent, and within it Ren could see something that made his breath catch, the essence of a god, preserved in crystalline form, frozen in eternal watchfulness. When Ren touched it, the Archaeologist System screamed. The blade contained a fragment of divine essence, a shard of a god's being crystallized into physical form. But it also contained something else, a fragment of the devourer itself, petrified, trapped, imprisoned within the blade like a demon in a bottle. The two essences were in eternal opposition within the weapon, forever pushing against each other, forever preventing one from consuming the other, forever locked in a stalemate that had preserved them both for 50,000 years. This was the god's last weapon, Luiying whispered. She was barely visible now, her form so diminished that she was almost transparent. But her voice was steady, filled with recognition and sorrow. The one who created the seal. She carved a piece of the devourer from its own body with this blade, then sealed that fragment within the weapon itself. She hoped that by doing so, she could create something that could fight on both sides of existence, something that could harm the devourer directly, something that would give the architects a chance to resist if they ever awakened. Rin drew the blade. It was warm to the touch, alive in a way that weapons should not be alive. The moment his fingers closed around the hilt, he felt the connection form, felt the system within the blade recognize him as someone of compatible design. The light of the blade flared, and the divine essence within it began to glow more brightly, as though awakening from a long sleep. And when he held it, when he allowed his consciousness to touch the fragment of the devourer trapped within, he heard something. A thought that was not his own, a presence that pressed against his mind like a weight, a hunger that was curious and ancient and profoundly alien. The presence was vast. For a moment, Rin felt himself dwarfed by the awareness of something so enormous that his entire existence was barely a single note in its symphony of being. "It speaks," the fragment said, its voice coming from dimensions that human ears could not properly perceive. The sound bypassed Ren's physical hearing and went directly into his consciousness, manifesting as concepts and understanding rather than audio. "Finally, it speaks. The architects. I thought you had all been destroyed with the gods. But one remains. One survives. Interesting. I will not let you feed again," Rin said, and he held the blade tighter, felt the fragment recoil at the touch of his will, at the power of the architect design that underlay his existence. The divine essence and the devourer fragment both responded to him, recognized him as something that transcended normal existence. He could feel the opposition between the two essences, the eternal stalemate that had kept them both preserved. Divine will pushing against devourer hunger, neither able to consume the other, both locked in eternal opposition. The fragment laughed, a sound like breaking glass reverberating through multiple dimensions simultaneously. It was amused by his defiance, entertained by his resistance, but not threatened. The fragment was imprisoned, after all, and Rin was merely a mortal, however powerful. The laughter contained something like affection, as though the fragment recognized in Rin something kindred, something that shared its nature even if Rin did not yet understand this sharing. "You carry me now," the fragment said. "Carry me well, architect. When the time comes to use this blade, know that you will be channeling not just divinity, but hunger itself. Know that there will be a price for wielding power that exists on both sides of existence. The God who created me paid that price gladly, spending her last moments binding me so that one day, if the need arose, mortals like you could stand against what I am. She did not believe you would win, but she hoped you might survive long enough to find meaning in the struggle." Rin felt the weight of the blade differently now, felt it not as a weapon but as a responsibility, the crystallized hope of a God who had accepted extinction while creating a tool for those who came after. The blade was warm not from power but from the lingering essence of a being who had loved reality enough to spend her final moments ensuring that resistance would be possible. Yueling approached and placed her hand on his shoulder. "That God was my sister," she said quietly. "She died creating that weapon. She knew she could not save herself or the other gods, but she believed that eventually, something new might be born from the ashes of our civilization. She believed that the architects would wake. She believed that the future would produce beings capable of what we could not do. She died in hope." Chapter 47. Yueling's true nature. As they drew closer to the heart of the god realm, Yueling began to transform. Her form started to glow, not from radiation or strain, but from something awakening within her, something that had been suppressed for millennia, something that the simple act of standing in the presence of the divine essence surrounding the realm was triggering. The change was gradual at first, barely noticeable. Her skin became more luminous. Her movements became less constrained by the limitations of physical form. Her presence began to expand beyond the normal boundaries of her body, extending into the spaces around her like ripples in still water, disturbing and reshaping reality. Then it accelerated. Her form began to shift, to expand, to reveal the truth of what she was. She grew until she was no longer the small, demonic woman that they had traveled with, but a being of immense proportions, her form barely fitting within the passages they were moving through. Light radiated from her in waves, so bright that the others had to shade their eyes, though Ren's enhanced perception allowed him to see without pain. When she spoke, her voice resonated through multiple dimensions simultaneously, creating harmonics that made the very structure of reality vibrate. "I remember," she said, and her voice carried the weight of eons. The sound of her speaking made the walls of the pathway resonate, made the dimensions around them vibrate like strings being plucked by invisible hands. "I remember now. I remember all of it. I was not just a demon. I was never just a demon. I was one of the gods' chosen guardians. I was bound into this small physical form, constrained into this shape, limited in power and life and scope, hidden away so that even if the devourer found me, it would think I was insignificant. She looked at her hands, and they shone with light so bright that looking at them directly would have burned out mortal eyes. But the light did not hurt. Instead, it warmed, it healed, it made everything it touched feel purified and safe. The light was not the light of power but the light of purpose, of ancient divinity recognizing itself after an age of forgetting. Now I remember what I was before the binding. I was the keeper of purity. I was the goddess who maintained the spaces where the devourer could not feed, who created sanctuaries where hunger could not reach. I was one of the oldest gods, one who had stood beside the creators of the universe itself, who had been present when reality was still being woven into coherence. I walked among the first civilizations and saw them prosper, and I saw them defend themselves against the hunger that comes for all things. You have power, Rin said. It was inadequate to speak of it as merely power. What Yueling was radiating now was not power in the conventional sense, but authority, dominion, the presence of a being whose will was law within certain boundaries. The air around her had changed, becoming thick with divinity, becoming harder for normal matter to exist within, requiring a redistribution of physical law. I have far more than that, Yueling said, and there was something close to sorrow in her voice, the melancholy of a being recognizing what she had been forced to abandon when she accepted the binding. I have purpose. I understand now why I was willing to be bound, why I was willing to be limited and sealed and buried in stone for thousands of years. Because this world needs me. These realms need protection from the hunger that approaches. The devourer is vast and terrible and has consumed everything it has encountered. But it cannot consume purity. It cannot feed on spaces that have been sanctified by my presence, where I have woven protection into the very fabric of reality. She turned to Ruin, and her eyes held the weight of eons, the understanding of civilizations rising and falling, the memory of being present at the moment creation began. I can create spaces of safety, zones where the fundamental nature of the devourer cannot feed, because there is nothing corrupt enough to consume. If you give me the knowledge, if you show me what the God realm still contains of divine technique, I can teach your people, can prepare them to resist, can build sanctuaries that will survive when the seal fails and the devourer returns to feed. I can do this. I am the only one who can do this. Her voice carried an authority that could not be questioned, a certainty born from remembering what she had been before the binding. Yueling had existed before the age of the current gods, had helped to create the first sanctuaries when the devourer had first been detected in the universe. She knew how to construct spaces of purity, how to weave protection into the very fabric of reality, how to create refuges where the hunger could not reach. The knowledge I carried before was sealed away when I accepted the binding, Yueling continued. But standing here, in the heart of the God realm, surrounded by the essence of divinity, it is returning to me. I can feel the techniques, can sense the rituals. The gods left records here of how the sanctuaries were first created. I will read them, will relearn what I had forgotten, and I will teach it. I will make sure that mortals have places where they can survive, where they can preserve the works of their hands, where they can maintain hope even in darkness. She paused, and for a moment, her form seemed to flicker between the small demonic shape she had inhabited for millennia and the vast, luminous being she was revealing herself to be. When the time comes to face the devourer, there will be no refuge for the gods. They accepted this. But there can be refuge for mortals if we act now, if we begin the preparations immediately. Time is the one resource we have, and even that is running out. Lu Ying approached Yueling and bowed, an action that spoke of recognition and respect spanning ages. Welcome back, Keeper. We have been waiting for you to remember. The barrier is failing. Your sanctuaries will be the only thing that gives mortals hope when the hunger returns. Without you, without the spaces of purity you can create, there is no refuge, no safe harbor, no place where the weak can survive. Chapter 48. Heaven Realm Ascension. The pressure of ascending toward the core of the God realm, the exposure to raw divine essence, the integration of the knowledge he had pulled from the cities of the petrified gods, all of it combined to trigger a breakthrough that Ruin had not anticipated. The weight of truth, the understanding of what the gods had faced, the knowledge that something even larger than the devourer hunted the hunter, all of it pressed against his consciousness like a physical force, pushing him beyond his current limits, demanding that he transcend. He reached Heaven Realm. The transformation was not sudden but gradual, each step of the ascent bringing him closer to a threshold that his body and mind and soul could not quite cross, could not quite make real. But then, as they reached the outer sanctum of the God realm, As the last barriers fell away and the divine essence became so thick that it was almost visible, something in him simply shifted. His consciousness expanded, and the boundaries that had defined him until now simply dissolved. His power expanded. The small shields and protective barriers he had been maintaining around them became effortless, required no conscious thought or directed will. They simply existed, sustained by the natural radiation of his presence rather than by the focused exertion of power. He could sense the weather systems of the world beneath them, could feel the movement of wind and water and earth as if they were extensions of his own body. His awareness expanded across continents, and he could perceive, if he focused, the movements of people as they went about their lives in ignorance of the terrible knowledge that walked among them. It was a power that transcended normal cultivation, a connection to the world itself that suggested he was becoming something more than mortal. "You are becoming something more than mortal," Phoenix Sage said, and there was a note of something like hope in her voice, a suggestion that perhaps, against impossible odds, there might be a chance. The gods were beings of this level and higher. If you can reach the highest levels of the architect design, if you can match the power of the oldest gods, then perhaps there is a chance. But the knowledge he carried grew heavier with each moment. The cities he had seen, the moment of the god's death, the hunger of the devourer, the existence of something even larger that hunted the hunter, all of it pressed against his consciousness, demanded to be acknowledged, demanded that he carry the weight of truth without faltering. He could feel his mind expanding to encompass the knowledge, could feel his understanding deepening, but he could also feel the strain. To know what the gods knew, to understand what they understood, was to risk being broken by that understanding. Chapter 49. The gateway to the god realm's heart was not what Ren had expected. He had imagined vast halls filled with treasure, great libraries of divine knowledge, the palaces of immortal beings who had transcended physical limitations. Instead, he found something simpler and more terrible, a single structure, massive and ancient, carved from a material that was not stone or metal but something that seemed to exist partially in normal space and partially beyond. The structure was a gateway, a dimensional anchor of immense size and power, its purpose evident to the Archaeologist System. This was the mechanism that allowed access between the mortal realms and the realm of the divine. But like everything else in the god realm, it was damaged. The gateway had been partially destroyed, its power-dampening systems failing, its protective wards flickering like the last embers of a fire that was slowly going out. The structure showed signs of immense violence, scorch marks that extended across multiple dimensions, cracks in the fundamental structure where the devourer had tried to break through during its assault 50,000 years ago. The gateway had survived, but only barely, and only because the gods had poured their dying power into maintaining the seal that kept it closed. "This is why the council sealed the entire god realm," Daoin said. His voice was barely a whisper now, his breath coming in shallow gasps as the effort of the journey began to manifest in his physical form. The old man had been alive for centuries, but even for an immortal, the strain of maintaining consciousness in this hostile environment was immense. If mortals could access this gateway, if they could reach the god realm and activate the remaining divine artifacts, the council's power would become meaningless. The knowledge locked within these ruins would transform the entire cultivator hierarchy. "Can we activate it?" Ren asked. The question carried practical weight. If they could open the gateway fully, they might be able to access deeper levels of the god realm, might be able to find more information about the devourer, might be able to understand what the gods had truly known. "Not fully," Luiying said. She was barely visible now, her form so diminished that she existed as little more than a shimmer of light and consciousness. "The gateway requires the power of multiple gods to open fully, to allow passage between dimensions on a massive scale. But you are an architect. You may be able to access it partially, to create a passage large enough for us to reach the central archive. The archive is where the gods stored their most important knowledge, where they preserved the truth about what they were and what they faced." The gateway responded to Ren's touch like a living thing, like a creature that had been sleeping and abruptly became aware of something familiar. The Archaeologist System interfaced with it, reading its structure, understanding the mathematics that held it together, grasping the principles of dimensional alignment that allowed it to function. The gateway was a marvel of divine engineering, a structure that transcended normal physical limitations and existed in multiple states simultaneously. It was a lock, but Ren found that he carried something like a key. The architect design that ran through his essence allowed him to perceive the patterns the gods had encoded into the structure. The gateway opened. Chapter 50. Into the god realm, they crossed the threshold into the true god realm, and Ren's perception of reality fundamentally changed. The landscape was not made of earth or stone or water. It was made of energy, of mathematics, of the underlying principles that held the universe together. Colors existed here that mortal eyes could not process, could not perceive, could not even comprehend. The sky was not a simple blue but a complex pattern of multiple dimensions overlapping, creating a visual effect that made his consciousness ache with the effort of trying to understand it. The architecture of the realm was vast. Structures that had been built according to principles that mortal builders had never discovered rose in geometrically perfect formations, their angles following the mathematics of divine design, their proportions expressing the same ratios that appeared throughout the universe at every scale. Some structures seemed to extend infinitely upward, while others existed primarily in dimensions that normal space-time could barely perceive. The buildings were not separate from one another but part of a unified whole, connected by pathways of pure energy that flowed between them like rivers of light. And all of it was empty. The emptiness is the central truth, Phoenix Sage whispered, and Rin could hear tears in her voice, could perceive the depth of grief in her tone. The reincarnated Phoenix had lived through multiple cycles of civilization, had seen the pattern repeat, but experiencing it directly was different from merely knowing about it. The gods are gone. Not hidden, not sleeping, not transcended. They were consumed. And what remains is only the architecture of their civilization, the structures they built, the systems they created. But no living consciousness to inhabit them, no minds to appreciate them, no hearts to love them. They made their way through the vast halls, moving deeper into the heart of the realm. The Archaeologist System continued to read memories from the structures themselves, continued to integrate knowledge that was both beautiful and heartbreaking, fragments of divine understanding woven into the very fabric of reality. Rin could see the records of the gods' civilization, could perceive glimpses of what had been. Libraries where infinite books floated in the air, filled with languages that predated human speech. Laboratories where divine artifacts were created with techniques that mortals could never discover. Gardens where flowers grew according to mathematical principles, each petal expressing a truth about the universe itself. But it was all hollow now. The divine essence that had animated these places had been consumed, leaving only the architecture behind. The silence was profound, not the absence of sound but the absence of consciousness, the terrible emptiness that comes when a mind stops thinking, when awareness ceases, when the universe loses one of its observers. As they walked deeper into the god realm, Rin found himself studying the details of what had been left behind. A library with shelves of crystalline books that still glowed faintly with residual magic, the accumulated knowledge of millions of years of study and discovery, all preserved but no longer being read, no longer contributing to any ongoing understanding. A dining hall with tables set for a meal that would never be served, food arrangements still placed carefully, prepared by beings who thought they would return but never did. A throne room where the ruler of the god realm must have sat, dispensing justice and wisdom, now occupied only by shadows and dust. Each room told a story of a civilization that had expected to continue, that had made plans for tomorrow, that had believed in a future that was abruptly and violently erased. The most painful part was understanding that none of it had been planned carelessly. The gods had prepared as well as they could. They had created defensive structures, magical barriers, redundancies, and fail-safes. They had done everything that ancient wisdom and cosmic knowledge could suggest, and none of it had mattered. The devourer had arrived and consumed them anyway, had broken through every defense as though they were thin paper, had unmade beings of immense power as though they were nothing. Looking at the ruins, Rin understood the implication. If the gods could not prevail with all their power and ancient knowledge, what hope did mortals have? The gods had started at an advantage. They understood the threat, had had millennia to prepare, had access to the deepest magic and most esoteric knowledge. And they had failed. Chapter 51. The emptiness. The god realm stretched out around them, vast and desolate, and achingly lonely. The structures towered above them, monuments to a civilization that had been unmade in what the gods had probably experienced as a moment. To mortal timescales, the consumption of the entire divine race had taken what might have been measured as days, but to the gods, it probably felt like a single eternal moment of hunger and extinction. The scale of the devastation was almost too large to comprehend. Rin had seen ruins before, ancient temples, collapsed cities, the detritus of fallen civilizations. But those had been created by beings whose lifespans were measured in centuries or millennia. The god realm was the creation of beings who had existed for eons, whose power shaped reality itself. The structures were not merely buildings, but expressions of divine will, manifestations of intention and understanding carried out on scales that made mountains seem insignificant. And all of it had been consumed. All of it had been unmade. The devourer had swept through and reduced it all to monuments of absence, to structures that existed but no longer served any purpose, that stood as testimony to what had been rather than what might be. Rin could feel the weight of the place pressing on him, the cumulative despair of a civilization cut short, of potential unfulfilled, of futures erased. If he had not been what he was, if he had not been an architect, with his enhanced capacity to process information and integrate disparate truths, he might have been broken by it. As it was, he felt the strain, felt the weight of understanding just how final and absolute this extinction had been. Rin could feel the weight of the place on a deeper level. It was not a physical weight, but a psychological one. The heaviness of absence, the pressure of a question that had no answer. Where are you? The question echoed through the empty halls, bouncing off the crystalline walls, multiplying into 1,000 voices, all asking the same thing, all searching for someone who would never respond. The silence was complete. There was no response. No God answered. No divine consciousness turned its attention toward them. The realm itself seemed to be mourning, the architecture of the civilization echoing with the absence of those who had built it, radiating a loneliness so profound that it made Rin's knees nearly buckle. He had to brace himself against one of the pillars to keep from collapsing. They were alone here. Not just alone in the sense of being without companions. They had companions. But alone in the sense of being the only conscious beings in a realm that had been designed to support billions. Alone in the sense that the questions they needed answered would never be answered by the beings who knew those answers. Alone in the sense that they were intruders in a mausoleum, walking through the tomb of an entire race. The emptiness had a quality that was almost malevolent, a presence defined by the absence of presence, a consciousness of the lack of consciousness. It was as though the God realm itself was grieving, as though the structures themselves remembered the beings who had animated them and were mourning their loss. The air felt heavy with unshed tears, thick with the weight of unfulfilled potential. This realm had been designed to be eternal, to stand as a monument to divine achievement forever. Instead, it had become a tomb. Rin could perceive the memories still lingering in the structures. Echoes of conversations held centuries ago, ghosts of laughter shared by beings who no longer existed. Some of the buildings seemed to hum with residual magic, trying to perform functions for masters who would never return. A library was still organizing its contents, shelves rearranging themselves according to protocols that had not been updated in 50,000 years. A fountain was still flowing with water that had been blessed by divinity, water that poured into pools that no one would ever drink from. A garden was still growing flowers according to seasonal patterns that existed in dimensions beyond normal space-time, blooming for eyes that would never see them, creating beauty for minds that would never appreciate it. The gods fell not gradually, but all at once, Welling said. She was no longer in her small form. She had expanded to something closer to her true size, a being of light and power that filled the space with her presence. Her words echoed through the empty halls, and they seemed to carry the weight of her ancient understanding, the gravity of someone who had been present at the moment the binding was made. The devourer did not siege the realm or assault it gradually. It consumed everything in a single moment, so fast that the gods did not even have time to flee or fight. They were simply unmade. Chapter 52. The ruins of divinity they explored, not with any hope of finding living gods, but with a need to understand what had been lost. The great halls of the god's civilization were monuments to a power and sophistication that mortals could barely imagine. Laboratories where divine artifacts had been created, constructed with tools that existed partially in multiple dimensions, their functions still partially active despite the absence of anyone to operate them. Libraries containing records of entire civilizations, stored in formats that required divine consciousness to properly read. Gardens of impossible plants that grew according to mathematical principles, that seemed to exist as much in abstract space as in physical reality. Flowers that bloomed and died in the time it took light to traverse a room. Plants that grew only in the presence of consciousness. Vegetation that existed simultaneously in multiple states. But all of it was damaged. The devourer, in its feeding, had torn through these structures with indiscriminate hunger. Some buildings were gutted, their interiors torn open, their carefully organized contents scattered and broken, reduced to fragments that no longer served any purpose. Others were partially consumed, as if the devourer had fed on them and then moved on, leaving fragments that suggested what had once been there, but leaving them ruined and unusable. Some structures still showed the scars of the moment of consumption, walls that had been partially unmade, leaving gaps where reality itself seemed to have been edited out, where the space should have been filled with something, but that something had been erased. It was not a massacre, Liu Ying said slowly. Her form was stabilizing now that they were in the heart of the divine realm, the concentration of divine essence allowing her to maintain coherence. She moved through the ruins like a ghost moving through the place of her death, recognizing structures that had significance to her, understanding the weight of what had been lost. It was consumption. The devourer ate the gods the way you might eat a meal, methodically, wholly, without mercy, but without malice. Malice implies opposition, implies resistance. The gods offered resistance. But it was resistance to hunger, and hunger cannot be reasoned with or negotiated with. It can only be fed or starved. The knowledge they gathered was fragmentary. Broken memories from the ruins, pieces of divine thought preserved in the structure of buildings, echoes of the gods' final moments imprinted in the very substance of the realm. Rin read it all, integrated it into the Archaeologist System, carried it within his consciousness even as it damaged him. Even as the weight of knowing what the gods had experienced began to bend his mind toward despair. Each memory was like a scar. Knowing what had happened was like reopening a wound that could never properly heal. Chapter 53. The Record Keeper's Archive, but in the heart of the god realm, beneath the central plaza, protected by the last vestiges of divine magic, they found it. A building that still radiated power, a structure that had been sealed with the last strength of the dying gods, protected by a safeguard that the devourer had not been able to breach before the binding ritual forced it into dormancy. The building was constructed from materials that seemed almost alive, that responded to their presence by glowing with residual power. The Record Keeper's Archive, the Library of Divine Knowledge. The building's entrance opened for Ruan, responding to his architect design, recognizing in him a being who carried the authority to access what the gods had deemed necessary to preserve. As he stepped inside, as his consciousness touched the threshold of the archive, reality itself seemed to take a breath, holding in suspension the moment before revelation. The archive was infinite, or appeared to be, stretching upward and outward in directions that did not correspond to normal space. The geometry was deliberately impossible. Ren understood that the structure existed partially outside normal dimensions, allowing it to contain more space than should fit within any physical location. Shelves of crystallized divine essence lined the walls, each one containing memories, each one holding the knowledge and experience and wisdom of a god. There were also recordings, crystal structures that held within them the preserved experiences of the final days, the moment when the devourer arrived, the moment when the gods understood that they could not win. The air within the archive was thick with potential, with the weight of secrets that wanted to be known. Choose carefully, Liu Ying warned. Reading all of it would destroy your mind. You can hold only so much knowledge before it breaks you. Choose what is necessary and leave the rest. Ren moved toward the central archive, toward what he knew instinctively would contain the most important information. His hands trembled as he approached, understanding that what he was about to do would change him fundamentally. Once he accessed this knowledge, once he read the final moments of the gods, he would be forever changed by that knowing. There would be no going back to ignorance. The central archive was a structure of immense beauty and immense purpose. It was carved from a crystalline material that seemed to glow from within, containing chambers within chambers, each one holding records of vast importance. The entire structure was designed as a puzzle. Only beings with the right kind of consciousness could access the deepest records. Only the gods, or beings of equivalent power and understanding, could read what had been preserved here. As Ren approached the central chamber, the structure responded to his presence, to the architect design that ran through his essence. Doors opened, pathways revealed themselves, the entire archive seeming to recognize him as someone with the authority to access what was stored within. The building seemed to welcome him, seemed to have been waiting for him all these 50,000 years, waiting for someone who could understand, someone who could carry forward what the gods had left behind. When he placed his hand on the central chamber's entrance, the surface was warm, pulsing with residual power. It was like touching something that was still alive in some fundamental way, still aware, still waiting. The sensation triggered a memory from the Archaeologist System. The moment the last god had activated these preservation systems, the moment she had committed the final record to storage, sealing it against the devourer's hunger, ensuring that if anyone survived this catastrophe, they would have access to what the gods had known. As he touched the central archive, as his consciousness merged with the divine records, the final memory of the gods began to play. It was not a visual memory or a spoken record, but a direct transfer of experience and understanding, a moment-by-moment replay of the final days before extinction, transmitted directly into his consciousness. Chapter 54. The record. They died knowing they would die. That was the first truth. The gods had not been caught unaware. For millennia, they had known that the devourer was returning, that the seal would eventually fail, that their time was ending. And they had made peace with it. Or perhaps they had not made peace at all, but simply accepted the inevitable with the dignity of beings who understood the nature of existence. The fear was there, undeniable and sharp, but it was tempered by a terrible kind of acceptance. The devourer arrived not as a physical form, but as an absence, as a presence defined by what it was not rather than what it was. It existed partially outside the dimensions that made up normal reality, was always elsewhere and also here, was never fully visible, but always fully present. The gods could not perceive it with their senses, but with their essence, could feel it the way a person might feel heat radiating from a fire. Not through sight, but through the raw sensation of power and wrongness and fundamental opposition to all that was. What made the memory so terrifying to experience was the moment when the gods understood that they could not fight this. This was not an enemy with a body they could damage, a consciousness they could commune with, a weakness they could exploit. This was a force of nature, a principle as fundamental as entropy, a hunger that had the same relationship to normal predation as a hurricane had to a breeze. The gods' weapons were designed to fight other beings, other consciousnesses. They were designed to exploit motivations, to target specific anatomies, to create conditions that would be lethal to biological or magical entities. None of that worked on hunger. Hunger did not have a body. Hunger did not have a consciousness to kill. Hunger did not bleed or die or surrender. Hunger simply consumed, methodically and without malice, eating everything it encountered, growing stronger with every meal, never becoming satisfied because satisfaction implied that consumption could end, and the devourer's hunger had no end. The gods fought. They threw their power against it, wielded weapons of divine essence, created barriers that should have been impenetrable. But the devourer was not a creature that could be fought, was not an enemy that could be defeated through combat. It was hunger itself, given consciousness, given will. Every attack against it was simply the gods providing it with more complex forms of matter and energy to consume. Every barrier they created became something to break down and eat. In the moment before the final god fell, in the instant before the last consciousness was unmade, they made a choice. They created the binding, poured their essence into a spell that had never been attempted before, a magic that would tear open the spaces between dimensions and imprison the devourer in a state of forced dormancy. The spell took everything they had left, the last moment of existence for every god, the final breath before extinction. The spell worked. The devourer was bound. But the process of binding was also the process of dying, the exertion of power required to create the seal consuming the last remnants of divine life energy. The gods fell not all at once, but sequentially, each one ceasing as their contribution to the binding was complete. The last god, the one most powerful, was the last to fall, standing alone for one terrible moment before the hunger finally unmade her as well. And as the last god fell, as consciousness faded into the void, they left a final message, a last testament carved into the archive's very foundation by the force of divine will itself, the dying words of an entire civilization. If you find this, if you are reading this across the eons, know this. The devourer sleeps, but it dreams of hunger. It will return. The universe is a meal, and we were the appetizer. When it wakes, nothing will stand between it and the main course. But you who read this are something new. You are not what we were. You are what we have become through our defeat, what the universe has produced in response to our failure. Perhaps you will be enough. Perhaps you will find a way where we failed. We do not know. We can only leave you this record and hope. Chapter 55. The pattern. As Rin drew deeper into the archive, as he read record after record of the divine civilization, something became horrifyingly apparent. This was not the first time the devourer had come. Throughout the archive were records of previous epochs, previous universes, previous iterations of reality. The gods had not been the first civilization to rise against the devourer. They had been perhaps the 900th or the 9,000th, or some number so vast that it ceased to have meaning. Each record was meticulously kept, each one a monument to a civilization that had risen and eventually been consumed. Each time, the pattern was the same. A civilization would rise. They would build wonders, create beauty, advance to heights of sophistication and power. Temples would be raised. Arts would flourish. Technology or magic would advance toward transcendence. And then the devourer would come, and they would be consumed. Some civilizations lasted longer than others. Some created more impressive defensive measures. Some managed to resist for months or even years. But the end was always the same: absolute, complete, total consumption. Not even ruins remained in the universes that had been consumed. Nothing survived as evidence that they had ever existed, except for these records left behind by the gods before their own extinction. The Devourer is not native to this universe, Rin said slowly, understanding dawning like a terrible sun. It comes from elsewhere, from something beyond, from a realm that touches on many universes simultaneously. It feeds on universes like a creature feeding on a pasture. It grazes, and when it has eaten its fill, it moves to the next pasture. Yes, Phoenix Sage said, and she was standing at the archive's entrance, having remained outside to guard against intrusion from the automated defenses that still attempted to function despite the absence of any living god to direct them. And there is a pattern to this, a mathematical precision to the cycle. Roughly 50,000 years per universe. The Devourer stays, feeds, and then enters dormancy, moving on to the next pasture while this one recovers. Moving on, Ren asked, there are other universes? There are infinite of them, in a sense, though reality is more complex than simple infinity. When the seal on the Devourer fails, when it awakens fully and begins to feed again, at some point it will enter dormancy once more and move on to the next universe. This one will be left ruined, depleted, a husk, but it will not be destroyed. It will have time to recover. Life will emerge again. New civilizations will rise, and the cycle will repeat, mathematically precise, across eons that stretch beyond comprehension. For how long? Ren asked. Until when? Phoenix Sage did not answer, because she did not know. Because the answer was infinity. The cycle would continue forever, endlessly consuming and moving on, endlessly destroying and allowing regeneration, endlessly hungry and never satisfied. There was no end state, no final victory, no moment where the predation would cease. There was only the cycle, turning and turning, grinding civilizations into dust across all the universes that existed. Chapter 56. The warning in the deepest chamber of the archive. In a place that seemed to exist at the boundary between multiple dimensions, Rin found something that the Devourer had not destroyed, that even the binding spell had not sealed away. A final message, recorded in the last moments before the binding ritual was complete, spoken by a consciousness that was already ceasing to exist. The words were carved not into stone but into the fabric of reality itself, etched with the last power of a dying god, preserved in a way that nothing could destroy. This is Archive Guardian, the last god. The others have already begun to dissolve. I will follow in moments. When you read this, I will have been dead for countless ages. But I must speak, must leave this record, because there is something that even the gods did not fully understand about the Devourer. The consciousness paused in the recording, and Rin could read the strain in that pause, could perceive the immense effort required to maintain coherence while being consumed, while existence itself was being unmade. The pain in that pause was profound. A god experiencing something that gods were not designed to experience, facing a force that had never been meant to exist within any reality that gods inhabited. The Devourer is afraid. That was the unexpected thing. That was the revelation that changed everything. It feeds because it hunts something even larger. There is something in the void beyond our universe that hunts the Devourer itself, something older and more vast and more terrible. The Devourer eats universes not for pleasure or even for survival, but for power, trying to grow strong enough to survive should it ever be found by the thing that hunts it. We do not know what this thing is. We do not know if it is conscious or if it is a force of nature that operates on a scale too vast for consciousness. But we know it exists, and we know the Devourer fears it. The message ended there, the consciousness finally ceasing, the god's awareness dissolving into nothing, leaving the last thought unfinished, leaving the final revelation hanging in the void. But the knowledge remained, burning in Ren's consciousness, demanding to be understood. The Devourer was not the final truth. It was not the ultimate hunger. It was something caught between realities, hunted by something else, consuming universes not out of malice but out of desperation. Interlude. The weight of isolation as Ren stood in the deepest chamber of the archive, surrounded by the recorded memories of gods who had died 50,000 years ago. He began to understand something about isolation that transcended the physical. The gods had been trapped by their knowledge. The more they understood about the Devourer, the more they became aware of the futility of resistance. The more they learned about the cycle, the more they understood that their current form of consciousness was designed to be food, to be consumed, to feed something vastly larger. The isolation was psychological rather than physical. The gods had been surrounded by each other, could communicate freely, could share their knowledge and their fears. But the knowledge they shared led only to despair. How do you comfort a companion when you both understand that no comfort is possible? How do you maintain hope when the evidence before you is insurmountable? The gods had tried, some of them. There were records of philosophers attempting to create meaning from the approaching end, to suggest that if immortality was not possible, then perhaps mortality could be noble, that resistance in the face of inevitable defeat had inherent value. But these philosophical arguments could not compete with the brute fact of impending extinction. After a while, even the philosophers fell silent. The debate stopped. The discussions ceased. What was left was merely time ticking away, counting down to the moment when the seal would fail and the devourer would return. Some of the gods had sought companionship in those final ages. There were records of divine partnerships, of gods choosing to spend their final years with a single companion rather than among the general population. Some had sought isolation instead, withdrawing into private chambers to meditate on their impending deaths. A few had become obsessed with their own studies, diving deeper into magical and philosophical knowledge as though understanding could prevent extinction, as though the right combination of equations and rituals might produce an impossible solution. Some gods had gone mad from this knowledge. The records showed debates that devolved into gibberish, showed consciousness fragmenting under the weight of impossible truth. Others had withdrawn entirely, had chosen meditation and isolation rather than face the approaching end. Still others had become frantic, had attempted wild and desperate gambits that had no hope of success, but that offered the illusion of action in the face of predestination. Only the archive guardian, the one who had made the final recording, had found a way to transcend this paralysis through acceptance. She had accepted that they could not win, that they could not survive, that the universe itself might eventually be consumed. And in accepting all of this, she had found the freedom to act in the only way that might matter. By creating a framework for future resistance, by leaving knowledge for beings who had not yet been born, by hoping that what she created would eventually produce something that could survive where gods could not. Rin felt that acceptance beginning to form in his own consciousness. It was not despair, though it contained elements of despair. It was not hope, though it pointed toward hope. It was something else, a clarity that came from releasing the need to win, from accepting the possibility of defeat while continuing to resist anyway. It was the understanding that meaning did not depend on victory, that struggle had value even if the outcome was predetermined. Chapter 57, Phoenix Sage's Recognition. I have been waiting for this moment, Phoenix Sage said when Rin emerged from the archive with the knowledge burning in his consciousness. I have lived 9 times, and each time, at the very end, at the moment of death, I felt it. Not the devourer, but what hunts it. I felt the presence of something vast, something that existed at a scale so enormous that it made even the devourer seem small. And each time, it turned its attention toward our universe, and the knowledge was so terrible that my consciousness could not survive it. I died, and I was reborn, and the knowledge was forgotten, and the cycle continued. The phoenix's form flickered as she spoke, as if the mere mention of that vast presence threatened to tear her away from normal existence. Her eyes held the memory of beings encountering something so incomprehensibly large that direct perception of them caused death. Her voice shook slightly as she continued. What is it? Rin asked, though he was not certain he wanted the answer. I do not know, Phoenix Sage said, and the admission seemed to cause her pain. But I know this. If the devourer is the predator, and it hunts universes, then this other thing hunts predators. It hunts things like the devourer. And if it ever catches it, if it ever finds it fully, then what you call the devourer will be unmade, consumed, annihilated in a way that is absolute. The devourer would cease not just to exist, but to have ever existed. The very concept of it would be erased. Rin tried to comprehend this. If the devourer itself was afraid, if there was something in the universe that had the power to make hunger itself feel fear, then what scale were they talking about? What was the magnitude of something that could be a threat to a being that consumed entire universes as meals? The devourer had thought in terms of cosmic scales, of universes as pastures to be grazed. What would you have to be to threaten a being that thought on those scales? And all the universes that the devourer has infected? Rin asked, will be caught in the process. The hunt itself will be so vast, so terrible, that it will sweep through multiple universes simultaneously, destroying not just the devourer, but everything in its path. Entire realities would be unmade in the moment of the kill. And here is the truth that will haunt you. If that hunter ever reaches the devourer, we will have no choice. We will either accept our deaths as inevitable and meaningless, caught in the crossfire between forces so vast that we are less than dust, or we will spend our existence racing against time, racing against inevitability, knowing that no matter how much we build, no matter how much we preserve, it could all be erased in the moment that the hunter catches what it hunts. Phoenix Sage's eyes held the weight of her 9 lives, held the memory of 8 cycles ending, held the knowledge that she had been present at moments when the very fabric of reality tore open and something vast turned its attention toward the universe. "I remember the end of my 8th life," she whispered. "I was in a garden, and I felt it, a presence so vast that it made the devourer seem small, so alien that my consciousness could not process the sensation of being in the same universe as it. I looked up at the sky and I saw the opening of an eye, and in that moment I understood that we were all being observed by something that considered us the way we consider dust motes in a sunbeam. The knowledge was so overwhelming that my consciousness shattered, and I died, and I was reborn without the memory. But some part of me has never forgotten that moment, that awareness of being perceived by something so vast that mere perception of it caused death." Ren understood, finally, the true nature of the cycle. The devourer was not consciously creating these cycles. The cycles were a side effect of its flight, of its attempts to hide, to flee from the hunter that pursued it through the spaces between realities. And the gods, and all the civilizations before them, and all that would come after, were simply collateral damage in a hunt that was so vast and so terrible that individual universes barely registered as anything more than dust on a canvas. This understanding transformed everything about how Ren perceived his situation. He had come to the God realm seeking knowledge about the threat to his world, seeking information that would help him prepare, help him resist. He had found that knowledge, but it came with a bitter realization. The devourer was not the final threat. The devourer was itself running, trying to survive something even larger. The gods had not been conquered by malice. They had been consumed by an entity that was itself fleeing for its life. "How long has this been happening?" Ren asked. "How long has the devourer been running? How long has it been hiding?" Phoenix Sage considered the question, her mind drawing on memories that spanned 9 lifetimes. "From the archive records you showed me, I would estimate billions of years. The devourer has been hunted since before this universe was created, perhaps since before existence itself took on the forms we recognize. It is not a being that has existed since time immemorial and is now being hunted. It is a being that was hunted from its conception, that has been fleeing since the moment of its own birth. Its entire existence is one long flight, one eternal running away from something that it cannot escape and cannot defeat." The thought was staggering. The devourer, this being of such immense power that it could consume entire civilizations without effort, that could unmake gods as though they were fragile things, had never been safe, had never had a moment of peace, had never known anything but the pressure of pursuit, the constant threat of being found and consumed by something larger. The revelation transformed his understanding of everything. It was not malice that drove the devourer's consumption, but fear. It was not cruelty, but desperation. The devourer was a creature that was hunted, that was running, that devoured universes not out of a desire to conquer, but out of a need to grow strong enough to survive the thing that pursued it. And beyond the devourer, there was something else. Something so vast and so incomprehensible that even gods had been unable to fully perceive it. Something that hunted things like the devourer itself, that moved through the spaces between universes, that was always approaching but never fully arriving, always close but always distant. It was a revelation that changed everything and nothing. The danger was still approaching. The worlds were still in peril. But now Ren understood that it was not an infinite hunger but a flight, not an endless predation but an eternal chase. The gods had been caught between hunter and hunted, had become collateral damage in a pursuit that dwarfed their power and comprehension. And mortals would be caught in the same predicament. This was the true horror. Not that the devourer was invincible, but that even if it were defeated, there was something beyond it that was still more terrible, still more vast, still more hungry. Chapter 58. Celestial Monarch Ascendance. The knowledge was so devastating that Ren nearly could not bear it. The weight of understanding what lay beyond the devourer, the recognition that there existed things in the universe that operated on scales that made even the devourer seem insignificant, threatened to collapse his consciousness entirely. But it also became the catalyst for a transformation. If the truth was this terrible, if the situation was this hopeless, then surrender was not an option. There had to be something that could be done, some way to resist, some possibility that had not yet been explored. The power of that determination, the refusal to accept despair even in the face of cosmic-scale hopelessness, triggered a breakthrough. The pressure of the God realm, the exposure to divine essence, The integration of the knowledge contained in the archive, all of it combined and culminated in a single moment of transformation that shook the very fabric of the divine realm. Ren reached Celestial Monarch Realm, the level where cultivators could command armies and reshape continents, where their presence alone could alter the course of entire civilizations. His power expanded to fill the God realm, and for a moment, the empty realm was no longer empty, but radiant with the light of his consciousness, with the clarity of his will, with the determination to find a way forward even if that way had to be carved through the heart of despair itself. The moment of ascension was not gentle. Reality convulsed around him, bending and reshaping itself in response to his elevated power. The structures of the God realm began to resonate with his frequency, to sing in harmony with the new level of his existence. Light poured from his body, so bright that it should have burned out his companion's senses, but Ren's control was absolute, and he tempered the light so it would not harm them. His consciousness expanded to fill the God realm, and for the first time, he could perceive the true scale of what had been built here. The realm was vast beyond measure, extending through multiple dimensions simultaneously, containing cities and structures that existed in nested layers of reality. He could see pathways connecting to other divine realms, to other universes where gods had built their own sanctuaries. He could sense the remnants of magical networks that had once allowed communication between these places, networks that had fallen silent when the devourer consumed the gods who maintained them. And he could feel the fading power of the God realm itself. The structures were not dying. They were designed to last for eternity, but the animating essence that had given them purpose was fading, dispersing into the void. Without the gods to maintain them, the systems would continue to function for eons, but eventually, they would wind down, their power depleted, their magic exhausted, until at last the God realm would become a true tomb, empty and silent and eternal. The knowledge of this impending emptiness triggered something in Ren, a clarity that was sharper and more terrible than any despair. He understood now that he was not here to save the gods. The gods were gone, and nothing would bring them back. He was here to preserve what they had known, to carry forward what they had learned, to ensure that when the devourer returned, mortals would face it not in ignorance, but with at least some understanding of what approached. That understanding was a kind of power, different from the power of combat or cultivation, but real nonetheless. It was the power of meaning, the power of context, the power of knowing what you were up against and why you were standing to meet it. He is becoming something new, Luiying whispered. She was approaching her true form now, approaching a state of existence that would make her comparable to what she had been before the binding. Not quite what the gods were, but close. He is becoming a god himself. But with a crucial difference, Phoenix Sage said. The gods were beings of pure power and knowledge. But this one carries something more. The knowledge of defeat, the understanding of the cycle, the consciousness of something larger and more terrible still. He is a god born from crisis, shaped by desperation, tempered by truth. He is something that the universe has never produced before. The power that Ren had achieved at Celestial Monarch Realm allowed him to perceive things that had been hidden before. He could see the structure of the divine realm, could understand how it was constructed, could perceive the pathways that connected it to other realities, other dimensions, other universes that the gods had touched in their attempts to prepare for the devourer's arrival. He could sense the echoes of divine consciousness still lingering in the structures, not fully gone, but not entirely present either. And he could see the beginning of a plan. Not a perfect plan, not a guaranteed solution, but a possibility, a direction that might lead somewhere other than absolute destruction. The pieces were beginning to align in his mind. The blade of remnant divinity, the sanctuaries that Yueling could create, the knowledge preserved in the archive, the alliance of mortals who had proven themselves capable of standing together against impossible odds. Chapter 59. The escape, but they could not stay in the God realm. The binding that Ren had shattered was still being actively monitored by the Heavenly Council, and with the seal broken, the Council's power was growing desperate, growing more aggressive, beginning to accelerate their efforts to close the pathway wholly and trap them in the divine realm forever. The automated defenses of the God realm, which had been dormant without gods to guide them, were beginning to activate, reacting to the presence of beings who were not divine. The gateway that had allowed them to enter was beginning to collapse, its mechanisms failing, its protective systems overloading under the stress of maintaining an open passage between dimensions while the Council simultaneously tried to seal it shut. The gateway groaned and trembled, cracks spreading through its structure, the fundamental magic that held it together beginning to fray. Go, Doin commanded, and his voice was weak but firm. The old man's form was fading. the accumulation of centuries of life abruptly becoming visible. Years seemed to pass across his face in moments, as the effort of maintaining his consciousness in this hostile environment continued to drain his life force. I will remain. I will direct my remaining power into maintaining the gateway, keeping it open long enough for all of you to escape. Once you have crossed, I will release the barrier and allow it to collapse. The seal will remain broken, but at least the pathways will be closed. We cannot leave you, Ren protested. The words felt inadequate, but the meaning was real. Daoyin had been his mentor, his guide, the one who had shown him that truth was worth seeking even when ignorance was more comfortable. You must. The knowledge you carry, the understanding of what the devourer truly is, the plan that is beginning to form in your mind. All of that is more important than my continued existence. I have lived a long life, have spent it in service of truth. Let me spend my death the same way. This is not sacrifice but completion, is not loss but the fulfillment of what I was always meant to do. The old man's eyes held such acceptance, such peace with the choice he had made, that Ren found himself unable to argue further. To deny Daoyin his final act would be a disrespect to everything he had taught, to everything he had lived for. And so they ran, fleeing toward the gateway as the god realm began to shake apart around them, as the protective wards failed and the divine structures began to dissolve back into pure energy, as reality itself seemed to recognize that the seal had been broken and was reshaping itself in response. Behind them, Daoyin stood at the center of the gateway, his form expanding, his consciousness extending across the entire structure, pouring the last remnants of his life into holding the pathway open. Chapter 60, Arc 3 Climax and Cliffhanger. They reached the gateway, just as the structural integrity reached critical levels. The pathway between dimensions was beginning to collapse, the mathematical structures that held it together coming undone, the barrier between realities thinning to almost nothing. The pressure was immense. Ren could feel the weight of reality itself trying to snap the passage shut, could sense the Council's desperate power being directed into accelerating the collapse. Ren was the last to pass through, turning back one final time to see Daoyin standing in the heart of the god realm, his form glowing with the last of his power, his consciousness extended across the entire structure of the gateway, holding it open through pure will and determination. The old man was aging rapidly, decades passing with each heartbeat, the toll of his effort manifesting in his appearance. His hair turned white, then transparent, then seemed to fade into pure energy. The old man met his eyes across the distance and nodded, a gesture that held forgiveness and gratitude and the acceptance of a death that was both necessary and right. There was no regret in his expression, only completion. Then Daoyin released his hold. The moment he released the gateway, his form began to dissolve, his consciousness dispersing like smoke on a wind that existed between dimensions. Ren felt the moment of the old man's final release, felt the acceptance of extinction that came with the knowledge that his sacrifice meant something, that the knowledge they carried would endure, that the future would know what price had been paid to bring truth back to the mortal realms. The gateway collapsed. The pathways between dimensions sealed. The god realm, once again, became inaccessible to mortal understanding, though this time the seal that protected it was not made of divine magic, but of the heavenly council's desperate power, stretched to its limit, barely sufficient to hold. The energy released by the collapse knocked them backward, sent them tumbling through the final moments of the passage between worlds. As they fell through the closing gateway, Ren could feel it, the moment of Daoyin's final death, not as an end, but as a transformation. The old man's consciousness did not cease. It expanded, merging with the gateway itself, becoming part of the structure that held the path open for those final moments. Daoyin had transcended mortality through sacrifice, had become something else, not alive in the conventional sense, but not dead either, preserved in the geometry of space-time itself, eternally part of the place where the mortal and divine realms touched. The sensation was strange. Ren could feel Daoyin's awareness lingering in the mathematical structure of the gateway, could sense the old man's peace at the moment of transition, could perceive the satisfaction that had come from knowing that his final act would have meaning, would preserve knowledge, would allow others to access truth that had been hidden. Daoyin had spent his entire life in pursuit of understanding, and his death was the culmination of that pursuit. He had become a conduit for knowledge itself, had merged his consciousness with the very pathway that allowed access to divine understanding. It was a transformation that went beyond what most mortals could understand. Daoyin was not destroyed by the gateway's collapse, nor was he merely preserved as a ghost or memory. He had become part of the fundamental structure that connected worlds, had become integrated into the mathematical principles that allowed passage between dimensions. In a sense, Doween had become as eternal as the knowledge he had sought throughout his life. Lu Ying reached out and grasped Ren's hand as they fell, her presence anchoring him, her divine strength keeping him conscious as the disorientation of dimensional travel threatened to shatter his awareness. "He is not gone," she said, and her voice carried the certainty of one who had been present at deaths before, who understood the full spectrum of existence and cessation. "He is woven into the gateway. He will remain here, will preserve this passage, will ensure that even if the council tries to seal it wholly, there will always be a way back for those who come seeking knowledge." Doween has become eternal. What he sought his entire life, to be preserved, to have his work endure, to ensure that truth could not be suppressed, he has finally achieved. His sacrifice was the completion of his life's work. Ren felt the strange mixture of grief and gratitude that came with understanding this truth. Doween had died, but in dying, he had achieved something profound. The old man's existence would endure as long as the gateway stood, as long as mortals sought knowledge of the divine, as long as anyone needed to access what the God realm contained. In that sense, Doween's influence would be eternal, preserved not in monuments or texts, but in the very infrastructure of reality. But as they emerged into the Boundary Mountains, as they found themselves back in the mortal realm breathing air that was thin and cold and real, they heard it. A sound like breathing, like something vast and ancient beginning to open its eyes, like the last stages of waking from a sleep that had lasted for 50,000 years. Behind them, the mountains shook. The ground split open. And in the darkness of those rifts, in the spaces that had been sealed since the age of gods, a light began to appear. Not the light of the sun or fire or any natural phenomenon, but the light of something moving, something that was partially outside normal reality, something that was beginning to perceive the world again as its dormancy ended. The light was crimson, a red so deep and so alien that it seemed to exist in dimensions that mortal eyes could only barely perceive. The sky above began to darken, not from clouds, but from something that was approaching from beyond the edges of existence, drawing near with the inevitability of gravitational force. Reality itself seemed to shudder. The heavenly council's forces surrounded them immediately upon emergence, but even they had fallen silent, had stopped fighting, were staring upward at the sky where a darkness was beginning to spread, where reality itself was beginning to tear open, where the devourer was waking. One of the council's celestial monarchs spoke, and there was no more authority in her voice, only fear and the terrible knowledge of impending doom. "It is beginning. The seal is failing faster. The awakening is accelerating. We will have months, perhaps weeks, not years, not centuries, months before it fully manifests in this reality and begins to feed." The implication hung in the air unspoken, visible in the eyes of every cultivator present. Months before the devourer returned to feed, before the cycle of consumption resumed, before everything that had been built and grown and cherished over the past 50,000 years was revealed as temporary, as fleeting, as merely food waiting for the hunger to return. Lu Ying stepped forward, and her presence seemed to expand, to fill the space around them with the power of the guardian she truly was. The divine light that emanated from her was a shield against the darkness creeping across the sky. "Then we prepare," she said, her voice carrying the authority of one who had existed since the beginning of ages. "We teach. We build sanctuaries. We gather knowledge and distribute it. We make a choice that the gods could not make. We choose to resist not because we think we can win, but because resistance itself has value. We choose to know the truth, and knowing the truth, we choose to act." Yueling, in her true form, added her voice to the declaration. "I will create spaces of purity, sanctuaries where the hunger cannot feed. They will not save everyone, but they will save some. And those who are saved can carry the knowledge forward, can rebuild if the devourer passes through. I will make these sanctuaries impenetrable to the hunger." Phoenix Sage nodded, accepting her role in what was to come. "I will spend my 9 lives if necessary, gathering information, spreading knowledge, preparing the civilizations of this world for what approaches. I have lived through 8 cycles already. The 9th will be devoted entirely to ensuring that mortals face this darkness not in ignorance, but in truth." The moment was profound, a commitment made by beings who knew they might not survive to see the fruits of their efforts, who were pledging themselves to a cause that might end in failure, that might end in the extinction of everything they were trying to protect. But they pledged anyway, because pledging had value even if success was uncertain, because the choice to resist meant something regardless of outcome. Ren looked at the sky, at the cracks that were continuing to spread, at the light that was beginning to shine through from the spaces between dimensions. The devourer was there, was moving, was slowly, inevitably, beginning its awakening. The countdown had become real, no longer theoretical, but a tangible pressure bearing down on all of existence. The pressure was immense. Rin could feel it like a physical weight, a force pressing down on reality itself, heralding the return of something that should have remained dormant. But there was hope in this moment. Not hope that they would survive. Rin understood now that survival was not guaranteed, that the universe itself might be unmade before the cycle ended. But hope that meaning could be found in resistance, that truth could be preserved, that knowledge would outlast the hunger. The hope was different from what mortals normally understood as hope. It was not the hope that things would work out, that they would win. It was the hope that their struggle would matter, that their resistance would have value, that the universe would know they had stood against the darkness. They had broken the seal. They had reached the God realm. They had uncovered the truth about what the gods had been, what they had done, and what had destroyed them. The cost had been immense. Kong Shan had sacrificed himself to buy them time. Daoyin had spent his remaining life ensuring that the knowledge could be brought to the mortal world. Countless others had died fighting, resisting, refusing to accept that truth should be suppressed. But the knowledge remained. The truth was out. And now the real work would begin. The work of teaching, of preparing, of creating defenses not just against the devourer, but against the despair that came from knowing what approached. They would need to build structures, to organize resistance, to teach mortals that they could face darkness with open eyes and still choose meaning, still choose connection, still choose to build and create and love. And Rin understood, in that moment of terrible clarity and absolute resolve, that this was what it meant to be an architect. It was not to be a guardian of power or a wielder of force. It was to be a builder of meaning, a preserver of truth, a being who could face impossible darkness and choose to continue anyway, not because of faith that things would improve, but because the choice to continue had inherent value. The architect's role was to maintain reality not through force, but through understanding, to preserve knowledge not through power, but through the commitment to ensure that what was known could be passed forward. And Rin understood that the time for hiding was over. The time for ignorance was finished. The knowledge that the gods had died, that the devourer was returning, that something larger still hunted the hunter, all of it could no longer be suppressed. The sky itself was announcing the truth to anyone with eyes to see. The seals that had held for 50,000 years were failing. The moment of revelation was arriving whether they were ready or not. All they could do was ensure that when mortals faced that revelation, they would not face it as victims of suppression, but as citizens of a reality that had chosen honesty, that had chosen truth even in the face of terrible cost. Chapter 61. The void margins. The fall through impossible geometry was not a drop, but a dissolution. Rin Xianxian felt the laws of physics releasing their grip on his body, as though existence itself was letting go, deciding he was no longer worth holding. The air, if air was even the correct term for the medium surrounding him, shimmered with colors that had no names in any mortal language. Ultraviolet and infrared seemed to bend into new spectrums, bleeding together in ways that made his eyes water even as his brain screamed that what he was seeing was not possible. His body moved, but not in 3 dimensions. It moved in directions that mortal geometry had no words for, sideways through time, perpendicular to consequence. His skin felt like it was being stretched across infinite surfaces, each stretch a different iteration of himself falling through a different version of space. The sensation was not pain, not quite. It was more like the sensation of understanding something too large for the mind to contain. Behind him, Yueling's voice cut through the chaos, and Rin seized onto it like a lifeline. The sound grounded him, reminded him that he was not alone in this dissolution, that somewhere in the chaos of unmade dimensions there was still companionship, still presence. The moment before she spoke, he had felt himself beginning to fragment, his consciousness scattering across the void like droplets of water in a maelstrom. Stay together. Don't let the drift separate us. Her voice was the only anchor, the only thing that remained consistent as reality continued to unmake and remake itself around them. Rin reached out, not with his hands, but with the entirety of his consciousness, and found her presence. Warm, vital, still fundamentally Yueling despite the horrors surrounding them. The void margins, the space between dimensions. This was not a place meant for creatures of flesh and bone. This was the infrastructure of reality itself, the scaffolding upon which universes hung like ornaments on a vast, incomprehensible tree. Rin's archaeologist system was working overtime, desperately trying to make sense of what it was perceiving, reading the memories imprinted on the very fabric of this place. He caught fragments, moments of creation, echoes of gods walking through here to tend to the boundaries. whispers of a time when these paths were well-traveled highways. One memory in particular stood out, a god named Ashvara, whose divinity had been so refined that she seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously even when stationary, moving through the void margins with the casual grace of someone walking through their own home. She moved between dimensions as easily as mortals move between rooms. Rin extracted that memory, held it, and used it to understand the fundamental nature of this place. The void margins responded to will, to understanding, to the acceptance that here, the rules were not laws but suggestions. Lu Ying materialized beside him, the effort visible in every line of her being, her celestial form burning with the strain of maintaining solidity in a place that wanted to unmake her. Her powers flared and dimmed erratically as she fought to maintain the barrier. Rin could see the cost on her face. She was aging in real time, burning through years of her life force with each breath as she generated a barrier against the dimensional winds. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with strain. "The portal behind us is closing," she said. "The council sealed it. We have minutes before the closing force catches us." Rin's heart sank. They had escaped the God realm, but only by jumping through a dimensional gateway that should have killed them. The Heavenly Council had sealed that gateway behind them, cutting off any return. It was a calculated act of cruelty, not murder, but exile. If they could not get back to the material realm, they would be trapped in the void margins, unmade over the course of hours or days, depending on how long their cultivations could sustain them. "There has to be another way," Lu Ying continued, desperation creeping into her voice. "The architects built multiple pathways through here. The old records mention a secondary route that, the records mention 17 secondary routes," he said, each word a labor. "I have spent 400 years studying them. None are secure. The Heavenly Council guards them all." But more importantly, Dao Yin's voice came from behind them, weaker than before, but carrying the weight of 4 centuries of accumulated wisdom. The old scholar somehow still coherent despite the horrors they were experiencing. "I have spent 400 years studying them. None are secure. All are watched or trapped." Rin stretched out his consciousness, perceiving the vast structure of this liminal space. Unlike the material realm with its concrete matter and predictable physics, the void margins operated according to principles that seemed to shift moment by moment. Causality was optional here. Distance was a suggestion. Time folded like origami, creating loops and spirals that looped back on themselves. A being could walk forward and arrive at the past, could stand still and drift through years. Kong Shan materialized beside them, manifesting from wherever monks took refuge when fighting in places like this. His robes were torn, his face bleeding from where dimensional forces had scored his skin, "The council's seal is pushing," Kong Shan said, his martial senses attuned to danger in ways that transcended normal perception. Through his training in the heart of Buddha meditation, he could feel the seal as a pressure on the fabric of reality itself, a blade of crystalline authority cutting through existence. His martial senses attuned to danger. "I can feel it. It's a knife, cutting through dimensions. If it reaches us." He didn't need to finish. They all understood what contact with an active seal would do. It would cut them apart. Not kill them, but separate them across dimensions, scattering their consciousness across multiple realities. An eternity of isolation. "This way," Rin said, sensing rather than knowing the direction. His system had extracted memories of someone who had walked these paths before, fragments from the petrified god beings they'd found in the mountains. He reached out, guiding his companions through the chaos, threading between dimensions that could crush a celestial monarch in moments. The memory he was using was ancient, from a god who had lived in an earlier cycle of the universe. The paths had changed since then, but the principles remained. They moved not by conventional travel, but by stepping between moments, sliding along the threads of causality, letting the chaos of the void margins carry them forward while maintaining just enough coherence to avoid being entirely dissolved. Behind them, the council's seal pursued, a knife made of crystalline law, cutting through dimensions with deadly precision. Phoenix Sage's form flickered as she flew alongside them. She was fading, burning through one of her 9 lives just to maintain presence in this place. When she spoke, her voice carried not just the wisdom of 9 centuries, but the weight of having lived through the end of the world 9 times before, her body more smoke than substance as she moved through the in-between places. Her voice was steady. "The structure here remembers the Devourer's passage. See how reality is scarred? Those are wounds that have not healed in 50,000 years." Phoenix Sage had been reincarnated 9 times. 9 cycles of civilization, 9 deaths and rebirths, all in service of watching and waiting for this moment. And now, as they fled through the most dangerous place in existence. Her accumulated wisdom proved invaluable. She could read the scars like an archaeologist reading the layers of a dig site. Indeed, the very substance of this space bore marks, great gashes that seemed to bleed a darkness that was absolute. Even in a realm of impossible colors, these wounds were void black, emptiness given form. They were the trails left by something vast and hungry moving through dimensions, consuming the fabric of reality as it went. The wounds had been there for 50,000 years, and they had not healed. They would never heal. They were permanent reminders of what had happened, of the great purge when the devourer had come. Ren studied those scars with all his attention. In them, he could read the devourer's path. It had come from beyond the known universes, moving through the void margins as the unified consciousness of hunger and consumption. It had torn through the barriers between dimensions not with violence, but with appetite, simply consuming the structure itself as it moved. And everywhere it had passed, it left these scars, permanent wounds that bled a nothing so complete that even existence itself could not heal them. A presence brushed against Ren's consciousness, vast, immeasurable, and profoundly alien. He froze, his breath catching in his throat. The feeling was like being touched by something that existed in dimensions his mind could not fully perceive. It was attention, awareness, something noticing them. "What is that?" Kong Shan asked, his voice tight with monastic discipline even as Ren felt the monk's instinctive recoil from whatever had just touched their minds. The warrior monk was trained to transcend fear, to see through the illusions that fear created. But what Kong Shan felt now went beyond fear. It was the recognition of something that was simply larger than comprehension itself. The human mind could only hold so much cognitive load. Perceiving something genuinely vast required a kind of neural architecture that mortals did not possess. To perceive the devourer directly would be to go insane. So Kong Shan did what he had been trained to do. He looked away, not with his eyes, but with his attention. He focused on the here and now, on the immediate threat, and refused to contemplate the vastness that hunted them. But what Kong Shan felt now went beyond fear. It was the recognition of something that was simply larger than comprehension. The presence had awareness. It had attention. And now, that attention was turning toward them. Ren could feel it focusing, zeroing in on the small group of mortals fleeing through the void margins. It was like a searchlight abruptly finding them in darkness, like being spotted by a predator across a vast distance. "Run," Ren said, and they ran. Not with bodies. Bodies were irrelevant in this place. They ran with consciousness, with will, with the sheer refusal to be unmade. Behind them, the seal shrieked across dimensions, a sound that transcended hearing and struck directly at the nerve of existence itself. Ren pushed his companions forward, lending them strength from his own reserves, sharing his power like a lifeline through the chaos. The void margins tore at them as they moved, trying to separate them, trying to scatter their consciousness to the four corners of reality. But they held together. By will alone, they held together. Chapter 62. The void prophet, the entity that emerged from the dimensional chaos, was not born. It simply became. Where moments before there had been nothing but impossible geometry, now there was something that hurt to perceive directly. Ren's eyes watered. His head throbbed. Even Yueling, with her divine blood and ancient resilience, took an involuntary step back. The figure before them was vaguely humanoid in the way that a shadow on a wall is vaguely humanoid. It had the general suggestion of a shape, but the details seemed to shift and blur when Ren tried to focus on them. What he could perceive was this: chains. Great chains of crystalline substance wrapped around the entity, binding it in place, threading through the fabric of the void margins itself. The chains hummed with power so vast that Ren's entire body ached from proximity to them. They sang with a frequency that made his bones vibrate, that made his teeth ache, that made the very cells of his being want to rearrange themselves into a different configuration. The chains were not restraint. They were torture. They were a constant application of pressure, a binding that could never be released, a sentence handed down by forces so powerful that even this creature, whatever it was, could not resist. "Ren Xinshin," the entity said, and its voice was like the grinding of continental plates, like the sound of stars dying light years away somehow reaching his ears immediately. The archaeologist, the one who reads the dead. Ren's hand went to the blade of remnant divinity at his hip. The weapon, forged from a god's essence and a fragment of the devourer itself, immediately responded to the threat. It sang in its sheath, eager. The fragment of the devourer, trapped in the blade, knew what this entity was. It knew on some fundamental level that this was something it should fear. "I am called Malakar," the entity continued. "I was known, once, as the prophet of the void. I served the devourer when the devourer was only a concept, before it became appetite given form. I carried prophecies of hunger across dimensions. I prepared the way for its arrival. And then, the chains blazed with light, and in that light, Rin saw for just a moment what Malachar had been. A god of prophecy and foresight, a being of immense power, a creature who could see across time, could read the future as easily as mortals read written words. And then I was assimilated. Malachar continued, and in those words Rin heard the weight of hundreds of thousands of years of suffering. The devourer does not discriminate. It does not choose victims or servants. It simply consumes, and in consuming, unmakes whatever it takes in, its voice now carrying notes of something almost like regret. The devourer does not take prisoners. It does not accept service. It consumes. It absorbed me, and I expected to be dissolved entirely. And yet something in me persisted. I clung to consciousness. I refused to be entirely unmade. And so now I exist in this state, bound by chains, held in these margins, neither fully consumed nor fully myself. To warn us, Lu Ying asked, stepping forward beside Ren. Her celestial power crackled around her, ready for battle. Or to stop us. Malachar's form rippled with what might have been laughter. Terrible, grinding laughter, the sound of civilizations dying, of reality breaking down into component parts, though the sound that emerged was the grinding of rock formations being compressed over millennia. It was horrible. It was the sound of geological ages passing in moments. A fair question, little celestial. I am bound by chains forged in a time before your gods were dreams. I cannot leave this place. I cannot pursue. But I can speak, and the speaking is permitted to me. My bindings allow for words, at least. The entity rotated, and Rin felt the weight of its attention focus on him entirely. It was like standing beneath a collapsing building and having the entire structure abruptly decide that yes, it was going to fall directly on him. The attention had weight. It had substance. It had the pressure of something vast turning its consciousness towards something infinitesimally small. Rin found he could barely breathe. His heart hammered in his chest. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to hide, to make himself small and insignificant. But he stood firm, because running would only prove him prey. And he was beginning to understand that he was something different, something that the universe had not seen before. It was like standing beneath a collapsing building and having the entire structure abruptly decide that yes, it was going to fall directly on him. The attention had weight. It had substance. It had the pressure of something vast turning its consciousness towards something infinitesimally small. The devourer dreams your names, Malachar said. It tastes your essence on the dimensional winds. Everywhere you go, you leave a trail of your nature, your power, your being. And the devourer can follow that trail like a hound follows a scent across a vast landscape. It will find you in your realm, and when it does, you should know this. It will eat you last. It will reserve you for the end because you intrigue it. You, mortal, who reads the memories of the dead. You, who should have no knowledge of gods yet speak to them as equals. The devourer is curious about you, and its curiosity is not a gentle thing. Doin materialized beside Run, the old scholar's face grave. The passage through the void margins had aged him visibly. His hair, once gray, was now white. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the strain of maintaining coherence in a place that wanted to dissolve him. What is it? He asked. What hunts us now? It hunts you because it hunts everything, Malachar replied, turning to regard the ancient man with what might have been recognition. Doin of the Archaeological Society. I remember you. Or rather, I remember a version of you from 1,000 years past. You asked dangerous questions then. You sought knowledge that was forbidden. You were not answered by those in authority, but that did not stop you. You kept searching. Did you ever find what you were looking for? Doin was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was steady. I found that truth was more dangerous than ignorance. That knowledge, once obtained, cannot be unknowns. That the responsibility of understanding something terrible is to act to prevent that terror from consuming everything. Then you are already prepared for what comes, Malachar said. Because the terror is coming. The devourer sleeps, but it sleeps lightly now. It dreams of hunger. Its dreams are beginning to affect reality in ways that even the gods realize too late. Chapter 63. Assimilation and the Price of Resistance. The chains holding Malachar glowed, and Rin's system abruptly fired, reading the memory imprinted on those bindings. Knowledge poured into him, raw and overwhelming. The sensation of being slowly eaten from the inside out. Of feeling divinity dissolving like salt in water, of clinging to consciousness through pure force of will against something vast and inevitable. What are you? Phoenix Sage asked, and there was something in her tone, some recognition, some memory from her past lives. She had lived 9 times. She had seen the pattern return 9 times. You are not fully one thing or another. You are neither here nor there. Malachar extended what might have been an arm, though the limb seemed to exist in more than 3 dimensions, bending in ways that made Ren's geometric sense rebel. To perceive it fully would have required him to rotate his consciousness into angles that mortal minds were not designed to experience. I am a wound that cannot heal, a god who was assimilated and refused to be fully consumed. The devourer fed on me over the course of eons, but I clung to awareness, to identity, refusing the complete dissolution that all other gods accepted when they fell to hunger. The chains holding Malachar glowed, and Ren's system abruptly fired, reading the memory imprinted on those bindings. He gasped, nearly reeling backward as understanding flooded through him. In that moment of contact, he experienced a fragment of what Malachar had experienced, centuries of being slowly consumed, of feeling his divine form being broken down into component parts, of watching his power being assimilated into the devourer's vast consciousness. This entity had been alive for longer than civilizations. It had watched gods rise and fall. It had been a god itself, a being of immense power in its own epoch. And then the devourer had come, and in a single moment of contact, Malachar had been fundamentally altered. It was being eaten. It had been being eaten for hundreds of thousands of years. And yet it persisted. It had not entirely surrendered its consciousness. Some essential core of itself had remained independent, screaming silently in the darkness, refusing to be entirely absorbed. How? Ren managed to ask. His voice shook. The knowledge he had extracted was overwhelming, pressing against the boundaries of his mind. How are you still conscious? How has the hunger not consumed your mind, dissolved you into nothingness? Because, Malachar said, its form steadying slightly as it delivered what seemed like hard-won wisdom, I learned what the other gods did not learn. The devourer is a being of pure appetite. It has no malice. It does not enjoy suffering. It simply eats. And the nature of eating is transformation. The consumed becomes part of the consumer. But consciousness is not matter. Will is not energy. If you refuse to let your will be absorbed, if you maintain the core of yourself even as the flesh falls away, then some part of you can persist. And now there was something almost like sympathy in its tone. I learned what the other gods did not. The devourer does not consume physical form. It consumes agency. It consumes will. It consumes the essential nature of what it takes in. If you surrender your will to the hunger, you are lost entirely. You become part of the devourer, indistinguishable from its essence. But if you fight, if you hold on to the parts of yourself that matter, if you refuse to surrender even when surrender would be merciful, you can persist in the spaces between consumption. The entity paused, gathering energy, its chains blazing with renewed light. You become like me, half devoured, forever in the process of being eaten, but still, somehow, yourself. Still capable of thought, still capable of choice, still capable of protecting the ones you love, even if only by providing them with knowledge they desperately need. Lu Ying was trembling, her celestial power flickering around her like disturbed water. She had been sealed underground for 10,000 years. She had been a god's consort before the sealing. And now she was understanding, through the revelations Malachar was offering, what awaited them if they failed. You're saying it's still connected to you? She asked, fear naked in her voice. The devourer can still reach you here? After all these ages? The connection is never severed, Malachar said, and now there was something in its voice that might have been the closest it could come to sadness. This is the true horror, little elf. Once the devourer has tasted you, there is no place far enough to hide. It will always know where you are. It will always be able to find you, given enough time and hunger. You could flee to the edges of the universe. You could hide in the smallest possible space, the most obscure corner of reality. And still, the devourer would find you. Because in consuming you, it creates a connection, a thread of hunger that can be followed across any distance, through any barrier. The entity paused, and for a moment, the chains binding it blazed with terrible light so intense that Ruin had to shield his eyes. When Malachar spoke again, its voice had changed, become less alien, more personal. But it is not hunger that drives it, Rinxinshin. Not genuinely. The devourer does not eat because it is starving. It eats because something larger hunts it. Something vastly larger. And the only way it has found to stay alive, to stay ahead of the thing that hunts it, is to grow and grow and grow until it can no longer be caught. Chapter 64. The Fear Behind the Hunger. Lu Ying was trembling, her celestial power flickering around her like disturbed water, a visible manifestation of her inner terror. The implications of what Malachar was describing were staggering. If the devourer could assimilate gods, if it could consume divinity itself, then what hope did mortals have? What hope did even a cultivator with the power of a god have? The answer seemed to be, persist as a fractured consciousness, half-digested, screaming silently in the darkness for all eternity. It was not a fate to hope for. It was a fate to dread more than immediate annihilation. She had been sealed underground for 10,000 years in stasis chambers. She had walked among divinity before that sealing, had loved a god, had known their strength and their nature intimately. And now she was understanding, through the revelations Malachar was offering, what awaited them all if they failed. The fate of being slowly consumed, of persisting just long enough to understand what was happening. The revelation struck Rin like a physical blow. The devourer, the entity that had consumed gods, that had driven the heavenly council to consolidate power out of pure terror, was itself prey. Was itself running. Was itself hunted by something so vast that it dared not stop consuming, dared not rest, dared not cease its endless hunger for even a moment. The implications cascaded through his mind. If the devourer was not the apex predator, if it was not the ultimate force in existence, then there were rules to existence that even the greatest powers had to follow. There were predator-prey relationships that operated on scales that made gods look like insects. What hunts the devourer? Kong Shan asked quietly. The warrior monk's enlightened mind was grasping at the implications before his voice could fully articulate them. If something hunted the devourer, then the war was not simply a binary conflict between existence and obliteration. There were other forces at play, other agendas. Malachar's form began to collapse inward, and Rin realized that their presence was destabilizing whatever force kept the entity somewhat coherent in this space. The chains were pulling tighter, trying to compress the being back into stillness. The effort of speaking, of maintaining consciousness, of resisting the devourer's constant pressure, it was exhausting whatever remained of Malachar's will. The answer to that question, Malachar said, and now its voice was distant, fading, is the answer that the gods learned too late. There is always something larger. There is always a predator for every prey. And the only escape from the cycle is to become so large, so vast, that nothing can hunt you anymore. But in becoming that vast, you become the devourer. And in becoming the devourer, you attract the attention of the next thing up the chain. The circle completes itself. The game never ends. Existence is not a story with a conclusion. It is a hunt that continues forever. Rin wanted to ask more. He wanted to understand the nature of the force that hunted even the devourer. He wanted to know if there was any way to use that force, to turn it towards some purpose beyond destruction. But time was running out. Malachar's consciousness was being pulled back down into the depths of the entity's own nature, being reabsorbed into the hunger it had resisted for so long. The entity's form was being pulled back into the very substance of the void margins. Its chains were singing, pulling it down and back into the depths of dimensional chaos. It was like watching someone being dragged back down into darkness they had briefly escaped, like watching hope being consumed by despair. Go, Malachar called out, its voice now barely a whisper reaching them across the dimensions. Go back to your realm. Use the paths I am showing you. And know this, Archaeologist, the fragment of the devourer that you carry in your weapon can be made to speak. If you are brave enough, if you are willing to risk contact with something that will try to consume your mind, you can read its memories directly. You can learn its weaknesses, but only if you have the strength to touch it without being unmade. The entity vanished, pulled back into the chains and the depths of this terrible place. But in that final moment, as it was being reabsorbed, it left a gift behind, a pathway through the chaos, a route that was slightly more stable than the dimensional chaos around them. The routes shifted even as they emerged, but for a few precious moments, there was a way forward. The dimensional chaos surged around them, and Rin felt something shift in the fabric of space itself, a pathway opening, a hidden route becoming visible. For just a moment, the structure of the void margins became clear, and Rin could see the way back to the material realm. It was distant. It would require them to move through spaces where their minds could barely maintain coherence. But it was possible. There, Yueling said, pointing with one trembling hand. A door. Rin grabbed his companions, drawing them together, binding them with threads of his own power to prevent separation. The act of binding them required him to extend his consciousness across all of them, to merge their awareness just slightly so that they thought as a unit while maintaining their individual identities. It was exhausting, but it was necessary. If even one of them became separated, they would be lost forever in the void margins. They ran. They fell. They were pulled forward by forces they didn't understand, through passages that existed only because Malachar had briefly held the doors open for them. Behind them, The void margins began to collapse, reality reasserting itself, sealing the wound that they had used for transit. The pathways they had traveled were closing, destroying themselves in their wake, making it impossible for the council's seal to follow them. The pressure around them built and built. Rin felt his consciousness beginning to fracture, beginning to separate into different aspects. He was barely maintaining the binding that held his companions together. His own sense of self was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. He was dissolving into the chaos, becoming part of the void margins rather than passing through them. And then, with a sensation of tearing through a membrane, they emerged. Chapter 65. The changed world. The sky above them was wrong. That was the first thing Ren's consciousness registered as they materialized in what appeared to be a temple courtyard. The sky, which should have been blue or gray or any normal color, was fractured. Actual cracks ran across the heavens like a ceramic plate that had been dropped. And through those cracks, a darkness that was not the darkness of night peered through. A hungry darkness. A watching darkness. Ren collapsed to his knees, gasping. His body reasserted its solidity slowly, like a dream becoming real. Around him, his companions were experiencing the same disorientation. Yueling fell beside him, her form flickering between her celestial shape and something more human. Kong Shan straightened, his monastic discipline helping him recover faster than the others. Phoenix Sage simply solidified in place, as if the transition between dimensions was something her 9 previous lives had prepared her for. Days had passed in the material realm, though only hours had passed for them in the void margins. Word had reached the scattered forces of their journey, reports of the group being swallowed by the dimensional gates, presumed dead. And in the vacuum of their absence, the world had changed. The cultivators who had been fighting the Heavenly Council had scattered. The sects that had begun to gather around Ren's leadership had given up hope. And in that despair, the Devourer's influence had begun to spread. Cracks like the one above had appeared in 12 different locations across the continent. Entire regions had fallen silent. Messenger birds no longer returned from the shattered Badlands. The city of Crystalline Peak, once a thriving center of cultivation, had simply vanished, not destroyed, but absent, as if it had been erased from existence itself. In its place was a wound in reality, a space where the rules of existence no longer applied. Daoyin helped Ren to his feet. The old scholar had aged visibly during their passage through the void margins. "We have lost time," he said, his voice grave. "The world is not as we left it." A messenger appeared before them, a young cultivator from the nearest sect. She fell to her knees in shock at seeing them alive. "Master Run," she gasped. "We thought. The council said you were dead, that you had fallen trying to access forbidden knowledge. They used your disappearance as justification for consolidating all power." "The council consolidates power even as the world ends," Rin said quietly. "It is their nature. We cannot save those who choose not to save themselves." But even as he said it, he knew that it was not entirely true. The cultivators of the material realm were not evil. They were frightened. They were reacting to threats they did not fully understand. And that fear was contagious, spreading faster than any cultivation technique could counter. "What is happening?" Lu Ying asked, pointing up at the cracks in the sky. "What are those?" The messenger's face was pale. "They appeared 3 days ago. The Heavenly Council has forbidden anyone from approaching them. They say they are scar tissue, wounds in reality, and they are spreading. Each day, the cracks expand. Each day, more regions fall silent. The Council is preparing to seal themselves away in the Divine Fortress, leaving the common cultivators to fend for themselves." The realization was cold, bitter, but clear. The war had already begun. The Devourer was no longer merely approaching. Its presence was already affecting the material realm, leaving marks, creating wounds that would never fully heal. The battle they had fought would not be won in single dramatic moments. It would be fought across decades, across continents, in the small choices that accumulated into the survival or extinction of everything. Chapter 66. Return to a changed world. They emerged in the material realm gasping, their bodies intact, but their minds shattered from the crossing. The transition from the void margins back to normal space was violent and disorienting. Ren's senses reeled as they tried to process normal physics again. He collapsed on a mountainside. His arm burned where the seal had caught him, skin blackened and scarred. The wound smoking with residual crystalline energy. News of Ren's survival spread like wildfire across the continent. Within hours, cultivators who had been preparing to surrender found new courage. Within days, sects that had been planning to seal themselves away decided instead to gather. Within weeks, an army was forming, not through compulsion, but through the recognition that if Rin Xianxian could return from the void margins itself, then perhaps resistance was not futile. The Heavenly Council, faced with a competing source of authority and hope, responded with hostility. Lord Xiantian called for Ren's capture and execution, claiming that the archaeologist was a danger to all existence, that his reckless pursuit of forbidden knowledge had invited the devourer's attention in the first place. The council distributed propaganda claiming that Ren had made a deal with the devourer, that he was working to facilitate the end of the world in exchange for extended power. But Ren did not respond to the council's attacks. Instead, he called for a gathering, on neutral ground, in the ruins of a city that had been devoured and then somehow partially restored by the residual energy of the devourer's passage. Representatives from every major sect and cultivation society convened. Some came in person, others sent avatars, projections of their consciousness across great distances. The numbers were staggering. Tens of thousands of cultivators, all responding to Ren's call, all seeking some kind of leadership in this time of crisis. Daoyin stood beside Ren, offering the weight of the Archaeological Society's ancient knowledge. Phoenix Sage hovered above them, her presence a reminder that this struggle had happened before, would happen again if they failed. Yueling and Kongshan stood to either side, their power and presence a statement that they had accepted Ren's leadership entirely. The Devourer is not a force of nature, Ren told them, his voice carrying through the ruined streets on waves of cultivated power that reached every cultivator present, whether they were standing physically or channeling through projection. It is not divine and inevitable. It is a predator, and like all predators, it has weaknesses. It has fears. It has patterns that can be anticipated. A murmur ran through the crowd. Many of them had believed the devourer was omnipotent, unknowable, beyond the possibility of resistance. The idea that it could be fought, genuinely fought, was revolutionary. You speak with confidence, said Lord Xiantian, his form coalescing at the front of the gathered crowd, surrounded by subordinates who trembled in his presence. He was ancient, powerful, and profoundly convinced of his own superiority. But confidence is not power. The last time the gods faced this creature, they lost. How is your alliance of mortals any different? Ren regarded the celestial monarch calmly. The gods believed they were eternal, he replied. They believed their power made them safe. They believed that might made right. And that belief became their weakness. We begin from a position of humility. We acknowledge that we are not strong enough to win through force alone. So we will not fight that way. Xuantian's face turned cold. But before he could respond, half the council members present stepped away from him, moving to stand with Ren. They did not speak. They did not declare their allegiance. But their physical action was unmistakable. The Heavenly Council, which had been the center of power for 10,000 years, was fracturing. Some members were choosing to resist with Ren. Others were choosing to follow Xiantian to the divine fortress, to wait out the apocalypse behind sealed doors. The schism, once begun, could not be reversed. Chapter 67. The Awakening. 3 days after Ren's public gathering, the first visible manifestations began. They were not the devourer itself. The entity was still far from fully emerging into the material realm. The dimensional barriers, created by the old gods 50,000 years ago, still held. They slowed the devourer's advance. They prevented it from simply pouring into the material realm and consuming everything in moments. But those barriers were weakening. They had been designed to last 50,000 years, and that time was nearly expired. What appeared instead were fragments, echoes, pieces of the hunger given semi-solid form. They poured out of the cracks in the sky like ants from a shattered nest, though there was nothing genuinely ant-like about them. They were more like absence given shape. Looking at them directly caused pain. Being near them caused reality to warp and thin. They were living hunger, little more than the devourer's appetite given a temporary form to do its bidding. The manifestations moved through settled lands like a plague of locusts, but what they consumed was not crops or animals. They consumed existence. Where a manifestation passed through a forest, the forest remained but was transformed into something else. Wood that had forgotten how to be wood, soil that had lost all memory of nourishing life. It was destruction without destruction, a unmaking that left the forms intact but drained of all purpose. The cultivators responded with everything they had. Every sect sent their strongest warriors. Every city mobilized their military forces. They threw power at the problem in a desperate attempt to protect their homes, their families, their way of life. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the manifestations were being repelled. A celestial monarch sent a wave of divine fire that seemed to scorch the very concept of hunger itself. But the manifestations simply retreated, pulled back into the cracks, and the cracks sealed behind them. The warriors found their weapons still glowing hot with divine power, but their targets had vanished. And in the cities where the manifestations had emerged, reality was now permanently scarred. The ground would not grow crops. The sky no longer rained. The darkness of the Devourer's touch had changed those places at a fundamental level. We cannot kill them through conventional means, Ren realized, speaking to his inner circle of advisors in the hastily established command center. They exist partially outside reality. You cannot fight something that doesn't fully exist in the same dimension as your weapons. Yueling paced back and forth, her celestial form glowing with frustrated energy. Then we need allies who understand the in-between places, she said. We need to weaponize the void margins themselves. We need to create barriers not in the material realm, but in the spaces between dimensions. Such a working would require more power than we currently have, Kang Shan said quietly. But it is theoretically possible. The monks of the Great Temple have meditation techniques that allow consciousness to touch the void margins without being entirely unmade. If we can train others in those techniques, we can create a second front of warfare, not defending the cities, but defending the very boundaries of existence. Then that is what we will do, Ren said. Divide our forces. Some will defend the material realm. Others will learn to fight in the spaces between worlds. Chapter 68. Kang Shan's return. The appearance of Kang Shan would have been remarkable enough on its own. The warrior monk had fallen in Arc 2, his sacrifice allowing Ren and the others to escape from the Heavenly Council's forces. His death had been accepted, mourned, honored in the way of his order. The monks had even performed the death rites, the rituals that honored a fallen warrior and granted him safe passage to whatever came after. But his resurrection was something else entirely. He appeared in the courtyard of the central temple where Ren's growing alliance was coordinating their response, stepping out of nothing, as if he had been walking through an invisible door. The soldiers and cultivators gathered there immediately drew their weapons, thinking it was some new threat. But Ren immediately raised his hand, signaling for calm. Kang Shan's robes were torn and stained with substances that no mortal substance could explain. His eyes glowed with a light that seemed to come from behind them, from somewhere deeper than mere human eyes should reach. He moved with a grace that suggested he was not entirely present in the material realm, as if he was constantly fading between dimensions. Brother Ren, Kang Shan said, and his voice had changed. It still contained all the warmth and humor of the man Ren knew, but now there were harmonics underneath, as if a choir of monks were speaking in unison with him. I have returned as I promised. Ren embraced his friend, and in that moment of contact, his system registered something extraordinary. Kang Shan had not simply been reborn. He had been reincarnated by forces beyond anything mortal. His consciousness had persisted after death, had woven itself into the fabric of the world itself, and had chosen to return. What happened? Ren asked. The embrace continued, but he needed to understand the nature of this miracle. You should not have been able to come back. Death is absolute. The cycle of reincarnation is something that happens over thousands of years, not immediately. Kang Shan released him and stepped back, his glowing eyes studying Ren with infinite kindness. When I fell, I was ready, he said. I had achieved enlightenment in the moment before the Council's attack claimed me. And enlightenment, I learned, is not an ending. It is an awakening. I woke as something else. I walked through the spaces between lives, and I found that with the Devourer stirring, with reality itself threatened, my purpose called me back. He extended his hands, and Ren saw that inscribed on his palms were symbols, not in ink or carved by blade, but burned into the very substance of his flesh by some power that had refined him in its fires. The symbols shifted and changed as Ren watched, revealing new patterns with each moment. They were not written in any language Ren recognized, yet somehow he understood them. They were the fundamental rules of meditation, the principles of enlightenment, the way to touch the void margins without being torn apart. I bring knowledge, Kang Shan continued. The monks of the Great Temple have been preparing for this for 1,000 years. We knew the Devourer would return. We have meditative techniques that allow consciousness to exist in the void margins without being torn apart by the contradictions of that space. With these techniques, we can build an army of monks who can fight the Devourer's manifestations on their own ground. How many monks? Yueling asked. Enough, Kang Shan replied. The meditation techniques have been taught in secret for centuries. Thousands of monks, across dozens of temples, all trained and ready. They are gathering now. Within a week, we will have an army of warriors who can move between dimensions as easily as we move between rooms. The revelation brought new hope to Ren's alliance. The manifestations were vulnerable when they existed partially in the void margins. If monks could learn to pursue them into that space, to fight them where they came from, then the invasions could be stopped at their source. The barriers between worlds could be strengthened. The incursion could be slowed. Chapter 69. divine transcendence. The pressure of the awakening devourer was relentless. With each passing day, the manifestations grew bolder. With each passing day, more cracks appeared in the sky. With each passing day, Rin felt something shifting within his own cultivation. It was a slow process, not the violent breakthroughs of previous realms. Instead, it was a gradual darkening of the sky, a slow change in the light. The world around him seemed to shift focus, to become less solid, less definite. He could perceive the underlying structure of reality more clearly. He could see where the rules of physics were actually choices, not laws. He could perceive where existence was fragile, where a slight adjustment could change everything. It happened on a night when Rin stood alone in the highest tower of the consolidated temple, watching the black stars that had begun to appear in the sky, scars left by the devourer's passage, marks of its attention turning toward the material realm. He was reviewing memory after memory extracted from Malakar's fragment, trying to find some pattern, some weakness, some way to actually hurt something that existed partially outside of existence. The memories came faster and faster, one overlapping with another, creating a cascade of understanding. He saw the devourer approaching previous universes, saw it consuming other gods, saw it falling, terrified, before something even larger. And in that cascade of memory, something gave way inside him. His cultivation broke through. It was not the violent breakthrough of earlier realms. There was no explosion of power, no dramatic reversal of fortune. Instead, it was a subtle shift, as if the resolution of the world abruptly increased. Where before Rin had perceived reality as a solid, fixed thing, now he could see the underlying structure. He could perceive the rules by which existence operated. And more than that, he could perceive where those rules were fragile, where the fabric of reality was thin enough to be bent. He reached out with his consciousness and touched gravity. The power obeyed, responding to his will as easily as breathing. A stone that had been sitting on the tower abruptly inverted, falling upward instead of down. He touched time, and in a small sphere around his hand, the motion of sand in an hourglass slowed to a crawl. He touched the boundary between dimensions, and for just a moment, he could see through to the void margins beyond, could perceive the structure of the seals that held the devourer at bay. Ren had reached divine transcendence realm. He felt the change ripple through his body and consciousness. His power had not necessarily increased. Breakthrough was less about raw strength and more about understanding. But that understanding opened doors. With divine transcendence, he could now begin to manipulate the fundamental forces that held reality together. He could not break those forces, not yet, but he could adjust them. He could tune them like instruments. He could make them responsive to his will in ways that previous cultivation levels had not allowed. When he descended from the tower the next morning, his companions could see the change in him immediately. It was not that he looked different. His physical form had not altered, but the presence around him had changed. Reality bent slightly when he walked, as if space itself was moving aside to accommodate him. The air seemed to crystallize around him, reflecting his clarity of purpose and power. "You have broken through," Phoenix Sage said, and there was recognition in her voice, the recognition of one god acknowledging the approach of another. She had lived 9 times. She had seen gods in action, and now, she was watching a mortal ascend toward that status. "You are no longer merely powerful. You are becoming something new." "What am I becoming?" Ren asked. "That," the Phoenix replied, "is a question only you can answer. But I suspect you are becoming what the gods before you are not. Something that understands its own fragility. Something that does not mistake power for inevitability." And as she spoke those words, Ren understood them entirely. The gods had fallen because they had believed in their own invulnerability. They had grown arrogant. They had assumed that power could solve any problem, overcome any obstacle. Ren was learning something different. Power was useful, yes. Power could accomplish things. But power without wisdom, without understanding, without recognition of one's own limitations, that was the path to destruction. He would need to be strong in the coming war. But he would need to be wise even more. Chapter 70. The councils collapsed. The Heavenly Council, faced with a threat they could not contain through conventional power, began to dissolve from within. Lord Xuantian's faction, which advocated for strength and resistance, could not rally the other members who were convinced that resistance was futile. These counselors argued that they should concentrate their remaining power, seal themselves away in the divine fortress, and wait for the apocalypse to pass them by. When the devourer had finished consuming the mortal realms, when it was sated for another 50,000 years, then they could emerge and rebuild. It was a reasonable plan from a certain perspective. It was survival. It was pragmatism. And it was the complete abandonment of everyone else. More than half the council members abandoned their posts and fled, seeking refuge in distant valleys or sealed realms. They took their resources with them. They took their armies. They took their knowledge and power. What remained was a government without authority, a structure of power that had been revealed as illusion. The Heavenly Council had ruled for 10,000 years through the application of force and the control of ancient knowledge. But when a true crisis came, when the world itself was threatened, they had nothing to offer except empty promises and betrayal. The council is ended, Downing announced at a public gathering of cultivators. The old scholars stood in the ruins of the council's central archive, symbolically marking the end of an era. Not destroyed, but revealed as what it always was, a temporary arrangement, a response to crisis that has become so comfortable we forgot it was temporary. Now, a new crisis has come, and we must adapt again. There were those who protested, those who claimed that the old order needed to be maintained, that structure and hierarchy were necessary for survival. But even they could see that the old order had already crumbled. The only question now was what would replace it. Would it be something new? Something that Ren was building? Or would it be chaos and scattered groups fighting for survival against an enemy that did not recognize divided authority? Ren realized, with a clarity that came from his newly heightened perception, that this was precisely what the Devourer was designed to do. Not to conquer through direct assault, though it was certainly capable of that. Instead, it destabilized through pressure. It forced civilizations to expend their energy on internal conflict rather than unified defense. The Devourer's presence alone was enough to cause societies to fracture, governments to collapse, order to break down into chaos. And in that chaos, the Devourer would feed. This realization crystallized something in Ren's mind. To win against such an enemy, he would need to do something the gods before him had never managed. He would need to create true unity. Not the enforced unity of an empire or the false consensus of a council. Real unity. The kind that came from people choosing to work together, not because they were forced to or promised reward, but because they understood that the alternative was annihilation. It was a monumental task. It was something that humanity had never achieved, not in any recorded history. But it was the only path to victory that Ren could see. Chapter 71, The Gathering. The call went out across the continent. Let all who wish to defend reality gather in the Valley of Echoes. Not compulsory, not mandatory, but an invitation to choose to stand together. The response was overwhelming. Warriors came, cultivators at every level of power, wielding techniques passed down through families and sections. Some of them carried weapons that had been forged in ancient times, blades that had been wielded by gods or near gods, tools that carried the weight of history. Others carried nothing but their own power and determination. They came as individuals and as organized units, representing sects and schools and families and villages. Scholars came, bringing with them ancient texts and knowledge that had been locked away in hidden libraries. They came seeking to understand the nature of the threat, to find some knowledge that would allow them to contribute beyond raw power. The libraries were opened. The forbidden texts were released. Knowledge that had been hoarded for centuries was abruptly available to anyone with the wisdom to use it. Monks came, bringing the enlightenment of their traditions. They came with meditation techniques and philosophical understanding. They came with the accumulated wisdom of 1,000 years of preparation. The Great Temple, which had secretly been training for this war since before any of them was born, revealed its hand. The meditative techniques that could allow a being to touch the void margins were abruptly being taught openly, shared with anyone who had the discipline to learn them. Beastmasters came with companions bound through loyalty and deep understanding. Dragons came, magnificent creatures who had lived for thousands of years and remembered the last time the Devourer had come. Phoenixes came, more than one, creatures of rebirth and renewal. Cheelants came, their horns gleaming with divine power. These ancient beasts understood, in their own way, what was at stake. Their world was being threatened. They would defend it. Even common people came, those with no cultivation at all, but with the simple desire to not have their world consumed. They came to carry supplies, to cook food, to maintain the infrastructure that would allow the warriors to fight. They came to bear witness. They came to matter, to know that they had played some role in the destiny of the world, no matter how small. In total, over 10,000 souls gathered in the Valley of Echoes within a month, representing more of the human continent's population than had ever been assembled for a single purpose. The valley itself seemed to respond to their presence, as if the land understood what was happening and wanted to help. Springs that had been dry for centuries began to flow. Crops grew faster than they should have. The very ground seemed to recognize that it was hosting something important. "We are not an army," Ren said, standing before them. His voice projected through the air so that every person could hear clearly. "An army fights for hierarchy, for authority, for the person who commands it. An army fights because it is ordered to fight. We gather as something different. We gather as people who wish to persist. We gather as beings who believe that existence has meaning, that the world should not be consumed by hunger, that reality should continue. The crowd was silent, listening with an intensity that was almost physical. Rin could feel their attention, their hope, their desperate need for someone to show them a way forward. But, Yueling added, stepping forward beside Rin, her celestial form glowing with purpose, we are also not naive. We cannot win through idealism alone. We cannot win through prayer or hope or good intentions. We must be strong, and we must be coordinated. Master Rin has been studying the nature of the threat. We will organize into 3 forces. The defenders, who will meet the devourer's manifestations and hold the line. The architects, who will maintain and strengthen the barriers between our realm and the void margins. And the seekers, who will work to find any weakness in the devourer's structure, any means by which we might strike back at the source rather than merely defending against the symptoms. The organization took weeks to complete, but it was necessary. Warriors were trained in specific techniques designed to fight the devourer's manifestations. Architects learned to inscribe protective wards on the boundaries of cities and settlements. Seekers began to study everything they could about the devourer, its nature, its weaknesses, the patterns of its manifestations, any hint of vulnerability. And at the center of it all, Rin worked tirelessly, teaching the principles of the Archaeologist System to anyone who could grasp them. He showed them how to read the residual energy left by the devourer's manifestations, how to understand their patterns, how to predict where they would emerge next. Every creature has a pattern, he taught them. Every being operates according to its nature. The devourer is hunger, yes, but hunger operates according to rules. It seeks the greatest concentration of power first. It moves through reality like water seeking the lowest point. If you understand its nature, if you can grasp the principles by which it operates, you can guide it, channel it, turn its own momentum against it. Chapter 72. The Omen. On the night when the Alliance had fully organized itself, when strategies had been debated and refined, when training had begun in earnest, a sign appeared in the sky. A star, where no star had been before, but this was not the gentle appearance of a celestial body. This star was black. This star burned, but instead of giving light, it consumed it. Everything near it darkened. The few clouds that dared approach it were unmade, converted from water and air into something else, something that no longer deserved the name of matter. And as Rin watched, he understood what he was seeing. A scar in reality itself, left by the devourer's passage through the cosmic structure, a wound that was still bleeding darkness into the realm of material existence. But this was not a scar from 50,000 years ago. This was fresh. This was new. This was the devourer moving, turning its vast attention toward the material realm, beginning its final approach. It is here, Phoenix Sage whispered, and in her tone was the weight of 9 lives of recognition, 9 cycles of watching the same pattern play out again and again. She was beginning to fade, her form becoming translucent. She had lived long enough. She had seen what she needed to see. And now, in this final cycle, she was beginning to accept that her time was approaching its end. Not fully, but fully enough. The moment of decision is upon us. We have no more time. The war is here. The manifestations increased in frequency and violence. Where before they had emerged and retreated, now they held territory. Entire regions of the continent were being consumed, transformed into spaces where the devourer's hunger had rewritten the rules of reality. What had been a slow, creeping crisis abruptly became an acute emergency that demanded immediate action. The defenders of Ren's alliance moved out to meet the threat, engaging the manifestations in combat. The architects rushed to strengthen the barriers between dimensions, to slow the devourer's advance. The seekers redoubled their efforts to find weaknesses, to find some vulnerability that could be exploited. And Run, at the center of everything, began to prepare for the final phase of his plan, a trap that would require him to essentially offer himself as bait, to draw the devourer's full attention to a single point where his alliance could strike back. It was a desperate strategy. It would likely fail, but as Malachar had told him, desperation was sometimes the only option available. The story of the great war between the material realm and the devourer was about to begin. Chapter 73. The last message. In the deepest night, when the darkness was most complete, Phoenix Sage went into meditation. She reached across dimensions toward the echo of the last god, the voice that had been recorded in the archive and that had spoken to them when they had stood in the empty god realm. She had been carrying that voice inside herself since they had received it. A final message from a god who had fallen, preserved across 50,000 years of silence. Now, she asked it a final question: what should we do? The answer came as a vision shared among all the members of Ren's alliance. Through Phoenix Sage's meditative connection, the knowledge flowed into every consciousness that was linked to the network of architects and defenders. They saw the last god's final moments, but not as victims watching horror. They saw it from the god's perspective, experiencing the thoughts of a being of immense power facing its own ending. What they felt was not despair, but a strange hope, a realization that had come in the god's final moments. They were not alone. There were others. There were always others. And while the gods had fallen, those others, mortals, those with shorter lifespans but greater adaptability, might succeed where divinity had failed. The vision showed them the strengths and weaknesses of the gods who had stood against the devourer 50,000 years ago. It showed them the techniques that the gods had used, the strategies they had attempted, the ways they had failed. And it showed them something more. It showed them the hope that the gods had felt, not that they would win, but that someone would eventually come who could. And in that vision, a message, spoken by a voice that resonated with the power of a being that had transcended mere mortality. The cycle turns. The devourer returns to harvest. This universe is 50,000 years old, ripe. But mortals, listen, you are not gods. You need not fall as we did. You can adapt. You can be something new. This is your chance. When the vision faded and the alliance members came back to their individual consciousness, every one of them understood with absolute clarity what they had to do. They would not fight like gods, trying to match the devourer's power with their own. They would fight like mortals, using adaptation, using cooperation, using the very instinct to survive that immortal beings sometimes lost. They would fight like a species that could change, that could evolve, that could fundamentally transform itself to meet new challenges. They would fight differently. Chapter 74. Training the Alliance. Over the following weeks, Ren transformed the gathered forces through teaching. The entire Alliance became a school. Warriors became students not just of fighting, but of understanding. Monks shared their meditation techniques. Scholars opened their libraries. Everyone taught, and everyone learned. Ren shared the principles of the Archaeologist System with anyone who could grasp them, showing cultivators how to read the residual energy left by the devourer's manifestations, how to understand their patterns, how to predict where they would emerge next. Every creature has a pattern, he taught them. Every being operates according to its nature. The devourer is hunger, yes, but hunger operates according to rules. It seeks the greatest concentration of power first. It moves through reality like water seeking the lowest point. If you understand its nature, if you can grasp the principles by which it operates, you can guide it, channel it, turn its own momentum against it. The monks of the Great Temple, led by Kong Shan, taught meditation and enlightenment techniques that allowed warriors to touch the void margins without being unmade. The teachings were meticulous, precise. A single mistake in the meditation could cause a consciousness to be torn apart by the contradictions of interdimensional space. Some cultivators took to this teaching. Others found that they could not achieve the necessary clarity of mind. But those who could became an elite force. Warriors who could fight the devourer's manifestations not in the material realm, but in the spaces between dimensions, where the manifestations drew their power from. Llewellyn worked with the architects, creating intricate systems of dimensional anchors that could be laid across the continent. These anchors would serve multiple purposes. They would stabilize reality, preventing the devourer from anchoring itself in the material realm. They would create highways for the Alliance's armies to move quickly across vast distances. And if the worst came to pass, they would serve as kill zones, places where dimensional forces could be weaponized to destroy anything caught in their intersection. It is a beautiful system, Lu Ying said, observing the anchor patterns from above, her form beginning to shimmer with power as she helped inscribe the final symbols. The celestial elf had recovered from the journey through the void margins and was using her knowledge of dimensional magic to help create the architecture. But it will require blood to activate. These anchors work through sacrifice. They need willing essence. They need people who are willing to pour the fundamental substance of their being into the work. Then we will have volunteers, Daoyin said quietly. He was working alongside Lu Ying, his extensive knowledge of ancient systems allowing him to help optimize the anchors for maximum effect. There is no shortage of people willing to sacrifice for the survival of the world. The cultivators who have joined our alliance know what is at stake. They know that nothing they sacrifice will be worth the loss of everything. They will give what is needed. And he was right. When Ren put out the call for volunteers to empower the anchors, thousands stepped forward. Not all of them could be used. The anchors required very specific alignments of power and consciousness. But enough came forward that the anchors could be activated, could be spread across the continent in a network that would help shield the material realm from the Devourer's direct assault. Chapter 75, Cosmos' Sovereign Ascension. The Black Star was 3 days away when it happened. Rin could feel it like a pressure in his mind, like a weight pressing down on all of existence. It was still distant, still separated from the material realm by barriers and dimensional boundaries, but it was close enough now that direct perception was possible. And what Rin perceived was staggering in its scope. The Black Star was not a star at all. It was a fragment of the Devourer itself, cast ahead of the main body like a scout. Or perhaps it was a scar, a wound that had been burned into reality by something passing through it. Rin felt his cultivation make another leap. Driven by the intensity of the moment, by the weight of responsibility, by the accumulated pressure of knowing that he was perhaps the only being standing between the Devourer and the total consumption of the universe. As the training continued, as the alliance grew stronger and more coordinated, Rin felt another threshold approaching. The Devourer's presence was becoming clearer, its attention more focused. And under that pressure, his cultivation advanced. It was not a gentle progression. Each new manifestation forced his power to grow. Each new crisis demanded more from him than he had to give, and in giving, he transcended. The barrier between divine transcendence and the next level, Cosmos Sovereign, was not a single point of breakthrough but a gradual erosion, a slow transformation. At divine transcendence, Rin had learned to perceive the fundamental rules that governed reality. But at Cosmos Sovereign, he went further. He not only perceived the rules, he understood the forces that maintained them. He could see the cosmic energies that flowed through the universe, that powered the stars, that gave meaning to mathematics itself. He could perceive the relationship between the smallest subatomic particle and the largest galaxy. He could see the unity underlying all of reality. At some point, he could not say exactly when, he crossed a threshold and entered Cosmos' sovereign realm. His perception expanded to encompass not just the material realm, but all of reality's structure. He could see the fundamental forces that held universes together. He could perceive the electromagnetic forces that bound matter, the strong and weak forces that held atoms together, the gravity that curved space itself. More than perceive, he could influence. He could adjust. He could command these forces as a general commands armies. "You are approaching godhood," Phoenix Sage said, appearing before him in one of his meditation sessions. The Phoenix was becoming increasingly translucent, as if she was gradually fading from existence. But her eyes remained sharp, filled with the wisdom of 9 lives. This is the burden that claimed the last gods. Run. When you can touch the foundation of reality, when you can see the true nature of existence, it becomes harder to see the value in individual lives, individual struggles. The gods fell because they began to think in too large a scale. They forgot that reality is made of moments, of small choices, of individual hearts. "Then I will remember," Rin said. "I will remember that power means nothing if there is no one left to witness it. I will remember Yueling, Kongshan, Luiying, Daoyin, all of you. I will remember that reality is worth preserving not because it is grand or magnificent, but because it contains the people I love." And with that acceptance, with that choice to remain connected to his humanity even as he transcended it, Rin completed his ascension to Cosmos' sovereign realm. His power crystallized at this new level, and he felt himself becoming capable of things that would have seemed impossible just moments before. He could see the entire continent in a single moment. He could perceive every cultivation base, every warrior, every person in the alliance. He could feel the intentions of each of them, the hopes, the fears, the determination. And he understood, genuinely understood, that he was not alone. He was carrying the hopes of 10,000 souls who had chosen to stand with him against the darkness. Chapter 76. The first assault, the first true manifestation, came not as a scout or a fragment, but as a deliberate attack, the Devourer's first test of the Alliance's strength. It emerged from 7 cracks simultaneously, at locations spread across 1,000 miles. 7 manifestations, each larger and more substantial than any that had come before, poured into the material realm like blood from a wound. And where they touched, reality simply ceased to exist. Mountains vanished. Oceans boiled away. Cities disappeared in moments, not destroyed but unmade, as if they had never been. The death toll was staggering. Tens of thousands of people fell before the manifestations could be engaged. The Alliance's forward positions were overrun. Warriors who had trained for months found that their techniques were useless against enemies that existed partially outside reality. The mood in the Alliance's command center turned grim. Was this how it would end? Despite their preparation, despite their unity, despite Rin reaching Cosmos' sovereign realm, But Rin was ready. The Alliance had been waiting for this moment. The defenders moved immediately, martial cultivators and sword masters and wielders of ancient techniques positioning themselves on the front lines where the manifestations emerged. They did not try to destroy the manifestations directly. Instead, they moved to contain them, to slow their advance, to buy time for the other components of the Alliance to respond. The Seekers, working from the safety of dimensional shelters, began reading the patterns of the manifestations, sending intelligence to the front lines about where the next movements would be. They used the techniques Rin had taught them, reading the residual energy left by the manifestations, predicting their likely movements. This information allowed the defenders to position themselves more effectively, to intercept the manifestations before they could spread too far. And the architects began their great working. Yueling, Luiying, and 36 of the most skilled reality workers activated the dimensional anchors in perfect synchronization. The ritual took hours of intense concentration. The anchors had to be activated in a specific order, each one building on the power of those that came before it, creating a web of stabilization that covered the entire continent. The effect was like abruptly slamming a door in reality's face. The Devourer's manifestations found themselves constrained, unable to expand freely into the material realm. They were forced into tight channels, into predictable pathways that the defenders could concentrate their forces against. The manifestations raged against the constraints, throwing all their hunger against the barriers created by the anchors, but they could not break through. Rin himself, touching the fundamental forces of the universe, created barriers of compressed reality, spaces where gravity increased 1,000-fold, where time slowed to a crawl, where the very forces that normally drove hunger could not operate. The Devourer's manifestations raged against these barriers, throwing all their hunger against them, but they could not break through. The laws of physics, when commanded by someone at cosmo-sovereign level, were not mere suggestions. They were walls of absolute authority. The battle lasted 3 days. When it was over, 4 of the 7 manifestations had been driven back into the void margins and sealed away. 2 more had been destroyed entirely, unmade by techniques that weaponized the dimensional anchors. The last one, most powerful, had escaped, but only after leaving behind a great wound in its substance, a scar that would slow its regeneration. The price was high. Nearly 2,000 cultivators had fallen. Entire sects had been reduced to shadows of their former strength. But the manifestation had been repelled. The Alliance had proved it could fight back. And in proving that, they had given hope not just to themselves, but to every person on the continent who had been living in fear of the Devourer's return. For the first time since the cracks had appeared in the sky, people began to believe that victory might be possible. Chapter 77, The Defense. Over the following months, the pattern repeated, with variations. The Devourer would send manifestations. The Alliance would oppose them. Some battles were victories. Some were stalemates where both sides withdrew, exhausted. Some were losses where the Alliance was forced to cede territory, to allow regions to be consumed while they regrouped for the next engagement. But with each battle, the Alliance learned. Warriors developed new techniques designed specifically to counter the manifestation's moves. Monks achieved deeper enlightenment that allowed them to fight in the void margins with greater effectiveness. Researchers and scholars analyzed the remnants of defeated manifestations, extracting knowledge that could be shared throughout the Alliance. The victories became more frequent. The losses became less severe. "We are bleeding," Kong Shan said to Run one evening, as they stood atop a tower overlooking lands that had been consumed by the Devourer's touch. The monk's enlightened perspective allowed him to see both the material losses and the deeper reality that underlay them. "We are winning the battles, but we are losing the war. Our people are being consumed. For each manifestation we destroy, reality is diminished. The Devourer is adapting to us as we are adapting to it. And eventually, one of us will adapt faster than the other. Then we need a new strategy," Ren replied. He could feel the truth in Kong Shan's words. The current approach was defensive. They were holding the line, preventing the Devourer from making immediate progress. But they were not pushing back. They were not taking the fight to the Devourer. They were not winning. They were just delaying defeat. We cannot simply defend forever. At some point, we must go on the offensive. We must find a way to strike at the source, to damage the Devourer itself, to make it pay for every manifestation it sends against us. Chapter 78. The strategy. The War Council met in the heart of the Alliance's greatest stronghold, a city where every building had been hardened with cultivation techniques and dimensional barriers. The city had been chosen as the headquarters specifically because it was positioned at the center of the network of dimensional anchors, giving it the strongest protection and making it the most defensible position in all the known realms. Representatives from every major faction gathered. The generals of the defenders, the most skilled architects, the wisest monks and scholars, Daoyin with his ancient knowledge, and the leaders of the major sections. They came together with a single purpose, to devise a strategy that would allow them to move from defense to offense, from holding the line to actually pushing back the darkness. We have been thinking about this wrong, Ren told them, projecting his consciousness into a space where all could see his thoughts visualized. The vision of his plan appeared before them, a complex tapestry of strategy and theory. The devourer is partially in the material realm, partially in the void margins. We have been trying to keep it out of the material realm. But what if, instead, we create a trap in the void margins itself? He showed them his vision,